From supernatural suspense writer Amber Fisher, this is Destiny of the Dead, Book 3 in the Rest in Power Necromancy trilogy, an urban fantasy series of treachery and magic. Chapter 1. The theater was buzzing with excitement. The marquee in front of the historic Wiltern Theater indicated that the show was sold out, no surprise given tonight's performance. I had never been to the Wiltern before, and as I settled into my seat, a swell of excitement thrummed through my body. The theater was beyond gorgeous. Created in the Art Deco style, it evoked the glamour of old Hollywood. I felt like if I tried hard enough, I might see the ghosts of Dorothy Dandridge or Eartha Kitt sauntering through the crowds, one of those long-handled cigarettes dangling from their gloved fingers as they sipped on a cocktail. As the house lights went dim, a hush settled over the audience. Butterflies of excitement fluttered in my stomach as the orchestra began to play. I couldn't help but grin. It was such an overly dramatic gesture to have a live orchestra at a psychic reading event. But then again, Andromeda Clark wasn't just any psychic. She was a world-renowned psychic to the stars, and I had only secured a ticket to this event because we'd once killed a Ginny together. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to afford the tickets that started at $200 a pop. A voice came over the speakers, cutting through the silence. Do you believe in the afterlife? Do you get chills down your spine when you walk past a graveyard? Have you ever awoken in the middle of the night to someone speaking your name only to find that no one was there? Perhaps you've had a premonition or a dream that came true? If any of these things have happened to you, then you understand the importance of what you are about to see tonight, because you already know that we are not alone. A spotlight came on, revealing Andromeda Clark seated in an overstuffed armchair in the center of the stage. Applause rippled through the audience, punctuated with a few whistles. Andromeda smiled, pressing manicured hands to her face in mock surprise. Is all that for me? She asked with a coy grin. Aw, you shouldn't have. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome to my home. She spread out her hands, and light flooded the stage, revealing a near-exact replica of Andromeda's living room. The audience cheered. Normally, Andromeda conducted her psychic interviews on the reality TV show filmed in her Bel Air mansion. For tonight's performance, the stage had been cleverly set to look just like the interior of her home. Even the rug was the same. The orchestra played, and the floodlights dimmed. The spotlight found Andromeda again, looking much more glamorous than the last time I had seen her. Long, pale pink hair was curled into a soft cloud around her face. She wore an elaborately embroidered silver satin caftan with no jewelry. Even her feet were bare. On anyone else, the outfit would have looked unfinished. But on her, it looked elegant. I thank all of you for joining me tonight, Andromeda was saying. As you know, this is my first time doing a live performance. It's strange to do this kind of work on a stage like this, at the Wiltern no less. I'm honored and so excited to be here. You know, when I first started doing this work, I was not exactly well received in Hollywood. Some thought I was a fraud. Others wanted to use me to their own advantage. But I always knew I would eventually find my people. So if you're in a place where you don't feel you can be your authentic self, I invite you now to close your eyes and envision yourself as the person you want to present to the world. Andromeda closed her eyes and lifted her arms toward the audience. Imagine yourself filled with light that attracts those who understand you, those who love you, those who want to lift you up and be lifted by you. And as you imagine yourself ablaze with this loving light, imagine those who do not understand, who are not your people, and see them walking away. See them turning from you, walking toward their own light and their own truth. In this space, we only have room for love, acceptance, and human kindness. The theater fell silent as Andromeda's speech ended. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, I heard the quiet shuffling of feet and the crinkling of paper. I opened my eyes to see a handful of people scattered throughout the auditorium rising from their seats, whispering apologies and murmuring excuses as they scuttled into the aisles and drifted out of the building. I watched, confused, as a few dozen people filed past me. When they'd all gone, I turned back to the stage. Andromeda was smirking. I eased back into my chair, my grin spreading across my face. Okay. Cheeky psychic. I tittered with approval. She was using a persuasion spell. As she encouraged the audience to manifest attraction, she was urging potential troublemakers to see themselves out. Those of us left behind were true believers. As the last person slinked out of the theater, gentle applause started somewhere in the front row, rippling all the way to the back. A collective sigh drew from our mouths as we relaxed into our seats. The change of energy was palpable. Now that that's settled, let's get this started, shall we? Ben, would you bring out my first guest, please? I looked down at the bill in my hand to determine the order of events. Andromeda was meeting with 5 different celebrities tonight, each of whom wanted to contact a loved one who had died. It seemed the live performance would follow the same format as her TV show. Andromeda would channel the spirits of the deceased, while the celebrities shared intimate details of their lives. I recognized most of the names on the docket for the evening, but I wasn't really here to see any of this. I'd never been much of a reality TV person. Other people's personal drama didn't entertain me. I had enough of my own, especially now. My thoughts drifted toward my ex-husband, Marcus, and a slow nausea roiled in my belly. Marcus was in trouble and needed Andromeda's help. The onstage celebrity guest prattled on about childhood teasing and her ongoing battle with eating disorders. I swallowed down my annoyance. After all, I could have skipped the show. It was my choice to be here. I'd thought it might be fun to get dressed up, attend a show at the Wiltern, and see Andromeda in action. But I couldn't let myself relax. As hard as I tried to stay present, my thoughts kept returning to Marcus, foaming at the mouth, storming around the house as he shouted in a foreign language. I could smell the stink of him as sweat poured off his body, and his eyes, wild and feral, looked through me without recognition. I conjured up his mother's face, her expression terrified and helpless as she begged me to help him. I'd promised I would. That's why I was here. I glanced down at my watch and bounced my leg impatiently. Only 3 more celebrities to go. 70 minutes passed before Andromeda drew to her feet and walked to the front of the stage, addressing the audience. I sat up, hopeful. Maybe we were done. I'd lost track of where we were in the program, and judging by Andromeda's near-haggard expression, she had little energy left. I hope you'll all indulge me with just one more guest tonight, Andromeda said, clasping her hands in front of her. I slumped back in my seat, deflated. He's not on your program, but I hope you'll understand why I added him at the last minute. My curiosity was piqued. Even though I badly wanted the show to end so I could finally get Andromeda alone, I couldn't help but wonder what surprise she had in store for us. I met Madame Elaine Barclay several years before she died. As many of you know, Elaine was a very accomplished illusionist, perhaps the best the world has ever known. In her prime, just after the Second World War, she sold out theaters just like this one almost every weekend. It wasn't uncommon for her to wake up in Paris only to fall asleep that night in Prague. And yet, amid that grueling travel schedule, she also raised a family. She was a wife and mother to 3 beautiful children. However, if you're familiar with her autobiography, you also know that she suffered for her fame. She was riddled with guilt over her absence from her children's lives. A chill settled into my bones, and I shrank back into my seat. Of course, the words were not meant for me, but I felt the accusation like a needle in my heart. Absurdly and selfishly, I wondered why Andromeda included this segment, knowing how it would hurt me. You need to stop, I chided myself. This isn't about you. Andromeda lifted a hand then, gazing off stage. From the wings, a man strode into the spotlight. He was elderly, in his late 60s or early 70s. He was tall and slender and walked with confidence. His face was lined with age, but he still had a head full of glittering silver hair. The two settled down onto the couches. "Thank you for having me, Andromeda," he said. "It's such an honor to be here." Andromeda gestured toward the audience. "Why don't you tell us who you are?" The gentleman cleared his throat. "My name is Jefferson Marquardt, and I'm Elaine's son. I'm the oldest of 3 children." "Tell us about your mother." The man shifted in his seat. "Mother traveled a lot for work. Father did his best with us, but he didn't really have a feel for rearing children. Mostly, we were left to our own devices. We were lonely children most of the time. When Mother came home, though, it was like Christmas. She brought us presents from all over the world. Except once." The man rubbed a hand over his face. "Her luggage had gotten lost, and she had no gifts to give us. Boy, were we angry. We gave her the cold shoulder, all of us. See, we thought of her as Santa Claus. Less a mother, more a fantasy. And without the fantasy, we had no use for her. We didn't articulate that, of course. And our rejection of her really broke her." He withdrew a handkerchief and dabbed at his eyes. "After that, she was riddled with guilt. You can see it all over her face in the old interviews if you know how to look. She wanted to be out in the world doing her work. She loved performing, but she also hated that it took her away from us. And you know, there was a part of me that hated her success, even though it afforded me the lifestyle that I enjoyed. And yet, Mother wanted nothing more than to please us, especially me because I was the oldest. I saw more than the others. She gave me everything she could, and then some." Andromeda leaned forward, her brow wrinkled. "How do you mean?" "I didn't realize it until I read your book," Jefferson said. "Alchemy of Soul. You talked about how it's possible to give pieces of our soul away to our loved ones until there's nothing left. Well, I fear Mother did that with me, though of course neither of us knew it. By the time she died, she was only half the woman she'd been when I was a child. So that's why I'm here. I'm hoping you can help me return Mother's soul pieces. Lord knows I don't need them. But she might like to have them back." "That's incredibly kind," Andromeda said. "And I'm touched that you would trust me with this sacred work. So, Jefferson, did you bring anything belonging to your mother?" The man reached into his jacket and retrieved a gold pocket watch, which he handed to Andromeda. She held it in her hands a moment before opening it. "This is beautiful," she said to Jefferson. Then, to the audience, she said, "It's engraved with her name and a date. Did you give this to her?" Jefferson nodded. "It was a 70th birthday gift. The date engraved is her birthday." Andromeda settled back into her chair, performing the ritual we'd seen several times already this evening. She closed her eyes, and her jaw went slack. To most people, nothing else seemed to happen. But to me, the changes in the atmosphere were distinct. I smelled a clover patch covered in dew, warm hay, horses. The hairs on my arms stood up as the air danced over my skin. I knew Andromeda's magic was fueled by the animate current, the source for all magic that involved animals and the natural world. Mostly shamans and druids used it. My patron ancestor, Papa Janabet, had been an animage when he was alive. A wild worker who could possess animals and use their energy to cast spells. He too used the animate current, and as his beneficiary, I had some access to it. As the current activated, filling my nose with fragrance and causing my skin to pimple over, I got the strong feeling I was being watched. I glanced over my shoulder, but all eyes behind me were glued to the stage. I returned my attention forward just as Andromeda's eyes fluttered open. When her eyes landed on Jefferson, her skin paled, and her cheeks sank. Her hands rose to her mouth, her eyes going wide. I leaned forward in my seat, riveted. "Shit on a stick, Jefferson, is that you?" The audience chuckled but settled down quickly so they wouldn't miss what happened next. The voice that had emerged from Andromeda's body didn't belong to her. And no matter how many times we saw this feat, it never ceased to unnerve and amaze. The voice spoke with a transatlantic accent that was weathered with age. "Jeffy?" The man sitting beside Andromeda was visibly ruffled, his skin blanched, and his fingers clenched and unclenched in his lap. Finally, he cleared his throat before answering. "Mother? Is it really you?" Andromeda drew to her feet and hurled herself at Jefferson, enveloping him in an enthusiastic hug. Her face was turned away from us, but I saw her shoulders quake, and I realized she was crying. She pushed away and placed her palms on either side of Jefferson's face. "I never thought to touch you like this again," she said. "I always knew I would see you, but to touch you like this, my baby boy." Again, she pressed her hands to her mouth. "It's some kind of miracle." She settled down at his feet then, and Jefferson placed his fingertips underneath her chin, tilting her face upward as he peered down into her eyes. "I need to tell you something," he said. "Something I should have told you many years ago." They talked for a while, Jefferson confessing his love and apologizing for his selfishness. The woman cried at his feet but remained silent, and when Jefferson was done, he asked her to stand, which she did. He joined her, linking his hands in hers before placing a kiss on her forehead. "You gave everything you had to your family, and I took everything I could from you. I didn't realize it then, but I know it now. And although it is much too late, I want to give you back the pieces of your soul that I took." The woman choked out a laugh. "You didn't exactly take them," she said. "I gave them to you so you would love me like I loved you." The woman leaned her head back and threw her arms out. I felt the energy change around me again, this time becoming a frenetic swirl of emotion, a tornado of grief, joy, surrender, passion. And then Andromeda fell to her knees again and pressed her forehead against Jefferson's feet, her fingers clutching at his ankles. When she looked up, her face was wet with tears. In a breathy voice, she creaked, "Thank you." Slowly, the woman's head turned to face the audience. As though suddenly realizing we were there, she scrambled to her feet, brushing away imaginary wrinkles from her silvery dress. She tossed the hair from her eyes and squared herself toward us, donning the composure of a professional performer. "Oh, my stars," she said, an abashed smile brightening her face. Her accent thickened. She sounded like one of those women from a black-and-white detective film. "I don't know how I missed seeing you all there. Please accept my apologies, but I know you didn't come all this way to hear my excuses, did you?" "Oh, but it's been a long time since I've been on a stage." The woman chuckled and the audience laughed along with her. I'd almost forgotten how hot the lights get. She pressed the back of a hand against a flushing cheek and feigned a swoon. "Well, now that I have you here, I suppose I ought to make the best of it. After all, I can't imagine I'll ever have another opportunity like this. Raised from the dead twice in one life? Unlikely." Again, the audience chuckled. Elaine stepped toward the edge of the stage, her hands clasped at her chest. "What do you want to see?" I looked around, confused. I wasn't sure what she was asking, and apparently neither did the rest of the audience. The theater was so silent you could have heard a pin drop. The woman on stage tittered, shaking her head playfully. "Oh, don't be shy," she said. "I can't promise that I can perform as well as I used to, but I'm sure there's something of the old magic left. So what do you want to see? What can I do for you this night?" From the back of the theater, a male voice shouted from the darkness, "A meteor shower on Christmas!" The woman on stage shifted position, standing akimbo now, her head cocked to one side as she thought. She tapped a finger against her chin, face tilted upward. "A meteor shower on Christmas?" she asked. "What a creative and specific request. Yes, I think I can do that. Ask, and you shall receive." Elaine lifted her arms to the ceiling with a flourish. the sleeves of her gown slipping down her pale arms. Her head fell backward, and her body swayed. The energy in the theater shifted again, and I bit my lip in anticipation. The stage lights went out, and the theater was so black, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Gasps rippled through the audience, and I looked around to see what caused them. Finally, I looked up and gasped myself. The Wiltern's ceiling had vanished, and in its place stretched a clear night sky, replete with billions of brilliant dots of light. Once when I was a child, Big Ginny had driven Lamont and me out to the middle of the Mojave Desert. So far away from the city, there was no ambient light to blot out the sky, and the stars were so bright, we could have read our watches by them. Now, in this theater in the middle of downtown Los Angeles, the night sky loomed brighter and more glorious than I remembered. And as I watched, stars shot across the sky, falling from the heavens. A meteor shower. I laughed aloud. I'd never seen a meteor shower before. Something in the air tickled my nose, tugging at a memory. It was the smell of pine laced with cinnamon and molasses. In a moment, I was 5 years old again, lying underneath a Christmas tree and watching the lights blink while Big Ginny made gingerbread cookies in the kitchen. In the background, an old recording of Frank Sinatra singing The First Noel was playing. Then, with my face upturned, I felt little droplets of water falling on my skin, in my hair. It was raining in the theater. But no, that wasn't right either. It wasn't raining. It was snowing. The temperature had dropped without my noticing, but now I shivered with cold and delight. Gasps and shrieks of excitement filled the theater. Over the next few minutes, the theater warmed up, and the snow turned into rain. The rain was joined by strikes of lightning and a roar of thunder. The sky flashed with color: magenta, fuchsia, cyan, brilliant white. The night sky slowly gave way to a blur of gradient light, and I realized that now we were looking upon the aurora borealis. The sky shifted again, going totally dark. Then, one by one, the stars returned, coming nearer and nearer, looming larger and moving further apart as though we were soaring through the galaxy, shooting up between them. We were in space, in the center of the Milky Way, rushing past planets and comets and moons. My skin was hot and cold at once, and I was smiling and laughing so much I could barely breathe. And then, without warning, it was all over. My surroundings slowly faded back into view as a palette of soft grays and muted neutrals. I sucked in a breath to get my bearings. My mind was clear and my energy refreshed. And I was dry. None of it had been real. Not the snow or rain or the gingerbread or the planets. It was all illusion. I looked up. The sky was gone, replaced by the theater's ceiling. I looked toward the stage at world-famous illusionist Elaine Barclay, her hands pressed together at her breast. She was smiling a rueful smile, no doubt at once thrilled and bereaved to have just performed her last show. In an instant, we were all on our feet. Thunderous applause roared around me, and I was caught in the emotion too. I whistled, clapping until my palms were sore, smiling until my cheeks ached. On stage, the woman who was not Andromeda fell into a deep bow, and when she raised up, her face was still smiling and damp with tears. And then she collapsed to the floor. The house lights came on. I was almost to her dressing room when a man stepped in front of me with a glare. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to turn around." I donned my best smile to make myself look as unassuming as possible. "Oh, sorry, I have an invitation. My name is—" "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you're not supposed to be here. If you'll just—" The door creaked open and a familiar face poked his head out. It was Ben, Andromeda's manager and friend. "Justin, sorry, she's actually with us." Justin said nothing as he stepped aside, letting me pass. Ben turned his gaze to me, all smiles as he extended a hand excitedly. "Hurry and get in here." his fingers clasped around my wrist as he pulled me into the room. The inside of the dressing room was almost as elaborate as the lobby. Adorned in the same Art Deco style, plush couches and ornate mirrors lined the walls. Andromeda was lying on one sofa, a damp cloth draped over her forehead. I'd seen her like this before. She was so bad at dealing with other people's energy. "Is she okay?" I whispered to Ben. Ben heaved his shoulders and gave me a pointed look. "You know the drill. She didn't shield properly, and dealing with that illusionist woman really did a number on her. Were you there? Did you see what happened?" My God, yes. If I hadn't been there and seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. I'd heard stories about what illusionists could do, but I assumed it was just typical stage magic. You know, sleight of hand and whatnot. She made it snow, Ben. And then we were in space and there were cookies baking? I didn't know illusionists could do that. My eyes shifted to Andromeda. And I certainly didn't know you could perform magic in another person's body from beyond the grave. Now Ben's expression grew serious. "Want to know something?" Andromeda didn't know that either. He brushed his hands together and tilted his head toward the door. "Well, I'm off." I raised my brows at him. "Already?" "I just got here. And I would love to stay and bask in the warmth of your company, but I've got a date." He breathed on his nails and buffed them against the lapel of his velvet smoking jacket. "See ya." With a little finger wave, Ben zipped out the door. Andromeda lifted the washcloth from her face, and when she saw me, she sat up and beckoned me in for a hug. "Kezia, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you made it. How are you?" I settled onto the couch beside Andromeda and linked her fingers in mine. "I should be the one asking you. You fainted up there. How are you feeling?" Andromeda heaved a sigh and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead dramatically. "I've been better, I admit. So I guess you saw the show?" I nodded and touched my hair. When I felt the snowflakes and rain on me, I was expecting to have to tame this mess on my way home. But it was all just an illusion. And yet, it felt so real. "She couldn't perform magic in her final days," Andromeda was saying, almost to herself. "It's actually surprising that I could channel her at all. There was so little of herself left by the time she died. She gave so much away." "Now," Andromeda shook herself, running a hand through her tufts of pink hair. "Anyway, I don't want to talk shop. It's been a while since I've seen you. I'd rather talk about you. How are things? Good?" I grew quiet, considering how to answer. "Everything's fine," I said finally. But Andromeda narrowed her eyes, leaning forward. "You're lying to me," she said. "What do you take me for? I'm a goddamn psychic, for Christ's sake. Something's happened. What's going on?" I drew in a sharp breath. "It's Marcus," I said. Andromeda blinked. "Your ex-husband? Is he okay?" I shook my head. "A lot has happened since we were last together," I said. "Remember when I killed the Ginny by snatching out its vital spark?" Andromeda's lips quirked into a smirk. "Not exactly something you forget," she said. "Right. Well, when I did that, I also accidentally replaced Marcus's vital spark with the Ginny's." The psychic's eyes went wide. "What? Really? Holy shit." "Yeah. Well, doing that gave Marcus centuries more life, and that was bad. Humans aren't designed to live that long. Our bodies can barely live a single century, but it gets worse." I tried to make it sound lighthearted like a joke, but it really wasn't funny, and Andromeda didn't laugh. I sighed. "Marcus isn't well. I think the Ginny's vital spark is incompatible with Marcus's mind. He's deteriorating. It's bad." Andromeda reached out and brushed a curl from my face. "Jesus," she said. "I'm so sorry to hear that. How can I help?" "I need a favor," I admitted. "Of course," she said. "Anything. Tell me." I read your book, I explained. Alchemy of Soul. Can you introduce me to your co-author, Dr. Martin Quinn? I know he's a famous alchemist and probably swamped, but I think he can help me. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? Help you how? I hesitated. What I was about to say might sound ridiculous to her ears, but I had to ask. Andromeda was the only link I had to an alchemist, and no other magic could change the soul. It was now or never. I need to know if he can use alchemy to transmute Marcus's vital spark back into something human, into something that won't destroy him. Andromeda rubbed her face with her fingers before leaning back into the couch, covering her eyes with her hands. Transmutation, she whispered. That's smart. You're smart, Kezia. I don't know if I would have thought of that. But yeah, if you need a transmutation, Marty's your guy. And he owes me a favor or two. I'm sure I can arrange a meeting, but... My heart sank. But what? Andromeda sighed. But I want you to be prepared for disappointment. Alchemy is not an exact science. The one thing I learned while working with Martin is that nobody really understands the soul. Not human souls, and certainly not the souls of Jinn. But if you think it'll help, I'll at least get the two of you together. That's all I ask, I said. I just want the chance. Thank you. No need to thank me, Andromeda said. I'm happy to do it. Consider it good as done. Chapter 2. True to her word, within days, I was having lunch with the alchemist Martin Quinn at his mansion a block away from the beach in Malibu. Andromeda, Marcus, and I had joined Martin on his patio, nibbling on ceviche and sipping margaritas, the sun shining on our backs. In the distance, waves crashed on the shore. I just want to thank you again for having us, Andromeda said as she sipped her cocktail. And on a day like this, we couldn't have asked for better weather. Martin chuckled. You're always welcome here, you know that. My host gestured to my untouched plate. Is something wrong with the ceviche? It hasn't gotten warm, has it? I blushed, embarrassed at being called out. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. I just don't eat seafood is all. Martin's eyes went wide. Religious reasons? I twisted my hands in my lap. I should have just eaten it to avoid all this discomfort. No, just a preference. Martin scooted backward and reached for my plate. Well, no sense letting you starve. Let me get you something else. I've got some great French bread and... I shook my head emphatically, gesturing to his seat. No, please, I'm fine. Really, the atmosphere and the company are more than enough for me. My host continued to mumble apologies as he settled back down into his chair, leaning back and folding his arms over his chest. All right. Well, if there's nothing else I can get for you, I suppose we should get down to business. His leg jiggled beneath the table. What can I do for you all? Andromeda cleared her throat, preparing to answer. But Marcus was Mr. Johnny on the spot, leaning forward with almost practiced grace. For the past several months, I've been experiencing some strange episodes. Confusion, delirium, fits for lack of a better word. It started not too long after our encounter with the Jinni. Marcus gestured toward Andromeda. I suspect she's told you the story already? Martin steepled his fingers together and gave a slow nod. Andromeda told me that your vital spark was replaced with that of the Jinnis. Is that right? My ex-husband nodded. That's right. At first, everything was fine. In fact, I felt better than I had in years. But then, something changed. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. I was having waking visions of fire and brimstone. Phantom smells accompanied the hallucinations. I felt claustrophobic all the time, like my skin was too tight and my skeleton too small. And then I started blacking out. Apparently, during those episodes, I'd rant in a foreign language like a madman, Marcus rubbed his temples, heaving a sigh. I'm at the end of my rope. My daughter needs me. I need my work. I can't be incapacitated like this. If the dean at my college found out about any of this, well, I'm not exactly tenured if you see what I'm saying. Again, Martin nodded. You're worried about losing your job? It's more than that. Losing my job would be one thing, but there would also be talk. Questions about my previous research and the colleagues I performed the research with. If word got out that I was insane, my entire legacy would be questioned. Not that I have that much of one, but the people I work with, well, they have as much on the line as I do. Maybe more. The alchemist was silent a moment, his gaze flitting among the three of us before finally landing on me. How about you? Did you have any lasting effects from your encounter with the Jinni? I shook my head. Nope. Yanking the vital spark out of him didn't seem to affect me at all. But now Martin was leaning forward, eyes peering into mine as he shook his head softly. I'm sorry. No. I'm not asking about the moment you took the Jinni's life. I'm asking about before then. When you were possessed by his flame. Any lasting effects from that? I swallowed, blinking. It had never occurred to me I might suffer permanent damage from the possession. Nothing that I can think of. I feel fine. My magic hasn't been affected. I can still perform the same rituals I could in the past, and nothing new has emerged. Martin nodded, satisfied. That's good. Well, I understand you're here because you're hoping I can transmute Marcus's vital spark back into something human. Is that right? Andromeda and I exchanged looks. That's right, she answered. When you and I were working together, I recall you suspected such a thing was possible. Martin drew in a sharp breath. That was just theorizing, Andromeda. No one has ever... La ahad eufemini. Marcus's words stunned us all into silence as we turned to face him. His face had darkened, his skin slick with sweat. His hands were balled into fists which rested atop the table. His knuckles had gone white and bloodless. La ahad eufemini, he repeated. Marcus? My throat was dry and my words caught. Marcus, are you... Hararna! He slammed his fists against the table, rattling the dishes. His eyes were wide, his pupils pinpoint small. His nostrils flared as he pounded his fists against the table again. Hararna! Yari Rooney! Hararna! Marcus leaped to his feet, jostling the table and toppling his chair backward. He was shaking. Rivulets of sweat poured down his face. He jabbed a finger in my face, the tendons in his neck standing out as he shouted, Antla tufamini! I stared open-mouthed, unable to respond. He turned to Andromeda and grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her as he screamed, Antla tufamini! Antla tufamini! Yahri Rooney! Terrified, Andromeda began to cry as Martin jumped up, grabbing Marcus by the collar. Marcus turned on him, spittle forming white bubbles in the corners of his mouth. He slapped Martin open-handed across the face as he screeched, La ahad eufemini, ant la tufamini! Martin returned the attack with a punch. Marcus stumbled backward, hands flying for his face, blood spurting from his nose. He swayed on his feet, his eyes rolling back into his head. He whispered something I did not understand before sinking to his knees and falling onto his face. Andromeda and I were frozen, rooted in place. Martin hurried to Marcus's side and laid a hand against his skin. He's burning up, Martin said. Feels like a goddamn furnace. What do we do? I asked, the pitch of my voice rising in panic. What can we do? How? Andromeda, get her out of here, Martin instructed, his voice gone hard. I can handle this, but I need both of you to get out of here and let me work. I'm not leaving, I stammered as Andromeda placed a hand on my arm, trying to lead me away. I'm not leaving him. Yes, you are. Martin sighed, using visible effort to bring himself under control. I can bring down his fever. I promise you, he's not in any immediate danger. But I need privacy and solitude to work. Do you understand? I opened my mouth to object, but then snapped it shut. I understood that. I, too, worked my best magic in private. Fine, I said. I was trembling, suddenly cold and weak. Please save him. Martin waved us away as Andromeda pulled me from the scene, leading me down a flight of steps and out onto the sidewalk. We had walked a few minutes and were nearly to the beach when Andromeda croaked, "Martin will save him, Kezia. He has to. If he can't, no one alive can." I knew she meant those words to be comforting. They were not. We walked in silence for a long time. The more we walked, the better I felt. The crash of the surf and the smell of salt in the air worked wonders on my spirit. Even as a child, the beach soothed me. And though I was still terribly worried for Marcus, I soon found my breathing more measured, and my pulse had settled down. Andromeda, too, seemed almost back to normal. She slipped on a pair of dark sunglasses to hide her face and preserve her anonymity. She couldn't do much about the pink hair, though. "I'm sorry he put his hands on you," I said after a while. It was getting hard to walk in the sand, so I slipped out of my shoes and walked barefoot. That's how I know he's getting worse. He's never been violent before. Never. The sun was just beginning to set, and a gentle breeze blew, causing my skin to pimple over. We waded ankle-deep into the ocean, letting the waves lap at our feet. "Don't apologize," she said. "Martin will fix him, you'll see." I buried my feet in the sand, letting the sea anchor me in place. As the waves receded, I felt like I was rushing backward, sand pulling away from me, leaving me on 2 tiny islands growing under the soles of my feet. "So where's Ben? I figured he'd be here with us today." Andromeda popped her hands on her hips and leaned her head back, eyeing the seagulls that circled above us. "Oh, he had a date. He's been seeing this guy from Glendale for a while. At first, I was worried he was some kind of white supremacist. I mean, you know, Glendale." She rolled her eyes as she said this. "But he's actually okay. They've been spending a lot of time together. So Ben doesn't really have as much time for me." I heard the self-pity in her words, but ignored it. That's nice for him, though. Everybody needs someone to love. Andromeda gave a carefree shrug of one shoulder, but I read the falseness in it. "Yeah, I know. It's just that it's been Ben and me together against the world for so long. I guess I assumed it would always be the two of us. I mean, not romantically, of course. I've always known that Ben was into men, but you know." I wished I could see her eyes, but they were hidden behind the dark lenses. "You're not seeing anybody, are you?" I barked a laugh and shook my head. "No. I don't think there's anybody else in the cards for me. Either I cure my affliction and get Marcus back, or I die alone." Andromeda pushed a stray lock of hair from her face. "Those are not the only 2 options, you know." "Let's agree to disagree." We began walking, passing children and dogs splashing in the waves and couples sunbathing. It had been a long time since I'd been to the beach, and it was nice to be out here with someone that I might call a friend. After so many years as a loner, slowly, my friendship list was growing. It was hard for someone like me to maintain relationships. You never knew who was susceptible to the affliction and who wasn't. The last thing I wanted was to grow close to someone and have them get sick on my account. I'd had enough of that in my life. But if Evangeline was right, maybe my adventures in community gardening meant I was finally on my way toward healing. "You know, I finally watched the video," Andromeda said. "What video?" "The video of the show at the Wiltern, the night I channeled Elaine Barclay. I didn't want to watch it at first. I don't know why. It was a weird night. But eventually, professional curiosity got the best of me, so I watched. Do you know how weird it is to see your body performing magic that you can't actually do?" I smiled. "I can only imagine. But Andromeda shook her head, frowning. That's the thing, though. You actually can't. It was like watching myself do gymnastics or, hell, cook. Anything, really. It was eerie and unnerving. The way she commanded the audience through my body. It wasn't natural. If I'm honest, Kezia, it scared the shit out of me. It was my turn to frown. Scared you? Why? I'm a medium. I make my living channeling spirits of the dead for other people's entertainment or edification. Call it what you want. I channel many people every year, and I rarely know the people that I'm letting into my body. But you saw what Elaine Barclay did. You were there. She made you see things, feel things that weren't true. Luckily for us, she was benign. A lovely woman, in fact. But what if one day I called someone into my body who wasn't so lovely? Someone evil who wants to hurt people? What if I call someone into my vehicle and I can't control them? I could never live with myself if I hurt someone while channeling another. I dug my hands into my pockets and shook my head. I guess I never thought about it, I said. Are there safeguards you could take? There must be magic you can buy to protect against something like that. Andromeda waved a hand. I'm sure there are precautions available if you know what you're cautioning against. But how do you protect yourself from the unknown? She shuddered and adjusted her sunglasses. I feel like if I keep doing this long enough, eventually it's going to go wrong. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I did. Magic was always a double-edged sword. Take necromancy, for example. Our entire purpose was to help heal the African diaspora in America by lending ancestral magic to the community. Necromancers could give other members of the diaspora magical gifts that helped level the playing field. You couldn't really balance out things like systemic racism and generational wealth. Still, temporary gifts like supernatural charisma, clairvoyance, preternatural persuasion, and good old-fashioned luck sure helped. And the gifts weren't the only blessing we received either. When Evangeline laid her hands on me, she awoke a genetic memory that allowed me to speak the Yoruba language. Not well or with confidence, but I could do it. I remembered more and more every day. Those were the beautiful sides of what necromancy brought into the world. But there was a dark side, too. Every necromancer was born with an affliction. Certain people were susceptible to it, and if they spent too much time in our presence, they would wither and fade before eventually dying. And you never knew who was susceptible until they got sick. My daughter, for example. She was only an infant when she succumbed to what people colloquially called the blues. My ex-husband Marcus had custody of her, keeping her safely away from me. If anybody could appreciate Andromeda's fear of the darker aspects of magic, it was me. Are you thinking about quitting? I asked. Andromeda kicked a seashell, running her hands through her hair. I don't know. Part of me wants to. It's not like I need to work. I have enough money. But you know what they say about idle hands? The devil's playground. That was one of Big Ginny's favorite aphorisms. Right. I don't know what I would do without work, and without Ben. I would lose my mind. I'd probably end up on the news because I'd slit my wrists or something. I sucked my teeth with a frown. Don't say things like that, Andromeda. There's more to life than work. Andromeda nodded. Yeah, there's family, and I don't have that either. She paused, wrapping her arms around her torso. Kezia, watching the video made me think of something else too. Have you made any progress finding your mother? The change in subject caught me off guard. No, I've tried, but with everything else going on, I haven't made finding her a priority. You should, she said. It's part of what you need to do to become a whole person. You were put here on Earth to be a necromancer, to heal your community. You have to do that. It's your calling. I had to smile at that. Andromeda left the Temple of the Inner Flame when she discovered its prophet was a deceitful Jinni, but she hadn't left their philosophies behind. She still believed in aligning one's life with the purpose the universe intended. I know you're right. I'll try to do better. Oh, I wasn't chastising you, I was just… Well, I think I might have an idea that might help you. I hesitated. What? Andromeda propped her hands on her hips, standing akimbo. Like I said, I had a realization watching that video. I wonder if your mother… Andromeda's phone buzzed, startling her out of the moment. She pulled it out and glanced at the screen. They're finished, she said. I suppose we should get back. But let's finish this conversation soon, okay? Don't let me forget. She didn't wait for me to respond as she turned away from the water, the orange sunlight turning her pink hair into fire. I watched her go for a moment, wondering what she was going to say about my mother before following her back to the house. The good news is there's nothing wrong with my soul. We were sitting now in Martin's living room, a fire crackling in the fireplace. Marcus sat on a love seat, while Andromeda and I settled into a stylish but uncomfortable futon. Martin appeared too nervous to sit. He was pacing around the room, his arms folded across his chest. That is good news, I said. So what's the catch? Marcus rubbed the back of his neck and gestured toward Martin. I think this will be easier for everybody if he explains, he said. Martin stopped pacing for a minute, thinking. Then he resumed. All right. Well, like Marcus said, there's nothing wrong with his soul. After everything you told me, Andromeda, I was worried that he had been corrupted, that the soul was perhaps trying to leave the body. And after the incident at lunch, well… Marcus blushed and dropped his gaze into his lap. I'm sorry about that, he muttered. But his soul is fine, Martin continued as though Marcus had said nothing, which, if you ask me, is a fucking miracle. But after you two left, I roused Marcus from unconsciousness and took him into the laboratory. We ran a few brief experiments that showed that Marcus's soul is firmly and happily attached to his body. So, the problem doesn't lie there. In some ways, the issue is actually much simpler. I clenched my hands in my lap, the nails biting into the skin. So what is it? Please get to the point. Martin stopped his pacing and flicked his nose with an index finger. Are you familiar with the concept of a genetic memory? I nodded. Of course. Memories that live in our DNA but aren't actually ours. They're remnants of our ancestors, their recollections and abilities. In the Black community, sometimes people wake up memories of recipes and cooking techniques from African cultures, languages their ancestors used to speak. I awoke a genetic memory of speaking Yoruba. But what does this have to do with Marcus? Martin peered at me. Tell me, when you realized you could speak Yoruba, what did that feel like? I stopped to think about it a moment. It wasn't really a realization, I drawled. I just started speaking. It was like my body and brain knew how to make words that had meaning. The knowledge was just suddenly there. Martin clapped his palms enthusiastically. Yes, precisely. Your body knew what to do and just started doing it. Well, the same thing is happening to Marcus. You see, Marcus is having a genetic memory of being a djinni, so his body is trying to be a djinni. It's trying to make its own fire and heat. It's speaking in the language of the djinni's ancestors. But Martin, Andromeda said, leaning forward onto her elbows, I thought genetic memories were encoded in our genes, hence the word genetic. But Marcus is not descended from jinn, so how can that be? Martin rubbed his hands together and cracked his knuckles as his excitement grew. Yes, Andromeda. That's an excellent question. We've always called it a genetic memory because we believed this knowledge was derived from our ancestors' memories and encoded in our DNA. Those memories stayed dormant until something woke them up. Magic, biological necessity, who knows? Either way, the memories were passed down through generations. But to manifest, to go from knowing a language to speaking a language, for example, The memory must have adhered to the vital spark. The vital spark, after all, is what attaches our soul to our body. It is both physical and spiritual, a truly unique mechanism. I threw up my hands, exasperated. This sounds like a bunch of bullshit speculation. I'm a biologist, a scientist. I can't accept your hypothesis without further evidence. Of course, Martin said, his enthusiasm dampening just a bit. And you're right. It's only a hypothesis. But I observed him. I used alchemy to look at his soul and observed what happens when he enters that deranged fugue state. And to me, the evidence is clear. Marcus is manifesting the memories of generations of jinn. His body and psyche recall a series of lives that not only did he not live, but that no one in his species has lived. He is manifesting memories that are contrary to 6 million years of human evolution. I looked over at Marcus, trying to gauge how well he was handling all this. But he wasn't looking at me. He was hunched over, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands clasped together. His face was downturned, his shoulders slumped. He was so still that if I didn't know better, I might think he was praying. Well, shit, maybe he was. Perhaps I should be, too. Can you imagine the paradox? Martin was still talking, oblivious to the growing anxiety in the room. He's a human man with memories of being an entity formed and forged in fire. An entity that lives for centuries and has mastered magic we can only dream of. Imagine trying to live as a normal human man while experiencing that. This was too much. I was feeling sick. Andromeda noticed and placed the back of her hand on my forehead. "You're all clammy," she said. "I'll get you some water." As Andromeda left the room, Marcus looked up, worrying his knuckles with his fingertips. "Unlike your genetic memories, Dove, I can't be myself and have the Ginny's memories at the same time. These things are competing inside me. That's why I suffer the fugues at the same time I lapse into Arabic. That's the language I've been speaking, by the way. We think." I clenched my fists tighter. "I don't give a damn about the language," I said. "What do you mean by competing? Does that mean that only one can win? Yourself as Marcus or yourself as the Ginny?" I looked from Marcus to Martin. "What does this mean? You're the alchemist. Is there a cure?" "You ask excellent questions, Kezia," Martin said, "and I believe you will be satisfied with the answer. At least, somewhat. To answer your first question, no, I don't believe it means only one of them will win. I believe that eventually, his Ginny and human natures will learn to coexist. And once that happens, Marcus's madness will end." The relief I felt at hearing those words was so full and sudden that I might have collapsed had Andromeda not pushed a glass of cold water into my hands. I gulped it down greedily. Martin sucked in a breath. "However." Shit. Of course there was a however. My spirits sank again. "I doubt that Marcus, this Marcus as you know him, will come out the same on the other side of his unification. I think he'll be changed. In what ways? I can't say. But once his two experiences learn to coexist, they will alter him at his core." I turned to my ex-husband, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Do you feel yourself changing?" I asked. Marcus faltered before answering. "Some." This admission felt like an arrow through my chest. "But not so much that I don't still believe you are my Ayanmo," he finished. Ayanmo, a Yoruba word for fate or destiny. I knew the meaning of the word even before I inherited my Yoruba memories, but now it took on even greater meaning. "But don't be deceived," Martin interjected. "Just because he feels something for you today doesn't mean he will still feel for you when this process of transformation is completed." From the corner of my eye, I saw Andromeda shoot him a reproachful glance he gleefully ignored. His emotional ties may be cut. His values may be different. In short, there's no telling who will emerge on the other end of this transformation. I was at a loss for words. I opened my mouth to speak, but I had no voice. Andromeda must have sensed my distress because she leaned over to caress my back. So, what are our options then? Are we just supposed to sit around and wait to see what happens? No. Martin offered a thin smile. There's another option. He could have these genetic memories extracted. Extracted? I scoffed, my mouth dipping into a frown. That can't be done. It's impossible. Even memory-wiping magic is unreliable. The memories always creep back after a time. We used to think so, Martin agreed. But there is a psychiatrist in Chicago who has been removing unwanted genetic memories from the Black community for a few years now. He's had incredible success. And while I couldn't guarantee success with Marcus given his unique circumstances, it's certainly worth investigating. Unless you'd rather just wait and see how Marcus ends up on the other side. He shrugged. He could be fine, of course, but ultimately that's a gamble only Marcus can make. All eyes turned to my ex-husband. Marcus hung his head and pressed his hands against his forehead. I saw his shoulders quake as he stared down at the floor. I don't like the idea of anyone messing around with my head, he said. But I can't live like this either. Whatever is happening to me, I want it to stop. I want the life I used to have. I want to be a father to my daughter. I want to be a husband to my wife. He looked up as he said this, catching my gaze and refusing to let go. Those eyes bore into mine, and my mouth went dry. I wanted those things too. This is a decision that shouldn't be made lightly, Martin continued. I probably don't need to tell you of the dangers of memory alteration. You remember the satanic panic of the 1980s and the people who claimed to awaken memories of ritual abuse. I remember, I said, but those people were lying. What's that got to do with anything? Oh, they weren't all of them lying, he objected. Many of them really thought they remembered such events. It's just that the memories were planted. Listen, the mind is the last uncharted territory. Martin's expression was sober now. We don't understand it half as well as we think we do. And though I believe Marcus's genetic memories will change him, there's also the chance that removing them could change him. After all, what we recall shapes who we become. There's no guarantee that his genetic knowledge hasn't already altered him. And to change it back? He shrugged again, letting his hands fall to his sides. We just don't know. I looked to Marcus. What do you want to do? He shook his head. This can't be decided now, he said gently. The psychiatrist's name is Gordon Howard, Martin said, walking to a desk where he scribbled down some information on a piece of paper. I'd be happy to make an introduction. He handed the paper to Marcus, who slipped it into a pocket without looking at it. I know this isn't the news you all wanted to hear. I know you hoped an alchemical transformation would be the answer to your problems. He sighed then, giving a lame shrug. And believe me, I wanted to help. I've promised my publisher another book, and I don't have any ideas. Perhaps his statement was meant only to lighten the mood, but it didn't work. None of us felt like joking. We really appreciate your time, Marty, Andromeda said, drawing to her feet. I know you're busy. We'll get out of your hair, but really, thank you, it means everything. The two exchanged hugs, and when they separated, I shook the alchemist's hand. His gaze was steady when he said, If it turns out you need my services, you know where to find me. Chapter 3. A few nights later, I was sitting in my living room with Marcus and Kioma. Big Ginny had excused herself for the evening, saying that the outcome was none of her business. I appreciated the privacy, but I would have liked her comfort and support. But for once, Big Ginny was right. This was a decision for Marcus and his family. I wasn't even sure that should have included me. We only have two options, Mum, Marcus was saying. He sounded tired. He and his mother had already been arguing about this for over 45 minutes. We can either wait this thing out and see what happens, or I can go see this Dr. Howard and have him remove my inherited memories. Keoma, however, was not persuaded. I have a hard time believing that those are the only choices, she said, her tone prim. She affected haughtiness better than anyone I knew. You haven't even considered true alternatives, Marcus. I'm supposed to take this alchemist's word that these are your only choices? Have you considered visiting a witch doctor? Have you prayed on it? It was strange to hear Keoma, a devout Christian, speaking of witch doctors. It was a sign of how unnerved she was. But in a way, she was right. Just because an alchemist who only had experience in his own magical domain claimed that there were only two choices didn't make it so. Keoma has a point, I said. We should at least investigate alternatives. Marcus shot me a dark look. And what alternatives come to mind, Kezia? A witch doctor? So that he could do what? The question isn't who does the work. The question is what work needs to be done. You can't just snap your fingers and fix my deteriorating personality. No one can. He scoffed then, shaking his head. Let's be practical, all right? These genetic memories are destroying me. And the longer we allow these memories to sit in my body, the more likely I am to wake up tomorrow transformed. Perhaps I'll be someone better, but perhaps not. I looked down at my hands in my lap and massaged my fingers, trying to ease my nerves. Well, we all change every day, Marcus. This is not the time to lob bullshit philosophy at me, Kezia. I grimaced at his venom, and Marcus blew out a hot puff of air. I'm sorry, I don't want to yell, but neither do I want to have an esoteric debate with you. We have to decide as a family what to do. To make it simple, I keep the memories, or I don't. Those are the two options. Everything else is theoretical and immaterial. Keoma folded her hands in her lap, and I saw how she fought to keep her temper in check. Maybe I shouldn't be part of your decision, she said, her jaw firm. I raised you. I gave you the ethical and moral basis for the entire course of your life. I raised you with Nigerian values. So, what can I say, Marcus? I'm biased as your mother. I want you to become the man I intended for you to become. But every mother wants that. And every child must make his own choices. Who am I to tell you how to live? That is so unfair, Mom. Marcus sighed, shaking his head. I need you now like I've never needed you before, and you wash your hands of me? No, I get it, he said, staving off Keoma's objection. You're right, I have to choose for myself. Well, the only thing I know for sure is that I want to care for my family, to love and cherish my daughter, to help Kezia fight her affliction and one day reunite our family. He didn't look at me as he said this, keeping his eyes on his mother. Dr. Howard is my best chance to make all of that happen. Keoma looked away, but not quickly enough. I saw the way her chin wobbled. American medicine can't be trusted, she said, her voice low. All of their data is based on different populations than ours. How many of our people have been used to advanced medicine without ever seeing the benefits themselves? Are you sure about this? Can you trust your mind to this man? Marcus rolled his eyes and laughed. On God, Mom, you sure assume a lot. Dr. Gordon Howard is a black man. In fact, his entire practice is centered on helping black folks get rid of unwanted genetic memories that necromancers woke up. He tapped out examples on his fingers. There was a woman who inherited memories of being raped by her father and brothers. A man who inherited memories of watching his family being slaughtered. Another man had memories of being beaten to death. These people were incapacitated by the memories of their ancestors. Dr. Howard relieved them of that. They can live normal, healthy lives now because of him. Black Americans, Keoma sneered, her tone dismissive. Her eyes flicked briefly in my direction, and she had the decency to blush. I apologize. I didn't mean it the way it came out. I sucked my teeth but didn't respond. We both knew she did. I just meant they're not Africans. We Nigerians have different standards to uphold. Marcus leaned his head back and cursed under his breath. This has nothing to do with standards, Mum. And it has nothing to do with Africans versus Black Americans. This is about who I want to be. And I believe my best chance for my sanity and my future is to have these memories removed by Dr. Howard. You know what? Marcus threw his hands up. I'm not even asking for your opinion anymore. I'm telling you. This is my decision. All I'm asking now is for your support and blessing. Kioma's shoulders drooped in defeat, and she leaned back into the couch, her eyes growing liquid with tears. Of course you have my support, son, she said. In times like these, all we can do is put our trust in God and hope that He will guide us and save us from ourselves. She wiped a tear. You'll at least let me pray for you, won't you? You'll accept at least that much from your mother? Marcus stood and walked over to sit at Kioma's side, pulling her into an embrace. He let her cry softly against him, her shoulders lightly quaking. You can always pray for me, he said. I wouldn't have it any other way. And God knows I'll need all the help I can get. Marcus's eyes lifted then, his gaze catching mine across the room. I held my breath, waiting for him to invite me into this intimate moment. I don't want to go without you, he said to me. But I know you have obligations here. Big Ginny and your job, and yet I have to ask. Of course I'll go with you, I answered without hesitation. Everything else we can figure out. If you need me, I'll be there. Marcus dipped his chin toward his chest, a tacit acknowledgement of the sacrifice I had just made. I had my own demons to slay, and while I was getting closer to reaching my goal, taking a detour to Chicago would surely set me back. But what good would it do for me to cure my affliction if I lost my family anyway? Everything in life was always a trade-off, and with each passing day, the universe seemed to demand more and more from my family and me. All my life, I just wanted things to be fair. For me, for my people, for humans everywhere. Really. Not happy. Not even healthy. Just fair. But if there was fairness somewhere on offer, I sure wasn't finding it. Dr. Gordon Howard's practice was in Evanston, a suburb of Chicago at Northwestern University. The campus was well manicured, though not ostentatious. The psychiatric facility that housed Dr. Howard's office was just off a running trail overlooking Lake Michigan. Inside, the lobby was humming with students. Dr. Howard's office was on the 6th floor. We had to check in at the front desk and get a key card to access the elevator, which made Marcus twitchy. Makes me feel like I'm doing something dangerous, he complained as he punched the 6 on the control panel and the doors slid closed. It's just for security, I said. Probably to keep nosy students from poking around where they ain't got no business. Marcus only grunted in response. The doctor's waiting area was homey, with plump chairs and plants hanging from the ceiling. A receptionist sat behind the counter, but otherwise, the room was empty. I chose a chair and began thumbing through a magazine while Marcus checked himself in. After a moment, he came to sit with me, clasping my hand in his. I squeezed his fingers before withdrawing. Is everything okay, Dove? He asked. Everything's fine, I'm just nervous and my hands are sweaty. Marcus smirked and crossed his legs, dangling his foot playfully. What are you nervous about? I'm the one that's about to go see the head shrinker. Don't say that. You make it sound so shameful. No, I'm just nervous about what all this means. Marcus held out his hands, beseeching. What means? I dropped my eyes to one side. Being here with you. Pretending to be your wife. We decided to live separate lives for Lola's sake. And this confuses things for me. And I know this is only a charade we have to play because otherwise the doctor won't talk to me. But I feel like I'm setting us both up for disappointment. Marcus nodded and looked away. "You're always so pragmatic," he said. "But let's not make this about you, okay? Let's make this about me. And I need your support. I'm glad you came." I opened my mouth to respond when the door opened, and a nurse stepped through. "Marcus Adeyemo?" Both Marcus and I rose to our feet. The nurse offered us a perfunctory smile as she escorted us to a room that looked like a professor's study. The walls were painted a warm brown, and faux wood floors were largely covered by worn area rugs. On one side of the room was a plush couch, and on the other a large desk behind which sat Dr. Gordon Howard. When he saw us, he rose to his feet, all smiles. He reached out to Marcus first, shaking his hand. "Dr. Howard," he said, giving Marcus's hand a few pumps. "You must be Marcus. It's nice to meet you." "Likewise," Marcus said, "and this is my wife, Kezia." I felt a blush bloom in my cheeks at being called his wife. It was such a stupid thing to get emotional about. But then, human emotions were stupid. The doctor shook my hand, and then we all took our seats. "So," the doctor said as he rifled through a folder on his desk, "I see you are here on a referral from Dr. Martin Quinn. Is that right?" Marcus nodded. "That's right. He thought you might be able to help me." The doctor folded his hands on his desk and leaned forward. "Well, that's what we're all here to find out. So, tell me what's been going on." Marcus and I had rehearsed this moment, careful to get our story straight. Neither of us wanted it to be public knowledge that we had encountered a Jinni, mostly because we didn't want the publicity. Magical creatures brought all the nut jobs to the yard. Instead, we went with a leaner version of the truth. "I seem to have awoken some genetic memories that I'd rather not have," Marcus said. "It all started after a necromancer laid hands on me. Since then..." Marcus shuddered. "I've been experiencing certain events that I'm better off not remembering. Perhaps the ancestors mean well. But I was far happier, and saner, without the memories." He told the lie well, and I had to bite my tongue to keep from saying so. The thing was, Marcus was Nigerian, and Nigerians, unlike American blacks, weren't in the diaspora. They had a homeland, language, culture, religion, everything American blacks lacked on account of slavery. And since necromantic magic only benefited those of us in the diaspora, Marcus couldn't receive gifts. So we agreed to leave out his heritage and pretend he'd awoken a genetic memory from his ancestors. It just seemed easier. The doctor gave a little nod. "I see. The trouble with necromancy is the propensity to look backward. Getting lost in the past is no way to move forward. And yet, when we raise the dead within us and the ancestors grant us new experiences, it's often for good reason. So, are you sure you want to remove them? There are other therapies, you know." A tendon in Marcus's jaw flexed. What could possibly be the purpose of allowing horrific events to resurface? The doctor steepled his fingers under his chin. "There are many good reasons. In terms of human evolution, genetic memory makes sense. We live our entire lives learning, filing away information, making connections, and gaining all this insight. And when we die, it all goes with us. Then our community has to start over, raising children who come into this world utterly ignorant. Maybe they'll gain the same knowledge you earned throughout your life, but maybe they won't. With genetic memory, we don't take all our learnings to the grave. In fact, death itself becomes a learning experience. In terms of survival of the species, it's a miraculous feat." "I can see the logic in that," Marcus admitted. My head snapped around. That wasn't part of the script we'd rehearsed. And yet, I think the species will be fine without this particular contribution. Phew. I let myself relax a little. The doctor chuckled to himself, looking down again into his notes. "All right, as long as you're sure. You are right about one thing. Evolution perhaps didn't account for humans being awful creatures sometimes. The things we do to each other. The things we remember, I could tell you such terrible stories, but of course, there's doctor-patient privilege. But more than that, there's also human decency. I wouldn't want to stain your consciousness with the things I know. He plopped his cheek onto his fist, turning his attention to me. And how about you? How do you feel about your husband's memories? I stammered. Me? What do I have to do with it? They're not my memories. It's really not my business. The doctor smirked. You might not think so, but you'd be wrong. If your husband's memories have altered his aura, that new energy could affect you on some level. Make you feel woozy or faint. Do you know much about auras, Mrs. Adeyemo? It's Bernard, actually, I corrected. And at any rate, please just call me Kezia. And yes, I know about auras. I'm a necromancer. My aura kills people. I hadn't meant to be saucy, but there was something in the doctor's demeanor that I didn't like. Maybe it was his smugness, or maybe it was my bias against psychiatry altogether. It just wasn't real science. I see, he said. And are you the one who raised the dead in your husband? I'm not. I don't have a godsend. I can't give gifts or awaken anything in anyone. Except lust, Marcus said with a sly smile. I blushed, and the doctor laughed. I see. Well, that's strange. You're a bit old to still be green, aren't you? It was a rude question, but one that I had answered many times before. I haven't been able to contact my mother on the other side, I said. Haven't been so lucky. I must have put just the right amount of ice into my tone because the doctor's cheeks darkened with chagrin. He returned his attention to Marcus. All right, so you're not interested in keeping these memories. It seems you've given this some thought. Do you have questions about the risks? Some. Mostly I don't know what the risks are, Marcus said. I use several techniques in this treatment. Hypnotherapy, guided meditation, sometimes drug therapy. With the mind, nothing is certain. Just like drugs have side effects, so do psychiatric treatments. I am fairly certain I can extract your memories, but that doesn't mean that I won't accidentally take away something you want to keep. And it doesn't mean that I'll get all of it. You may have strange dreams for a while, or you may have weird associations. For example, smelling bacon could sexually arouse you. I've even had some patients develop synesthesia. They hear colors and smell numbers, but mostly, the treatment is successful. Marcus and I exchanged looks. I knew he wanted me to say something supportive, or at least offer my opinion. But this was a decision he had to make on his own. So, like a coward, I glanced away, pretending to admire the artwork on the walls. You're interested in genealogy? I asked, referencing a piece of scrollwork that took up almost the entire wall. It depicted a hand-drawn family tree. Lifelong hobby, the doctor said with a grin. It's actually quite arduous tracing the heritage of African American people. But I got lucky and have been able to chart my past back several generations. I'm very proud of that work, he said. And next to the tree is a painting I picked up in my hometown in South Carolina. He chuckled. My wife doesn't like it. That's why I put it in the office. My girls think it's nice, though. They have their father's taste. The painting he was referencing looked like an old-style woodblock print. An image of a bird with a long neck looking over its shoulder was inked in dark red pigment on a creamy white background. Above it were the words, "Manifest your reality." It seemed a bit woo-woo for me, but to each his own. It's lovely. And who is that? I asked, indicating a black and white photograph of a middle-aged black woman wearing a cowboy hat and standing open-mouthed in front of a microphone. That's my grandmother, Dr. Howard said with a smile. She's a country music singer. Oh yeah? My grandmother is a big country music fan. Well, then maybe you've heard of her. She was well known in her prime. Her name was Leontine Davis. Ring a bell? I shook my head. No, but I bet Big Ginny knows her. Mind if I snap a photo? The doctor shrugged his indifference, so I snapped a picture of the photograph and dashed off a text to Big Ginny. This therapist has a famous Gma. Kinda cool. Country singer named Leontine Davis? I stuck the phone back in my pocket. Finally, Marcus cleared his throat, drawing us all back into the moment. He gestured to the doctor. "I think this is my best bet at getting my life back," he said. "So, while I appreciate the risk, I want the treatment." Dr. Howard thumped his hands on the desk with a smile. "Good man. I don't like to encourage my potential clients one way or the other, but obviously, I think you've made a good choice. Now, I want to let you know it is an inpatient treatment. Most patients see success within 3 weeks, but sometimes it can be a little over a month. Can you commit to that?" "I've already taken a sabbatical from my job," Marcus said, looking abashed, or perhaps rueful. My heart went out to him. He really loved his work. Taking extended time off must have been painful. "So that should be fine." He turned to meet my gaze. "Don't worry about Lola. Mum's taking care of her." "I'm not worried," I said. "At least not about that." I looked at the doctor. "So, this inpatient treatment, will he have to be committed?" I left the bulk of my question unasked, but fortunately, both men seemed to understand where I was headed. If word got out that Marcus had been committed, it could be disastrous for his career. Thankfully, Dr. Howard shook his head. "Our hospital is a research facility," he said. "You'll be a participant in a study. That's all anyone ever need know if they need to know anything at all." With nothing more to discuss, the doctor rose to his feet, and Marcus and I followed. He led us down the hallway, back into the waiting room. "It was good meeting you both. Oh." He snapped his fingers and held up a finger, remembering something. "Mrs. Adeyemo, there's an ancestry festival in town next week, biggest in the country. It's about an hour's drive from here. There's always a necromancer or two. If you're keen to chat with a colleague about your own necromancy, such as it is, you might want to check it out." He disappeared back into his office before I could get good and offended at that "such as it is" comment. Marcus sensed my displeasure and rested a hand on my shoulder. "He's a pompous ass. Just let it go." I rolled my eyes in annoyance as Marcus headed to reception to sign his paperwork and make the arrangements for his treatment. While I waited, I flipped through a magazine. The waiting room had been empty when we'd arrived, but now a woman was here, watching me too carefully for my taste. I was preparing my stink eye for her when my phone buzzed. It was Big Ginny returning my text. "She okay, not a fan," it said. I chuckled and slid the phone away. When I looked up, the woman was still watching me. I gave her my best, "Do you have a problem?" "Look," and she dropped her eyes to the side, her cheeks reddening. When Marcus finished, we headed to the door to leave. But before I stepped into the hallway, I felt a hand on my arm. I turned to find the woman who had been watching me sidled up beside me, a look of worry creasing her face. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she said, "but I wondered if I could speak to you for a minute." Her eyes flicked briefly toward Marcus. "Alone?" Marcus looked at me, his brows raised in a question. "It's okay," I said to him. "Can you wait for me outside?" Marcus glanced at his watch. "I've got a call with a colleague in 10, he said. "I'm cutting it close as it is." "Oh." I had to bite back a grin. I knew damn well Marcus didn't have a call. He was trying to give me an out. I appreciated it, but something about the tone of the woman's request made me curious. Damn it. "You go on ahead. I'll get a ride back to the hotel." Marcus nodded. "Okay, I'll see you then." The three of us headed out to the parking lot. Marcus got into his car and drove away while the woman and I walked toward a shady patch of trees along the sidewalk. She was small, with long, sandy brown hair tied back in a ponytail. She was probably in her late 30s, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her eyes were blue, but rimmed with red as though she had recently been crying. She was modestly dressed in a long-sleeved Oxford blouse and pressed blue jeans. She was wringing her hands as she chewed her lips. "What can I help you with?" I asked. The woman glanced over her shoulder toward the building we had just exited. "I wasn't eavesdropping," she began, her voice dripping with apology. "I swear I wasn't. But I heard Dr. Howard mention your necromancer colleagues." Her fingers reached for the gold crucifix she wore around her neck. She rubbed it absently. "Are you a necromancer?" I sucked in a little breath and squared my shoulders. I knew where this was going, and it wasn't anywhere good. Most people recognized necromancy for what it was, a bit of harmless evolutionary magic. But some people, like my brother's wife, thought it was wicked. I had a bad feeling this lady was in the latter category. I glanced around the parking lot nervously. We were alone. Shit. "I'm sorry," I said, glancing again at her necklace and backing away. "If you're looking for a necromancer—" "No, wait." The woman stepped forward, her face twisted with emotion. "Please, I'm not—" She fingered the necklace again and shook her head. "I'm not one of those crazies or anything. I just really need some help." She paused before folding her hands at her breast. "I believe the Lord sent you to me." Well, that was a new one. And if she thought that made her sound less crazy, she was wrong. But despite my better judgment, I stepped forward and waited for her to continue. My small action seemed to hearten her, and she almost smiled with relief. She stood taller. "Where I come from, we don't have a lot of necromancers. None, if I'm honest. I wasn't even really sure they existed." I smirked. "You mean like Santa Claus?" My joke fell flat. Her expression didn't change. "Forgive me if this is a stupid question, but can you speak to the dead? Like, really speak to them? It's not just a poetic thing to say, is it?" "It's not poetic, no," I said. "It's literal. Raising the dead is the poetic one. We can't actually do that in the literal sense. Obviously." I was about to launch into a mini lecture on the subject when I realized her question was a mere preamble. She wanted something else. The woman's skin turned a blotchy red as tears welled in her eyes. "Oh my heavens, I really think the Lord sent me here. He wanted me to meet you today. I'm sorry. I know this must sound crazy from a stranger, but I really need your help. Oh gosh, where are my manners?" She cleared her throat and held out a hand. "I'm Bonnie Sinclair," she said. I accepted her hand. "Kezia Bernard." "Well, Kezia, I need someone to find out what happened to my daughter." Those, of course, were the magic words. If I'd had half a mind to bounce before, those thoughts had just taken the midnight train to Georgia. "Your daughter?" I asked. The woman broke into sobs. Instinctively, I reached out and placed my hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. She lifted her own hand and clasped mine as she cried. Her tears didn't last long. After a moment, she shook herself, wiping the tears away with her free hand. "I'm so sorry. I must look insane to you." I shook my head. "Not at all. Tell me about your daughter." The woman sniffled. "Her name is Katie. She was 13 years old. She died a few weeks ago." You'd think that as sensitive to death as I am, I would have seen this coming. Hell, that this lady was looking for a necromancer should have been enough to tip me off. But hearing that this woman's young daughter had passed knocked the wind out of me. "I'm sorry," I breathed. "Thank you." The coroner couldn't determine an exact cause of death. He thought it might have been asphyxiation. We had the carbon monoxide detectors checked, but everything came back fine. My husband keeps telling me I need to let this go, that there's nothing more we can do. But I can't rest until I know what happened to her. She died in her bed. Just went to sleep and didn't wake up. I know how I sound right now, but you can't imagine what it's like to lose a child. My heart squeezed, and my entire chest ached with her pain. My daughter Lola was very much alive, but I hadn't seen her in person since she was an infant. That had been 5 years ago. I had to abandon her when she became sick with the blues on account of my affliction. And so, while I could never understand the extent of this woman's agony, I had a taste. You're looking for someone to talk to her on the other side? To ask her what happened? The woman turned her face up to me, nodding vigorously. That's what I'm hoping for, she said. Is that something you can do? Is that something anyone can do, or am I grasping at straws? It's possible, I said. It's not guaranteed, but I've done that kind of work before. Forgive me for saying so, but it sounds like she died peacefully. Maybe her heart just gave out, or she had sleep apnea. The sadness that had been all over the woman's face just moments ago shifted. Her eyes lost their shine, and where grief had rendered her cheeks soft, something else now made them rigid. You might have been right, except for one thing. It's not just my daughter that died like this, she said. It's all over my town. The children go to sleep, but they never wake up. Chapter 4. Continuing this conversation on the sidewalk was not an option, but neither was walking away. I followed Bonnie to a cafe just off campus. We ordered hot coffees and settled down at a table by a window. I watched as Bonnie swallowed nervously, tapping her fingers against her coffee mug. Her leg jiggled beneath the table. It all started a couple months ago, Bonnie said. Red Brook is a small town. Nothing happens without your neighbors knowing about it. Mostly, we save our gossip for lunch on Sundays, just so we don't have to rehash the sermon. Have something else to talk about, you know? So when I got a phone call in the middle of the night from Amy Buchanan, I knew something bad had happened. And who's Amy? Just a childhood friend. Everyone in Red Brook knows each other. We all went to school together, and our children go to school together. Most of the women don't work. Our husbands all work at the factory. It's your typical small town. Nothing much happens, usually. Her eyes misted over as she said this last part. The phone rang sometime around 4 a.m. I'm not sure, but I remember the sun wasn't up yet. Amy was whispering into the phone. I couldn't hear her. I asked her to please speak up, but she said she didn't want the devil to overhear. I blinked. The devil? Bonnie gave a mirthless chuckle. I think she meant she wasn't supposed to be gossiping. She's a Baptist. Anyway, Amy was calling to tell me she'd heard sirens. Police had come to her street. Amy is an insomniac, so she was awake. She went to the window, looked out, and then went outside when she saw how many cop cars there were. They were all outside the Carter place. She and Franny Carter are close, so she went down to see that everything was okay. She found Franny hysterical on her front porch, half-dressed. At first, the cops wouldn't let Amy through, but she knew one of the deputies, someone she dated in high school. Anyway, she forced her way through to see Franny, and Franny just kept chanting, "He's gone, he's gone, he's gone." Bonnie took a sip of her coffee and tilted her head back as she lost herself in the memory. Apparently, Franny had gone to check in on her son, Neil, and found that he wasn't breathing. She called 911, but by the time the paramedics arrived, Neil was dead. Had been dead for quite some time. At least that's the way Amy tells it. Franny doesn't talk to anybody, hasn't spoken a word since that night. That's awful, I said. Nobody should have to endure that kind of pain. Nobody, Bonnie agreed. And yet, that was just the first case. 4 children have died in our town, all in the same way. Each of them died in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. Possible asphyxiation is what the coroner says. Bonnie made a disgusted noise in the back of her throat. Isn't that the kind of thing you should be sure of? Shouldn't death be more, I don't know, precise than that? As a mother, I understood what she was saying, that it wasn't fair or right to be told. We don't know exactly why your daughter died. But as a biologist, I knew that the functions of the body were not always certain. Signs of asphyxiation included high levels of carbon dioxide in the blood and acidosis. But still, they were just indicators. Death was complicated, but the grieving had little use for complexity. They wanted to keep their grief simple. My Katie wasn't the last, she continued, fresh tears making their way down her cheeks. It was a Saturday. She often slept in on Saturday, so when she missed breakfast, I didn't think anything of it at first. But then I got a funny feeling like I needed to go check on her. I hadn't done that since she was little. Like I said, she was 13. You know how teenagers are. They covet their privacy. But just the same, I went to go look in on her. I pressed my ear to the door first, just to make sure I wasn't interrupting anything. I pushed the door open, and all the lights were still out. I went to her bedside, and her face was turned away from me. She'd kicked off her blanket in the night, and I pulled it up around her shoulders. Bonnie touched her own shoulder then, shuddering. But mother's intuition is a real thing, you know? I knew something was wrong. I rolled her toward me, and her face. Bonnie pressed her face into her hands, her body shaking. Katie looked terrified, like she'd just seen a ghost. Her eyes were wide open, big as silver dollars. I put my hand on her face, and her skin was so cold. So cold. I panicked. I climbed on top of her and shook her by the shoulders. I just kept shaking her even though I knew in my heart she wasn't there. I started screaming for my husband to call 911. He stumbled into the room, asking what was going on. And I just remember shouting at him to call 911. I didn't even tell him why. Just call, I shouted. Just call. But just like the others, by the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. The coroner says that Katie had already been dead for several hours by the time I found her. She looked up at me then, her eyes narrow. How do you think they know things like that? How long a person has been dead? Isn't there just dead and not dead? How can there be degrees of dead? If Bonnie Sinclair had really wanted an answer to this question, I would have supplied it. I understood the nuances of death. I knew that if Katie had been dead for hours by the time Bonnie found her, Bonnie likely discovered her daughter in a bed of her own piss and shit. And if the girl had been lying in bed undisturbed, her blood would have pooled. If she had been on her side, as Bonnie mentioned, the blood would have pooled in her bottom arm, side, and leg. And if Bonnie hadn't found her for another few hours, she wouldn't have found a flexible, pliant body to shake. She'd have found a stiff. These were the stages of death. Primary flaccidity, livor mortis, rigor mortis. These things followed a simple timeline. It wasn't magic. It was science. And yet, I knew Bonnie wasn't looking for answers, not scientific ones anyway. She was just trying to find sense in it all. I wanted to tell her that there was no sense in it. The universe was random and heartless, and the only peace we'd find was in eternity after death. But that's not something you can tell a stranger. Unfortunately, that's something everyone must discover on their own. After Katie, there was one other child who died, Nelson Pruitt's boy. I think he was in the same class as Katie. I used to see Nelson at football games sometimes, before. She shuddered. I don't even remember Nelson's son's name. I feel terrible about that. But I think grief does something to the brain. I can hardly remember what I had for breakfast this morning. So you can imagine how I felt when I heard Dr. Howard saying you were a necromancer. With everything going on in my life and in my town, it just can't be a coincidence. I took a sip of coffee to avoid meeting her eyes. I didn't believe everything happened for a reason, but neither did I believe in coincidences. I know it's a lot of me to ask, Bonnie said finally. But Red Brook is only about an hour from here. Do you think you could come down to my house and contact Katie? I think all of us would sleep better knowing what happened to our kids. As it is, no one's getting very much sleep. It always happens at night. Everyone thinks if they fall asleep, their babies will never wake up. I sighed, rubbing my eyebrow with a thumb. I know you already know this, but this sounds like a job for the police. Or the sheriff, or whatever it is you have down there. Bonnie gave me a withering look. Do you watch TV? I shrugged. Sure. Are you familiar with the character Barney Fife? I smirked, reading the disdain all over her face. Okay, I get it. The sheriff's a buffoon, and there are no leads. But even if I were in any way qualified to investigate strange deaths, which I'm not, I'm leaving town tomorrow. I don't even have anywhere to stay. And money is not exactly... Bonnie leaned forward onto her elbows, her expression hopeful. My cousin Bridget and her husband Frank own a bed and breakfast in town. I'm certain I can get a room for you. It probably wouldn't take much time to interview my daughter's... ghost? Is that what you call it? I shook my head. No, ghosts are something else altogether. I'd be talking to your daughter. The part of her that still continues on after death. Bonnie looked comforted by that information. She has to know something, she said. Doesn't the Bible say that when we see God in heaven, all of our questions are answered? Don't we arrive in heaven with the answers to all of life's greatest mysteries? I don't know if the Bible says that, but either way, it's not true, I said, shaking my head. In most ways, who we are in death is no different from who we were in life. We have the same questions and biases as we did then. So when I tell you that Katie may not know what happened to her, I mean it. Bonnie took another sip of her coffee, the wheels of her mind turning as she sought another angle to convince me. You're leaving tomorrow? But what about the Ancestry Festival? What about it? Bonnie looked surprised at my answer. Well, it's a huge event, she said. Biggest festival of its kind in the country. They've got live shows and shopping and all kinds of food. And if you dress up in traditional garb, they let you in for free. Sounds like fun, I said. I was just being polite. It didn't really sound like fun. In fact, it sounded like a sensitivity nightmare. I could only imagine how many people showed up in buckskins and headdresses, claiming they were wearing their ancestors' sacred hunting gear as they demanded free tickets. I'm just trying to give you a reason to stay, Bonnie admitted, lowering her eyes. I tell you what, I said finally. I'll come down to your house, and I'll try to contact your daughter. But only your daughter. There are people out there that won't like someone like me poking around in their business. Bonnie's cheeks flushed, and again she began ringing her fingers on the table. People like you? Do you mean black people? I guffawed. I meant necromancers, but now that you mention it, yeah, black people too. Bonnie grinned, but there was sadness in it. I like to believe our town isn't like that, but I'm probably naive, aren't I? I gave a lame shrug but remained quiet. If she wanted to believe there weren't racists in her town, who was I to disillusion her? Maybe she'd get lucky and never have to know the truth. All right, just talk to my Katie, okay? I knew I was being stupid, and I should say no. I knew I should take my ass home and mind my business, look for my mom, go to work, get my gardening venture off the ground and never look back on this woman and her dead daughter. But I couldn't do it. Yeah, it's a deal. As long as you can get me a room at your cousin's inn, then I'll see what I can do. Bonnie started crying again, this time from relief. She wiped her tears with the backs of her hands, sniffling and chuckling at the same time. I can't tell you how much this means to me. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. We have some savings, but... I don't want your money, I said. I just want to see if I can help. I'd want someone to do the same for me. Do unto others, Bonnie said, once again fingering the crucifix at her throat. That's what the Bible says. I grunted, choosing not to answer. The Bible said a lot of things. In the end, we each had to make up our own rules for how we lived. Even the ancestors couldn't decide that for us. By the time I arrived at the hotel, Marcus was already packed and ready to go. He was sitting at the foot of the bed, hands linked before him, staring at the floor when I walked in. At my entrance, he glanced up, but his expression was foreign. Icy dread welled in my stomach. I didn't have to ask. I knew he had just emerged from another one of his fugues. Everything okay here? I asked. Marcus gave a slight shrug. Just getting myself mentally ready to check into a loony bin. Don't talk like that. Marcus looked up, glaring. Why not? Shouldn't we always face the truth of our situation, no matter how unsavory? I knew he wanted to pick a fight, but I would not give him that satisfaction. I had already offered Marcus everything I had to give. Now his healing was in Howard's hands. Do you want me to come with you? To the hospital? But Marcus shook his head, returning his gaze to the floor between his feet. I don't want you to see me in a place like that, he said. I'm sure that once I get settled in, the doctor will want to speak with you. But until that time, I'd rather just go alone. You understand? I didn't understand. Not really. He'd asked me to come with him, and now he was pushing me away. I sat down beside him, but at my nearness, Marcus drew away. I grimaced. You're not in this alone, you know. Your mother will be praying for you. I've already asked the ancestors for guidance. We're going to get through this. Marcus snorted. I don't want to talk about this anymore. What did that woman want? Oh. I leaned back into my hands, letting my head fall to one side. Her daughter died recently. She asked me to come to her home to try to speak with her on the other side. Marcus frowned, but didn't make eye contact with me. And you're going to do it. It wasn't a question. Why? It's more than just her daughter. Turns out several children have all died in the same way. They passed away in their sleep. She asked me to come find out why. Marcus stood, linking his hands behind his head as he walked to the window. He stared out over the city's skyline, motionless. I saw his thoughtful reflection in the glass. You're really becoming quite the paranormal investigator, aren't you? It's not like that, I said, forcing a chuckle. I didn't know why Marcus was being so recalcitrant. It just feels good to help other people. That was always supposed to be my purpose, after all. Not being able to find my mother put a damper on my destiny. For the first time, I'm not letting fate decide my future. I'm taking things into my own hands, deciding for myself. Is that so wrong? Did I say anything about it being wrong? I just wonder why you're here putting other people's needs before the needs of our family. I stared in disbelief. What are you talking about? Marcus turned around and pointed a finger in my face. You should be home, spending every waking hour looking for your mother. You should be wholly dedicated to curing your affliction. Nothing else should matter to you, don't you understand that? Nothing. I recoiled in horror, at once furious and disgusted with his reaction. This was not the man I married. This was not my daughter's father. This was not... But then I understood. Martin Quinn was right. Marcus was changing. And I didn't like any part of who he was becoming. I don't imagine I'll be gone for more than a few days, I said, ignoring his outburst and swallowing down my anger. I already talked to Lamont. He's going to take care of Big Ginny while I'm gone. Plus, it gives me more time to stay in Chicago and check in on you. Marcus grunted. I already told you I don't want you to look in on me. I nodded. I know what you said. Lucky for you, I also know what's in your heart. Your real heart. When he said nothing, I drew to my feet. I guess I'll see you in a few days, I said, heading for the door. I dawdled in the doorway, my hand on the knob, waiting for Marcus to ask me not to go. But his gaze never tore away from the window, and after a moment, I slipped out of the room. The next morning, I checked out of my hotel room and loaded up my rental car. It was one of those fancy ones with an infotainment system. The trip to Red Brook was pleasant. Long stretches of road flanked by American heartland. I'd forgotten how much of Illinois was farmland. It was so easy to think of it as nothing but Chicago from end to end. But the further I got away from the city, the richer and lusher the surrounding land became. After a while, I felt the tension drip from my back and shoulders. Getting away from the city seemed to breathe life back into my soul. When I was about 10 minutes away from the address Bonnie had given me, however, something changed. A slow roil of anxiety in the base of my stomach turned into a cold dread that slithered up my spine and started prowling around the base of my skull. I frowned, taking breaths to center myself. Why am I nervous? Maybe because you're a black woman in a small town, or a green necromancer on her way to talk to a dead girl who died by unknown circumstances, or 'cause your ex-husband is acting a fool and getting his brain chopped up by a so-called doctor, said a voice in my head. If I hadn't felt so strange, I might have laughed out loud. Mama Fat was one of my patron ancestors. She didn't speak to me much, but I was always happy to hear from her when she did. You're right, I said aloud. Anxiety is normal, but everything is going to be fine. I can breathe through this. But even as I focused on my breathing, I knew I wasn't merely nervous. Something more was wrong. The smell. Ever since I was a child, death smelled of copal, palo santo, and lemon furniture polish. I sensed these fragrances in some small concentration at all times, because death is everywhere if you know where to look. The scents grew stronger the more imminent death was and the closer I was to it. As I breached the city limit of Red Brook, Illinois, the smells of death grew so thick in my car that I had to roll down the windows and let in fresh air. Of course, that didn't help. The scents were mostly in my head. The sickly sweet scent was making me nauseated. My skin grew clammy, and my scalp dampened with sweat. I'd been surrounded by death most of my life, but rarely felt anything like this. Fear gripped my belly and crawled into my throat, squeezing. God, something's not right. Something's really not right. Images flashed through my mind. My body withering away to dust, the dust blowing away on the wind. Images of myself in a crowd, laughing with other people, then fading away to nothing, with no one noticing. Pictures of my grave, my name etched into the headstone but quickly eroded by time until my name was gone, and all that remained was a stained and forgotten bit of stone. I saw my entire life erased. The highway swam as a tunnel of darkness blotted out my peripheral vision. I blinked, trying to focus on the road ahead, when a voice beside me said, "You're not supposed to be here." I swung my head to the right to find a woman sitting in my passenger seat. Dressed in a black dress with a matching cape and hood, her face was sunken, deformed. Half of her skin and muscle were burned away, leaving nothing but amber-colored bone. The other side of her face was a snarl of clotted skin, an eye melting from its socket, festering lips caked with blood and oozing pus. A gray and black snake wound around her neck and shoulders. Tucked inside the hem of her hood were a dozen flowers in various fading shades of pink, red, yellow. Terrible smells wafted from her. Rotten meat, spoiled milk, vomit. She turned her ruined face in my direction, and when her jaw clicked open, a single black spider skittered out from between her teeth. This was no woman. I screamed and swerved into the shoulder, slamming on the brakes. My car screeched to a halt, narrowly missing a trench of mud that ran alongside the highway. If I'd crashed into that, I'd have been screwed. I opened my eyes. The woman was gone. My heart rioted in my ears. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles had gone bloodless, my fingers cramping with the effort. My breathing was irregular and thready, tears stinging the back of my eyes. "Hold it together, Kezia," I admonished myself as I pressed my fingers to my eyes. You imagined it. It wasn't real. There was no corpse woman in the car with you. But her smell still lingered in the air. It was in my hair, in my clothes. I looked down into the passenger seat. Lying atop the faded faux leather was a single yellow petal. I unbuckled and got out of the car, my teeth chattering and my body shaking with adrenaline. I scuttled to the side of the road and kneeled in the grass. I vomited. Snot dripped from my nose, and I rubbed my face with the backs of my hands. coughing to clear my throat and center myself. I took a deep breath. There had to be a reasonable explanation for what I'd just experienced. There is, I thought wanly. The reasonable explanation is that some kind of fucking monster was sitting beside you in your fucking car. I drew in deep, steadying breaths as I climbed to my feet. The death smells were manageable now, still demanding but no longer cloying. I no longer smelled rot or decay, so whatever had been in my car was gone. Still shaking, I retrieved my phone and started searching. Knowledge was the only thing that would calm me. I needed to understand. I tried Googling phrases like corpse apparition, ghost woman dressed in black, and even Red Brook Phantom, but of course nothing reputable came up. It wasn't in my head, I said aloud. The flower petal sitting in my passenger seat silently agreed with me. I opened my passenger door and swept the seat clean. When my nerves were more or less settled, I climbed back in and started up the engine. I scanned the radio for the loudest, most chipper music I could find. 95.5 was playing Shiny Happy People. A terrible song, perfect for the occasion. I got back on the road, singing along with the radio at the top of my lungs. It helped. A little. When I finally arrived at Bonnie Sinclair's house, I parked on the side of the road. The street was lined on either side with modest homes in various stages of disrepair. There was no sidewalk. The unkempt lawns merely stretched out to reach the asphalt street. Lines of laundry created de facto barriers between homes, and more than a handful of trees supported tire swings. I double-checked the address Bonnie had given me and slowly made my way to the front porch. There was no doorbell, so I pulled back the screen and rapped my knuckles on the front door. The door opened, and Bonnie Sinclair appeared looking the same as when I'd met her in Dr. Howard's office. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a long-sleeved blouse, this time with a flowered skirt that reached her ankles. Her hand flew to her throat, and she sighed with relief as her eyes went wide and she beckoned me inside. "Oh God, I'm so glad to see you," she said. "I had begun to think you weren't coming." "Why? Did something happen?" Bonnie's gaze caught mine. I guess small-town gossip doesn't make it into the big city. I wrinkled my brow in confusion, but I had a terrible feeling I knew what Bonnie was going to say. What gossip? Bonnie looked down at her hands. "Another child died last night." She led me into the living room where we both settled onto her couch. She poured me a glass of lemonade, which I accepted gratefully. It was just a couple of streets over. Stacy and Christian Thorson. They have 4 children. Well, I guess 3 now. She chewed her lips as she wiped away a tear. It was their oldest girl, Nikki. The way I hear it, Christian went to wake her for school this morning and found that he couldn't. She sniffled. It was the same thing that happened to me, with Katie. I set the lemonade down on the table, leaning my elbows onto my knees. "I didn't ask you before, Bonnie. Do you have any opinions about what's going on here?" For a moment, I didn't think she would answer, but after a while, she sucked in a breath and gave a curt nod. "Yes, I think it's the devil. I think we're being punished for our sins." I said nothing as Bonnie cried softly to herself. The Sinclairs were obviously religious people. As I looked around the room, I noticed 3 altars, flat spaces that were home to an open Bible, a cluster of candles, and little vases filled with wildflowers. On the walls, she'd hung portraits of Jesus Christ, the silky-haired, blue-eyed versions of him that Middle America seemed to adore. Yes, Bonnie was obviously very devout, and turning to a necromancer like me meant she was desperate for help. In her world, everything was God's will or the work of the devil. There was no in-between. I didn't have to think very hard to know where I figured. "I don't know about the devil," I said finally, mostly to myself. "But I have to tell you, as soon as I entered the town, I sensed something strange." I considered how to tell her what I'd experienced without revealing I'd seen a monster, I'd hold those cards close to my chest until I understood what it was. See, everywhere you go, death leaves a shadow. It touches everything. But here, in this town, it's more like death is a black hole that's sucking everything in. I shuddered. I don't know a better way to describe it. There's something here that's unnatural. The death here is so profound. Bonnie's face blanched and she looked away, her jaw clenched tight. I gave her space to collect her thoughts, and after a moment, she found her voice. I take it you don't watch the news much, do you, Kezia? I guess not. I pay attention, but you are aware of the epidemic of school shootings around the country, aren't you? I bristled at her tone. Of course, I haven't been living under a rock. Bonnie turned to me as her eyes flashed. And yet the name of our town didn't stand out in your mind? It should have. We were in the news for weeks. The Cherokee High School massacre? Does that ring a bell? Memories rushed into me, and at once I felt like an imbecile. The city name of Red Brook hadn't meant anything to me, but Cherokee Stadium sure did. There'd been a high school football game, and around halftime someone started shooting. He was a local man, and the paper said they found no motive. Neighbors were dumbfounded. Dozens had died. The massacre and the ensuing investigation had been in the papers for a long time. I should have remembered. I'm so sorry, I said. I didn't realize that had happened here. It's all right. So many horrible things have been happening in our country lately. I guess it's hard to keep track. But in a way, that's how I came to meet you. How do you mean? Bonnie let out a huge sigh and poured herself a glass of lemonade. Her hands shook, and I saw that the backs of her hands were crisscrossed with semi-healed scratches. Cat scratches, most likely. This is a small town. We don't have very many shrinks around here. The only shrink we had was Dr. Howard. He used to live here. He also had that clinic out in Chicago, but he commuted. After the shooting, everyone needed mental health support. And as the local doctor, Dr. Howard treated most of us. Post-traumatic stress disorder or whatever. He wasn't an expert, but he was better than nothing. At least he could prescribe Xanax. She took a swallow of lemonade and pressed the glass to her chest. Eventually, another doctor joined and took over his practice. Dr. Matthews is a PTSD expert, but he's not as friendly as Dr. Howard. Nobody likes him as much. Well, I don't like him as much. So I drive all the way out to Chicago for my appointments with Dr. Howard, and that's why I was in his office that day. Not only to talk about the shooting, but also my daughter. I nodded. Were you there that day? At the game? Bonnie nodded. Yes. None of us have been the same since. I always knew that healing would take some time. But after we lost Katie... Her voice broke and she dabbed at her eyes with the hem of her sleeve. I guess I just don't think things will be the same ever again. I pursed my lips and remained quiet. I had no words of comfort to offer. After all, she was right. Things would never be the same for her. It would do her no good to hear that, though. Well, I suppose I should take you to Katie's room. Are you ready to get started? I nodded silently as I rose and followed Bonnie down the hall and into a little bedroom. The room smelled of laundry detergent, strawberry lip gloss, and age-appropriate drugstore perfume, too sweet and fruity. Even the energy of the room felt like Katie had been here just moments ago. Her walls were covered in posters of teenage celebrities I didn't recognize. Her bed was unmade. Clothes littered the floor. The desk was piled with school books and a backpack hung over the back of her chair. Her mother followed me inside, letting her fingers trail over the furniture. She pressed a hand to her heart and breathed in deep. I haven't been able to touch this room since she died, Bonnie said. My husband keeps telling me to clean up in here. Box up her things and give them to Goodwill or something, I don't know. I told him I can't. He says we can't live like this forever. I told him if he wants her gone so bad, he should do it. Her nostrils flared and she ducked her head low. But he just gets angry when I say that, so I've stopped. Neither of us is ready to let her go. Cleaning her room would just erase the last memories we have of her. I'd never been in a dead child's bedroom before, and the grief weighed heavy on my shoulders. I couldn't imagine how her parents could stand being in the same house where she died, walking down the same hallways, breathing the same air, knowing Katie would never do those things again. Working in hospice and watching people lose their parents and grandparents was hard enough, and those were grown adults, most of whom had lived full, happy lives. It was unnatural to lose a child. Nothing could prepare you for that. "Why don't you wait out in the living room?" I said finally. "This might take a while, and I can't do it with you here. I need the solitude. Is that okay?" Bonnie blinked, shaking herself as though just remembering that I was there. "Yes, of course. My husband won't be home for hours, so take all the time you need. But I do need you to be gone before he gets off work." I frowned. "He doesn't know I'm here?" Bonnie offered a slight smile as she shook her head. "Every wife has her secrets, right?" She didn't wait for an answer before slipping out of the room. When she was gone, I closed the door behind her and sat on the foot of Katie's bed. I closed my eyes, taking deep breaths as I reached for the death current. Crossing to the other side was never a trivial matter. I couldn't simply close my eyes, dream of being there, and appear. Usually it was like dragging myself through a maze on my hands and knees with nothing but dim candlelight to guide me. But here, it was more natural, more like walking through the maze than crawling. When my consciousness arrived on the other side, I was in a school locker room. I was alone, except for a blonde teenaged girl in a cheerleading uniform, sitting on a bench and tying her shoes. "I don't think you're supposed to be here," she said without looking up. I blinked. "Why not?" "Only the coaches and the athletes are allowed in here," she said. "Duh." I smiled. Sometimes the dead behaved as though they didn't know they had crossed over. Katie, it seemed, still kept much of the sass she undoubtedly had in life. I wondered fleetingly if most teenage spirits responded the same way. I hoped to never find out. "You getting ready for a game or something?" I asked. Katie flicked her eyes in my direction. They were blue like her mother's. "Regionals," she said. "Does my hair look okay?" She turned her head to one side and then the other, posing. A huge smile was plastered on her face, making her cheeks round and pink. I laughed as I nodded, clicking my tongue against my teeth. "Girl, you look amazing. Those other chicks better watch out." Katie rolled her eyes but smiled. "Especially Olivia Havisham," she said. "She thinks she's such hot shit, but she doesn't have any idea that her boyfriend is cheating on her." I pretended to look shocked at the revelation. "With you?" Katie shook her head. "Yuck, no, with my best friend. Heather McDaniels. He's not my type." "What's your type?" Katie's smirk became more mischievous. "Heather McDaniels," she said. We both shared a laugh, and she finished tying her shoes. She got to her feet and pulled a pair of pom-poms from her locker, which she then slammed shut. "You really do have to get out of here, though," she said. "If Coach Stacy finds you in here, she'll shit herself." I ran a hand over my hair and nodded. "Yeah, I'm sure she will. I'll be gone in just a minute, but I have to ask you something first." The girl plopped her hands on her hips. "What?" I sucked in a sharp breath. "Katie, do you remember the night you died?" A dark cloud moved over the girl's face, and the smile she had worn so brilliantly only a moment before slipped from her lips as sadness seeped into her eyes. Her breath went out of her slowly, like a leaky balloon. "Sure, I remember," she said. "How can you forget a thing like that?" "Do you know what happened?" Katie hesitated. "I just remember going to sleep, and when I woke up, I was here. I don't remember anything other than that." I exhaled and bit down on my lower lip to hide my disappointment. "Are you sure?" You don't remember how you died or anything like that? Katie got a faraway look in her eye as she sat down next to me, the pom-poms forgotten. I remember I couldn't breathe, she said. I opened my mouth to shout, but when I breathed in, I couldn't find any air. I tried to open my eyes, but all I could see was black. I fought, though. I kicked and tried to hold on to my life. But death was so heavy. I couldn't get out from under it. And I thought I heard crying, but I couldn't be sure. And then it was over. We sat in silence for a minute until the roar of a crowd outside the gym doors snatched Katie's attention. She hopped to her feet and grabbed her pom-poms, tucking them under her arms. I'm sorry, but I really gotta go. I nodded. I could already feel that the other side was ready to kick me out. Katie, just one last thing. The other kids who died before you, do you know what happened to them? She shook her head. No, but listen. When you see my mom, she gestured with her chin. Tell her I'm happy, okay? Tell her I'm about to kill it at regionals. Before I could answer, the scene faded away, and as I came to, I was still sitting on the girl's bed, but now my cheeks were damp with tears. Chapter 5. Bonnie sat at the kitchen table, wringing her hands in her lap, her eyes liquid. She'd listened patiently as I recounted my time on the other side. She just doesn't know, I concluded, but she wanted me to tell you she's happy. She's cheerleading, I added, hoping that would add a bit of comfort. Bonnie sniffled, pressing the tears from her eyes with her fingertips. Isn't there anything else we can try? I started to say there wasn't, but stopped short. There was something else, though I wasn't sure Bonnie would like it. I can try one other thing, I said. In addition to being a necromancer, I'm also a conjure worker. Bonnie's expression shifted toward confusion. Conjure worker? I nodded. You might know it better as hoodoo. Still no recognition on her face. American folk magic? Now Bonnie's eyes grew wide with fright. Witchcraft? Oh no, I couldn't. You absolutely cannot do black magic in this house. There's no such thing as black magic, first of all, I said. Secondly, it's not witchcraft. Does it come from God? Well, that was a trick question. I didn't believe my magic came from anywhere. It just was. It was part of the world, like everything else. Doesn't everything come from God, depending on how you look at it? I asked. The blessings you receive come from God, but so do the tragedies. Bonnie's face darkened and her nostrils flared. I know I haven't been perfect. I know I'm a sinner. But I don't need you to stand here and tell me I'm being punished, that God brought this tragedy into my life. I sighed, sliding into a chair across from Bonnie. That's not what I'm saying at all. Listen, if you want me to use my abilities to divine an answer for you, I can. But I need both your permission and your help. Bonnie was silent a moment, drumming her fingers on the table. Finally, she let out her breath in a whoosh. Fine. We still have a few hours before Bud comes home. You have to be gone by the time he gets back. If he finds us, it won't take long, I promise. I didn't know why I was pushing so hard for this woman to let me help her. My intuition was screaming at me to just go home and forget about her and her child. But weirdly, I couldn't stop thinking about Lola. Wouldn't I try everything I could to find out what happened if the worst were to befall her? All right, the first thing we'll need is a good set of clean chicken bones. Can you take care of that? Bonnie's brow creased, but she nodded all the same. Yeah, Delaney Farm's down the street. They raise chickens. Pretty sure I can get bones from them. What do you need them for? I gave Bonnie a pointed look. Do you really want to know? It'll just give you more time to chicken out. No pun intended. She glanced away. I guess not. Is there anything else you need? I tapped a finger against my chin. Do you know of anything like a craft store around here? A place where I could buy some nice candles? Maybe some stones or crystals or something like that? Maybe a gift shop? Bonnie leaned her head to the side, nibbling on her bottom lip. There's a candle-making shop downtown. They might have what you're looking for. That should work. Do you know the name? Mystic Wicks, she said. Our downtown's only the size of a postage stamp. You can't really miss it. I scribbled the name on a piece of paper. I had such a terrible memory. I'll go into town and get the other supplies I need. You go down to the farm and get the chicken bones. I'll meet you back here in, say, half an hour. Bonnie rose to her feet. I can't tell you how grateful I am, she said. As I opened the front door, a cat skittered by my feet, darting outside. I yelped in surprise, and Bonnie stifled a little chuckle. Sorry about that. Julie's a little skittish around strangers. She's been worse since Katie passed. She always slept in her bed. She reached for the necklace at her throat. Now she sleeps alone. It will get easier, I assured her, using a line I often said in hospice. Just try to take it one day at a time. Bonnie offered a simple nod and then turned and headed back into the house. Just as Bonnie promised, Mystic Wicks was in the heart of downtown Red Brook, which only comprised 2 streets. It was a quaint little building with a wide variety of waxes, wicks, and other candle-making supplies and ready-made candles. When I stepped inside, I was overwhelmed with the smells of rose, lavender, vanilla, and hints of cinnamon. There was one other customer inside, a woman browsing a selection of dyes. She hardly looked at me as I entered. I was meandering down the ready-made aisle, looking for something appropriate when I heard a voice from behind me. Anything I can help you with? I spun around. Standing behind me was a woman with white blonde hair woven into an intricate array of braids that fell in a cascade around her shoulders. Her skin was stark white, her eyes a steel gray. Her eyelids were smudged with black shadow, and a finger-wide line of woad blue paint ran from the center of her bottom lip to the tip of her chin. Her ears were studded with earrings made of tiny animal bones. You startled me, I said, pressing a hand to my chest. Sorry about that. You must be that necromancer Bonnie told me about. I chuckled nervously, crossing my arms over my chest and taking a step away from her. Something about her set me on edge. How did you do that? You got a crystal ball behind the counter or something? The woman blushed and gestured toward me vaguely. It's just that you're black is all, she said. There aren't any black people in Red Brook. Not since Dr. Howard left. None? None at all? The store's other customer pushed the front door open. I'll think about the lavender, she called out cheerily. I've got to run. See you later? The shopkeeper waved. Send Kyle my regards. The customer breezed out the door. The blonde woman with the weird makeup turned back to me. What were we talking about? You said there weren't any black people in this town. Is that right? Nope, none. But really, that's not all that surprising. I think there's only 400 or 500 people in this whole place. And most of them look like me. Well, she grinned, folding heavily tattooed arms over her chest. Not exactly like me. When I said nothing, the woman cleared her throat and nodded toward the selection I was looking at. Anything in particular I can help you find? Actually, I need a pair of black candles, but it doesn't look like you have anything like that. The woman motioned for me to follow her behind the counter. In a town like this, if you sell black candles, people will take you for a witch or something worse. Hell, I already got myself into hot water by naming the shop Mystic Wicks. I just thought it sounded cute. But the biddies around here started a boycott saying that I was inviting the devil into Red Brook. She rolled her eyes at this. But there are a few people around here who have a more gothic aesthetic, and I like to pride myself on the fact that I cater to everyone. She pulled a box from underneath the counter and hefted it on top before lifting the lid. Inside were nestled several dozen long-tapered black candles. "How many did you say you needed?" "Just 2, I said. The woman selected a pair and handed them to me. "These for Bonnie?" I blinked, stammering. Well, Bonnie said you were coming to help her find Katie. Terrible thing," she said. "I suppose you've heard by now it's not just her and Bud. In fact, another kiddo died last night. Seems to be some kind of plague going around. I had a woman in here yesterday saying the whole thing made her want to leave. But Bonnie and Christian and them? Their people have been here for generations. Hard to leave a place when you have so much of its history in your blood. People are that scared? I mean, enough to actually move?" The woman nodded to the pair of black candles in my hand. "Folks are scared enough that even people like Bonnie Sinclair are doing God knows what with necromancers and black candles." She smirked and placed a hand on her hip. "I don't want to pry into other folks' business, but I don't need much of an imagination to know where that leads." I tucked my chin to my chest. "You won't tell anyone I was in here, will you? I don't want to make any trouble for her." The woman sucked her teeth. "Course not. We're gossips around here, but we know where too much is too much. Do you need anything else?" "You don't have shells or crystals or anything like that, do you? Maybe some herbs or flowers?" The woman led me over to another part of the store. "Folks like to add these to their candles. We've got glass beads, stones, shells, and flower petals. Just choose whatever you like and bring it up to the front. I'll ring you up when you're ready." She walked away, leaving me to sort through the decorations at my leisure. I ended up choosing a handful of stones that looked as different from each other as possible. Along with the rocks, I chose rose petals and dried mint leaves. When I was done, I took the selection up to the front. "Altogether, that'll be $13.99, she said. I handed her a $20 bill, and the woman gave me my change. "Do me a favor. When you go back to Bonnie's, tell her I said to be careful. I don't want to come around to see her tonight." "All right." "What's your name?" I asked. The woman smiled. "She'll know who I am." I took my bag and left the store. I just needed to make one more stop before arriving back at Bonnie's. I headed to the drugstore to purchase a razor blade. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. I sat across from Bonnie at the kitchen table, the accoutrements I purchased from the candle store and the chicken bones in front of us. In one hand, I held the razor I'd picked up at the local pharmacy. "I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. But if you want me to consult the bones, I need your blood." Bonnie was clutching her hands against her chest. Her face had gone white as a sheet. How would I explain it to Bud? I shrugged. "Tell him you cut yourself cooking?" "Anyway, he's a man. Chances are he won't even notice. It's just a little nick." I motioned to her hands. "You already have a bunch of little nicks." Tentatively, Bonnie held out her hands and examined them as though noticing the scratches for the first time. Then she thrust her hands toward me and looked away, pressing her eyes closed. "Do it fast before I change my mind," she said. I sliced the tip of a finger, ignoring Bonnie's wince of pain as I did so. I squeezed her fingers, dribbling the blood over the chicken bones. When they were sufficiently covered, I let go. She withdrew her hand and stood up to get a paper towel. "God, I don't know how you could do that. Even from over here, the smell of it makes me want to faint." "You get used to it," I said without looking up. I smeared the blood all over the chicken bones. "Do you have a lighter?" Bonnie retrieved a box of matches from the cupboard and set them on the table. I lit the 2 candles and arranged the stones and flower petals I purchased around the bones. It made for a sufficient makeshift altar. "Do you have a prayer you'd like to speak?" Bonnie reached across the table, and I accepted her hands in mine. Our fingers linked. Bonnie closed her eyes and prayed. "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Blessed are they who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Amen. Amen. I withdrew my hands and placed them in my lap, slowing my breathing and closing my eyes. I prayed my own silent prayer, asking for the help of my ancestors. Papa Janabit, Mama Fat, guide me as I seek answers for this woman who has lost her child. Give me sight with which to see. Give me knowledge with which to understand. Help me see the truth and give this woman peace. I opened my eyes and gathered the bones. I cupped my hands and rattled them between my palms before dropping them onto the table. I looked down into the patterns and let my gaze go soft as my intuition soared. Reading bones is less a science and more of an art. There is meaning in the way the bones land, but there's also something more, something ephemeral. As I gazed at the bones, a message swam into view, but it was cloudy and borderline nonsensical. Great. What does it say? Bonnie said after a moment. I placed my elbows on the table and plopped my chin in my hands. Ask the treasure, I said, frowning. Does that mean anything to you? Bonnie gave a slow shake of her head. No. Does it to you? I shook my head. The bones rarely speak in clear language. They mostly speak in symbols. But the way these two bones fell here, see this? This means forming a question. And these bones over here? That refers to treasure or precious things. Maybe it means ask the treasurer. Do you know a treasurer? Bonnie thought for a minute before shaking her head again. No, nothing like that. What else could it mean? Do you think maybe it means seek the treasure? I looked up. Why, does that mean something to you? Bonnie bit down on her lip. No. I sighed with frustration. I'm relatively sure it means ask. I'm being guided to ask someone something. But I don't know what this means. Maybe it refers to gems, jewelry. Maybe it means ask for treasure. Anything ring a bell? Bonnie squeezed the paper towel against her finger, which was still bleeding. Is that all you see? I opened my mouth to reply when the front door banged open. A man barged into the room, his face red and splotchy with rage. When his eyes landed on the table, the red in his cheeks flared with his fury. In 2 quick strides, he was on Bonnie, his fist slamming against the table, jumbling the bones and disrupting the message. What the hell is this? He demanded. Bonnie shrank back, pressing her small fists against her cheeks. It's not what you think, Bud. We were just... You think I'm stupid? Bud thundered. There's gossip all over the factory that you invited a necromancer to our house. She it? He pointed a finger in my direction without looking at me. This bitch is from the devil, this bitch. Don't call me that, I said. The words were hardly out of my mouth before Bud rounded on me, smashing his fist across my face. The huge class ring he wore caught me across the cheek, and searing pain thundered through my skull. I cried out and pushed away from the table, pressing my hand against my cheek as I staggered to my feet. My fingers came away red with blood. Bonnie screamed and jumped up, pulling her husband's sleeve, but Bud tossed her off. He grabbed a handful of my hair and threw me against a wall, his forearm crushing my windpipe as he leaned into me, breathing hot breath into my face. You asking for money? You just go around to people who lost their kids and perform this charlatan bullshit? How dare you? How much did my wife give you? I want every goddamn cent back. I tried to shake my head, but suddenly my whole body was so heavy. Distantly, I heard Bonnie shouting. She didn't ask for any money, Bud. She was just doing me a favor. Please, Bud, stop this right now. Get your hands off her. Bud didn't release the pressure on my throat. He leaned in so close that I felt his whiskers against my chin. What did the bones say? He snarled. I blinked. What? The bones, he repeated, spewing bits of spittle into my face. Tell me what the bones said, and maybe I'll believe you. I couldn't speak. My knees were shaking and my mouth had gone dry. I could barely think. What had the bones said? I couldn't remember. Timidly, Bonnie answered behind him. They said to ask for the treasure, she said. Too late, I realized what Bonnie's answer meant to Bud. Her words just confirmed that I was a charlatan here to rip them off. He reeled back and hit me again in the side of my face. The world went black around the edges as stars bloomed before my eyes. Bonnie was screaming. I blinked and was drifting toward unconsciousness when I saw her. Standing over Bud's shoulder was the snake woman with the deformed, blackened skull face. Green fire smoldered in her eye sockets. She laid a skeletal hand upon his shoulder and rasped out a simple phrase. Hit her again. The big man plowed his fist into the side of my head, and everything went black. I came to on the kitchen floor, my head cradled in Bonnie's lap. She was putting cold pressure on my temple, tears and snot dripping down her face. I'm going to take you to the hospital, she was saying, her voice shaking. Bud's gone, but I don't know when he'll be back. Can you stand? Stand? I could scarcely breathe. My throat was bruised and I was so woozy. Bonnie pulled away from my face and I saw that the handkerchief she was holding was soaked with my blood. Did you see her? I whispered. The woman froze. See who? Katie? Was she here? I shook my head, but the pain was immediate and sickening. I went still. No, the demon woman standing behind your husband, the monster who told him to hit me. Bonnie choked back a sob, pressing a hand to her mouth. Oh God, honey, there's no demon. Not unless you mean the pure evil and hate that lives in that man's heart. She helped me to my feet and I found I could stand, though my knees were weak and my head pounded. Bonnie led me out the front door and we made it all the way to her little Corolla out on the street. She buckled me in, crying the whole time. By the time she got into the car and started the engine, I had nearly passed out again, my forehead pressed against the cool glass window. The hospital was a short drive away. Bonnie trundled me up to the emergency room, where a nurse directed us to wait for the next available health worker. I can't stay with you, Bonnie said. Please forgive me. I should have known better than to let you do that in my house. I should have known that Bud would hear about it. Gossip is a full-time professional sport in this town. But too weary to endure more conversation, I waved her away, too miserable to shake my head. Bonnie, I whispered, please just go. I'm sorry, but please, just go. Chapter 6. I needed stitches, but in the commotion of getting out of Bonnie's house, we'd left my purse behind. Luckily, the girl at reception knew Bonnie and said she'd call her for me. The doctor wrote me a prescription and sent me on my way. I was sitting on the porch of the bed and breakfast Bonnie had arranged for me, rocking in a chair to preserve my calm. I had good painkillers and something for my nerves. Valium, probably. My mind was soft and hazy, and my body felt like it was resting in a soft cloud of dull and distant pain. The sun was setting, and the sky had colored with the rose hues of dusk. The first stars peeked out from behind the clouds, scattering dim light across the sky. A calico cat bounded up the steps. I recognized her from Bonnie's house. She purred and stepped nearer to me, rubbing her head against my foot. Julie? Is that you? You're kind of far from home. The cat jumped into my lap. I stroked her fur as she purred. I never had a pet since Big Ginny was allergic. But I'd always had an affinity for animals. Maybe that's because my patron, Papa Janabbit, was an animage. a magic worker who could possess animals. I didn't have that ability, but I like to believe the animals could sense him on me. After a little while, a familiar blue Corolla pulled up to the curb. Bonnie emerged with my purse clutched in her hands. She trudged up the steps and paused in front of me, red eyes landing on the cat still purring in my lap. "Juju, what are you doing here? Come on now, leave Kezia alone. I think we've caused her enough trouble for one night." The cat made no motion to move, and I continued stroking her fur. "She's fine. Thank you for bringing my purse." Bonnie sat down in the rocker next to me, but she didn't push it back and forth as I did. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her elbows onto her knees, peering up into my face. "I can't apologize enough," she said. I scoffed and closed my eyes. I wish I could say that was the first time a man hit me, but it's not true. "Your husband?" she asked. I shook my head, regretted it, and sighed. "No, nothing like that. I'm a bartender, and a while ago, a patron got out of hand and attacked me after my shift. For a long time, I couldn't be alone at night." "Bud hasn't hit me since Katie died," Bonnie said, almost to herself. She dropped that piece of information so nonchalantly I almost thought I misheard. But when she continued, I felt a slow sickness in my belly. "You know, at first, I suspected him. He always loved Katie, of course, but with men like that, you just never know. I thought maybe she had sassed him, and he'd done something to her. But the coroner says there were no signs of violence. Nothing like the marks and bruises I've had to hide one too many Sundays." I thought of the scratches on her hands and the long-sleeved blouses she wore, and wondered what kind of man could do those things to his wife. "I don't suppose you could just leave him," I said flatly, already knowing the answer. "Wish I could. But I don't have an education and have never had a job. I had Katie when I was 16 years old. So here I am, stuck here forever, like so many other women in this town." Quick math told me that this made Bonnie only 29 years old. She looked older, but I supposed hard living could do that to a person. I looked down at the cat in my lap, kneading my thighs with her paws. When she finished, she turned around to face me, climbing up my chest. The metal name tag on her collar glinted in the moonlight, and I saw her name engraved there. "Jewel?" I said aloud. "I thought your name was Julie." "It's Jewel," Bonnie confirmed. "I just call her Julie, or Jujube." My breath caught. The cat meowed and placed her paw on my cheek. I stared into her eyes, my brow wrinkled. If I didn't know better, I'd say this cat has something to say to me. I glanced over to Bonnie, nervous suddenly that she'd read my ridiculous thought. But as I debated whether I was losing my mind, or maybe just being influenced by the drugs coursing through my veins, I heard Papa Janabit's voice in my mind. "Yeah, she's a cat, but that don't mean she ain't got nothing to say." I was so stunned by the idea that for a moment, I sat completely still. Then I looked up. Was Jewel sleeping in Katie's bed the night she died? "I suppose so," Bonnie said, frowning. "I don't remember that detail, but they always slept together." In my mind's eye, I saw the bloodied bones scattered on Bonnie's table. "Ask the treasure," the bones said in their cryptic habit. Except, as usual, I'd read them wrong. Not the treasure. The jewel. I looked down at the cat, my eyes wide. Was it possible? But my thoughts were interrupted by Bonnie clearing her throat and drawing to her feet. "I guess you'll be leaving Redbrook soon," she said. "No reason for you to stay, I guess." Dazed, I focused my attention, bringing myself back into the moment. "I'm staying here a few days longer," I said. "The ER doc said I could use the rest." Bonnie nodded as she continued towards her car. "That's a good idea. And again, thank you. And I'm sorry." Her eyes drifted to the cat, and she snapped her fingers, making kissing noises. "Come on now, Julie. Come to Mama. Let's go home." But the cat simply settled back down into my lap, her tail flicking absently. "She's no bother," I said to Bonnie. "In fact, I could use her company." Again, Bonnie nodded as she climbed into her car, and I watched as her car faded into a cloud of dust and the sky darkened into black. I stood up, and Jewel bounded from my lap, following me inside. I wasn't sure what the inn's policy was for neighborhood cats, but I decided if nobody else said anything, neither would I. I headed down to the kitchen where I found Bridget preparing a meal. She took one look at me and gasped, pressing a hand to her chest. "Leaping Jehovah! What happened to you?" she asked. I waved the concern away. "I was poking my nose into business where it didn't belong." Bridget's eyes narrowed. "You say that almost like it's a good reason." I shrugged. "Just telling you what happened." "I see." Bridget pinched her lips. "I'll have Twyla Guthmiller come look at you." I shook my head. "No, really, it's fine. They fixed me up at the hospital." She turned to the stove. "You hungry?" "I made fresh bread and there's soup." I nodded as she handed me a bowl and a plate of bread. "I can see that you were at the hospital," she continued. "But they can't take care of you like Twyla. I'll have her come by later." She glanced at the cat that was still following me. "She yours?" "No," I said. "That's Bonnie's cat. She's been following me around." Bridget's expression didn't change when she said, "Seems like she's got something to say." I took the soup and the bread and went back to my room with Jewel hot on my heels. I led her into the room where she jumped up onto the bed and made herself comfortable. I sat down at the small vanity and flipped on the television, surfing through the channels until I found an old comedy rerun to keep me company while I enjoyed my meal. I was only halfway finished when there was a gentle knock at the door. "Come in," I called. To my surprise, the woman from the candle-making store popped her head inside. When she saw me, she cursed and stepped in, closing the door behind her. "Bridget called me," she said. "Said you needed my ministrations." She gestured to my face. "Bud do that to you?" I didn't answer, but my expression must have given me away. Twyla sighed as she walked over to me, placing her fingertips under my chin and lifting my face. "He's got a mean right hook, that's for sure, and he's not afraid to use it." Twyla settled down on the foot of the bed, and Jewel came to sit in her lap. She stroked the cat absently as she asked, "Do you want me to fix that for you?" "I don't know what you mean by fix it." For a moment, Twyla was silent. Then she held out her hands, fingers splayed, her head tilted slightly forward. The energy in the room shifted, and my breath caught in my throat. Warm breezes fluttered through the room, and the smell of honey and mint filled my nostrils. I watched wide-eyed as Twyla's hands glowed with a soft amber hue. Then, from the centers of her palms rose the specters of 2 golden battle axes. They rotated slowly on their axes and pulsed with radiant light. The lambent glow filled the room. "You're a mage," I breathed. The glow slowly vanished as Twyla bobbed her head from side to side equivocally. I wouldn't use that term. Healer, mostly, among other things." She dropped her hands. "How do you think Bonnie looks as pretty as she does after years of living in that house with that man? Wasn't the work of some miracle doctor, I can tell you that." "I've never seen magic like that before," I said. "What current do you ride?" "Well, that's kind of a hard question to answer. Technically, I ride the animate current, but I'm like you. I get my power from my ancestors." "Well, okay, but I still have to use the death current to access them." But now Twyla smiled. "That's where you're wrong. You use the death current to cross over to the other side. But you don't have to use the death current to access their powers for yourself. The ancestors are already within you. They're not gone. They live in your blood and in your DNA. They're with you every moment of the day, mostly because they're nosy." She laughed as she said this. They watch because they want to see who they were destined to become. She brushed her hands together. So, do you want me to heal you or not? I said nothing, and Twyla took my silence for agreement. She walked over to where I sat and placed her hands on either side of my face. I waited for the same soft glow to reappear, for the smells of honey and mint to overtake me. That didn't happen at all. As soon as Twyla activated her own magic, the room began to shake. The art on the walls vibrated and rattled in their frames. The floor jerked beneath my feet, and the floorboards groaned in protest. A low roar started somewhere in the distance, growing steadily louder. My eyes flew wide, and I reached up to grab Twyla's hands, but she did not remove her fingers from my face. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice rising in panic. "What's going on?" Twyla's eyes darkened, her jaw like a steel trap. "There's a deep wound within you," she said in a voice that wasn't her own. She sounded older, wiser, and much more powerful. "It's a wound you were born with that you alone can never heal." Across the room, a painting fell from the wall, crashing to the floor. Glass shattered. I screeched and tried to break away from Twyla's grasp, but the woman held on tight. I looked into her eyes, but she wasn't there. Behind those eyes was something else. Something wild. Feral. Her fingers squeezed against my flesh. "You carry the pain in your blood and in your soul, and in that wound lies the key to your deepest desires." The roaring of the room grew louder. Drawers tumbled open, knickknacks fell to their sides and rolled to the ground. I heard a woman crying and a man shouting and the voice of a child wailing. It was all too much. "Twyla, stop it! Stop it now!" The room fell into stillness. Twyla pulled away from me, dropping to the floor and cradling her head in her hands. My heart was pounding in my ears and I was sweating, damp pools beneath my breasts and armpits. I clutched at my scalp, raking my fingers through my hair. What just happened? What the hell was that? Just then, the bedroom door crashed open, and the proprietor, Frank, tumbled into my room, eyes wide in fright. He was brandishing a baseball bat like he was ready to smash someone's skull in. "The Christ is going on in here?" His eyes landed on Twyla, and his shoulders relaxed as he dropped the weapon to his side. "Shit on a stick," he said, relieved. "It's you. I should have known. I thought the world was ending." "And you thought you'd hold it off with a baseball bat?" Twyla asked. "What are you doing in here, Frank?" "I thought I heard trouble," the man grumbled, and I was right, after a fashion. He looked around the room, to the broken art and odds and ends on the floor. "Twyla, what the hell you done to my inn?" "Nothing," she said, climbing slowly to her feet. "I'll take care of it. Send me a bill or something." She took him by the elbow and ushered him back out into the hall. "Now go on and get out of here. We've got business to take care of." "Women's business," she emphasized. Frank threw a final dubious glance over his shoulder before muttering something about women's work as Twyla shoved him into the hallway and locked the door behind him. "That man," she said, "will be the death of me. He's the biggest gossip in Red Brook. By morning, all the men in town will be talking about how the barbarian and the Necromancer were cooking up spells at the inn." She waved a hand with a shrug. "Nothing to do about that, I guess." "Now what were we talking about?" "You were about to tell me what just happened in here." "Yes," she said, coming to sit by me again. "You did that. You have a seriously broken soul attached to you," she said. "Of course I do," I said, exasperated. "Hundreds. I have an entire history of slavery attached to me." Twyla shook her head. "No, I'm not talking about your distant ancestors. A broken soul very near to you. My magic felt it and tried to heal it. But..." She took my hands in hers, her fingers stroking my knuckles. "It's weird because when I touched you, my magic sort of jumped to its own conclusions. It acted on muscle memory, if you can call it that. And usually, Usually what? Twyla sucked in a breath. Well, see, men in this town like to beat up on their women. Their kids, too, sometimes. I've been healing those women and children for years. My magic just sort of knows how to recognize abuse. I snatched my hands away, scowling. Abuse? I've never been abused. Attacked, sure. I thought of the man who had assaulted me outside my brother's bar. But no one's ever... Not you, Twyla said, her tone measured. A soul close to you. She looked up at me then, her eyes questioning. Is your mother still alive? My heart stopped beating and my skin went cold. No, she died giving birth to me, I said. I've been trying to find her on the other side for most of my life, but I haven't been successful. When Twyla said nothing, I pressed on with my objection. It can't be my mother. I don't know my father. But if he'd abused her, Big Ginny would have told me. She makes no bones about the fact that she doesn't like him. Twyla nodded, wrapping her arms about her torso as she rocked herself slowly. There's a million reasons families keep secrets from each other, she said. I pressed my lips together, heat gathering in my cheeks. I didn't need Twyla to tell me that. I knew it better than anyone. Hell, I was usually the one giving out that very line to adult children whose parents confessed to innocuous lies upon their deathbeds. Loved ones would look at me with tears of grief and anger in their eyes, demanding explanations. Why didn't Ma tell me she was married once before? Or, why would Dad hide his disease from us? I didn't have answers. I just knew people hid things all the time. The reasons were often carried to their graves. Anyway, I can't say for certain, of course. But if anybody knows what the soul-deep wounds of domestic abuse feel like, it's me. Twyla shuddered. This town is drenched in the blood of silenced women. I stared at her, unwilling to believe. Sure, Big Ginny had failed to tell me about my mother's genetic memory of the Ethiopian coffee ritual. But was it possible that she kept something like this from me all this time? And what about Lamont? Surely he would have said something, right? You don't have to take my word for it, Twyla said. I mean, if you want answers, there's an ancestry festival happening in a couple days. Couple towns over. It's large for such a rural area. They have necromancers and fortune tellers and stuff. Might be worth a look-see. Well, it's funny you should say that. Dr. Howard told me the same thing. Twyla smiled. Did he? Good. Means we're on the right track. Pink bloomed in her cheeks, and she glanced at me sheepishly. I could go with you if you want. I dithered, looking down at my hands. Oh, that's okay. You don't have to. Twyla scoffed. I know I don't have to. I'm offering an olive branch of friendship. You don't have many friends, do you? I felt my own cheeks darkening with shame. Is it that obvious? Do you know why? I heaved a sigh. It's tough to get close to people when you're afraid you might kill them with your presence, I said. Twyla clucked her tongue against her teeth. Bzz, nope, that's not why. You don't have friends because you push people away. Not because you're afraid of killing them. Because you're afraid of loving them. I frowned. Flip sides of the same coin, I said. Twyla flicked a stray braid over her shoulder. If you say so. Anyway, how do you feel? In the midst of the world shaking and glass shattering and revelations about my parents, I'd forgotten how we'd ended up here. Healed, I admitted. I went to the vanity and examined myself in the mirror. I look like nothing happened. These stitches look so out of place now. Holy shit, you're good. I smiled. Even Opal's healing magic wasn't this effective. Thank you. Anytime. She frowned. No, scratch that. Don't let yourself get beat up by assholes again, okay? I crossed my heart. I'll do my best. Later that night, long after silence had descended over the rest of the bed and breakfast, something awoke me from my sleep. I blinked my eyes open and lay still, listening. The night was quiet. Not even the air conditioner whirred. After a moment, I pulled the covers up to my chin and let my eyes flutter closed when I heard it again. A soft rattling like bones tumbling onto a tabletop. I froze, eyes going wide in the dark. Enough time had passed that I'd mostly gotten over my fear of the night, a fear that resulted from my alleyway attack all those months ago. But now and then, darkness alone was enough to pull me into a panic. And this wasn't darkness alone. Something was here. I jolted upright, snatching the covers off my body and swinging my legs over the side of the bed. My eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness, but I didn't need to see to know what was here. I smelled it. The putrid scents of rotten meat and sour milk filled my nostrils, coating my tongue and throat, choking the breath out of me. I retched, jumping to my feet and holding out my arms as if to ward off the evil. "Begone!" I shouted, my knees trembling. It came out less a shout than a mule. "I grant you no sanctuary. Begone!" A gritty chuckle was all that greeted me. Damn it. I wished I'd brought brick dust with me on the trip, though I had no idea if brick dust kept evil spirits at bay or if it only worked on people. I was the worst conjure woman alive. I knew nearly nothing. My eyes went wider in the dark. "Who are you?" There, on the other side of the room, the monster woman came into view. The huge snake around her neck peered at me, its tongue flicking from its mouth as it searched for its prey. At the hem of her black dress, spiders skittered underfoot, spreading out from her body in waves. The iron smell of blood wafted off of her as she took slow, measured steps in my direction. I was too paralyzed to move. Rooted to the spot, all I could do was shiver with fright. "What do you want from me?" I demanded. "Who are you?" The monstrous vision didn't answer, and although her destroyed face could scarcely do so, I could have sworn she smiled. The dark holes that passed for eyes pulsed with a yellow-green glow the color of poison and illness. I glanced from the monster to the door. I wanted out of that room, but she was blocking my exit. I was calculating exactly how I would get past her when she hurled herself forward, knocking me down. She moved with a lightning quickness not possible in this world. She was on top of me, her rotting hands finding my face, thumb bones pressing into my eye sockets. Hard. "Stop. Looking," she breathed. I screeched and grabbed her hands, trying to peel them away, but she was strong. I couldn't wrench away from her grasp. The pressure on my eyes was terrifying. Any moment now, they'd burst like grapes. I bucked and kicked, but I couldn't get her off of me. The snake around her neck hissed near my ear. Frantically, I threw my consciousness into the darkness, searching for the death current, clambering for any magic I could hurl at her. But of course I had nothing, not even a gift I could use. Damn, I missed the Terminator gift. The monster's fingers sank impossibly deeper into my flesh. With a grunt, I hauled my arm back and thrust my elbow into the thing's face. She hissed and let me go, leaning back. I bucked her off of me and rolled away, trying to make my way to the door. But I was slow. I wouldn't make it before the thing attacked me again. I buried my face in my arms, protecting myself the best I could, and then tugged at the death current with all my might, letting it carry me across the veil to the other side. I was in the bayou, sulfur in my nose and the croak of frogs in my ears. I'd landed on a rickety porch, weather-worn and rotting, the air thick as clotted cream. Papa Janabbit stood 10 feet away on the other side of the porch, his black eyes shining as I materialized. "Papa," I called, my voice shaking. "Help me, please." I heard her before I saw her. The rasping scrape of her movements and the rattle of her bones. "Why do you try to run? All I ask is that you stop trying to see." I spun around, gasping. She'd followed me to the other side. What kind of monster is she? I darted towards Papa Janabbit. "Help me!" I screamed. The monster dove. I tried to dodge her grasp, but my foot caught on a loose board, and I tripped. I crashed to the floor in a heap, my bones clattering. The monster was on all fours now, crawling like a demon toward me. Her hand darted out, catching me around the ankle. A terrible, searing heat seized me, and I screamed. The pain climbed up my leg as her fingers tightened. My eyes went hazy as my lungs filled with smoke. I coughed and gagged, gasping for air. The stench of charred wood and plaster filled my nose. The sounds of exploding glass and the screams of men and women rang in my ears. The burning fire in my leg traveled up to my knee, my thigh. I felt as though my entire body was being cooked. Jesus Christ, I was really beginning to hate fire. "Please help me," I cried again. My patron rushed forward and kicked the monster in the head. She screeched and released my leg. The instant I was free of her, my flesh cooled, and I gulped down lungfuls of fresh air. My eyes cleared, and I watched in horror as the demon clawed to her feet, turning on Papa Janabbit, who held his hands out before him, palms out, warding her away. "What business do you have here, woman?" The monster raised her hand, pointing a gnarled, bony finger at me. The snake around her neck slithered into a new position, its terrible eyes focused on me. "I'm only here for the girl," she said. "She cannot see. She must stop trying to see." Papa Janabbit took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he swallowed down a soft chuckle. "I know who you are," he said. "You have no power here, Wei woman." The monster screamed and lunged for my patron, her fingers clamping around his neck. Papa Janabbit's eyes rolled back in his head as he fell to his knees. His body went slack as the monster laughed. A scream ripped from my throat. "Papa, no!" I clambered to my feet, but before I reached him, the demon woman began to howl. My attention snapped to her, eyes wide. She was upright on her knees, clawing at her neck, the green fire in her eyes trying to gut her out. She was screaming, but I didn't know why. And then I saw it. The snake at the monster's neck tightened its coil, squeezing her throat as its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the air. The snake looked at me and smiled. I gasped with understanding. My patron, the animage, had possessed the snake and was now squeezing the life out of the monster. "Let me go," the monster screamed. "You cannot destroy me. I'll only come back reformed and renewed. I will know vengeance." The monster fell to its knees and slumped over, thudding against the wooden patio boards before vanishing into black smoke. I scrambled over to Papa Janabbit, placing a hand on his shoulder and rolling him onto his back. "Papa Janabbit, wake up. Come on back to me now. Wake up." The dead couldn't die again on the other side, but seeing him still and lifeless scared me anyhow. Slowly, my patron's eyes blinked open as he stirred awake. When he saw me, he grunted. "She's gone for now," he said, "but she'll be back." I helped my patron onto his feet, and he trundled over to his rocking chair, sitting down and pulling his Afghan up over his knees. He growled, "You don't even know what you done got yourself into, do you?" I was still shaking as I pressed my fingertips to my eyes, squeezing out the last of my tears. "I've been seeing her ever since I got into town," I said. "I have no idea what she is or what she wants. Other than to hurt me?" I reconsidered. Or blind me, apparently. Papa Janabbit grunted as he lit a tobacco pipe and began to smoke. "It's too bad Ginevra never took you down to the south to meet her people," he said, using Big Ginny's given name. "Because if she had, you might have known what you was dealing with. That was what you might call a family apparition, passed down through the generations. She ain't exactly an entity on her own, but she ain't exactly imaginary either. But I guess you already know that." He chuckled wryly. I sat down to examine my leg where the thing had grabbed me. An angry red welt in the shape of her bony hand blistered on my skin. It looked like a fresh burn. "Can you be more specific?" The man's voice was gruff. "Down here she's called a Wei woman, or a wailing woman. She exists in many cultures. The Japanese have the ubume. In Latin America, She's called La Llorona. The Wei comes from grief, but she gets her strength from anger and vengeful thoughts. She uses violence and fear to get her way. And she won't stop until the family that created her stops hating. Judging by her strength, she's been around for a long, long time. Might be she's woven into the fabric of that place by now. Why can't they see her? I asked. When I was at Bonnie's place, she stood behind Bud and told him to keep hitting me. I shuddered at the memory. Why am I the only one who sees her? Magic is a fickle mistress, my mentor said with a rasping laugh. Might be they can't see 'cause they don't believe. Might be they can't see 'cause they can't see. Who knows? How do I stop her? Papa Janabbit set his pipe aside and sighed. Well, that's some trouble. You can't. She ain't got no master, not a single person anyway. She serves a family, a line. Dead or alive, she still serves them. So all you can do is get out its way. Stop stirring up trouble. And what does that mean? Can't tell without knowing what kind of trouble you done already stirred up, he said. I'm investigating a series of child deaths, trying to understand why the kids in that town go to sleep and never wake up. Papa Janabbit groaned in dismay, giving a rueful shake of his head. Well, I don't know. But for some reason, the Wei don't want you to know the truth. She don't want you to see the truth. You might should just leave town. Abandon those families and their dead children. Or you can do what we both know you finna do anyway. See whatever it is she don't want you to see. Set things right, and then get the hell out that town. I closed my eyes. That's the problem, though. I can't figure out what I need to do. The bones told me to ask the Jewel, but Jewel is the goddamn cat. It's not possible for me to communicate with a cat, is it? Papa Janabbit leaned his head back and laughed a phlegmy sound. Shit. Cats is smarter than you think. It can understand you just fine. Trouble is, you can't understand her. Ain't no human can speak cat, not even an accomplished wild worker like me. He chuckled and dropped me a wink. But you ain't thinking right. You asking the wrong questions. As usual. What you want to talk to a cat for anyway? I just told you. Maybe she could tell me what she saw that night. Papa Janabbit leaned forward, hitching the Afghan up higher onto his lap as he whispered, or you could just see it for yourself. Frustrated, I rolled my eyes. See for myself? How do I... Oh, finally, my patron's meaning struck me like a lightning bolt. Of course. Papa Janabbit didn't talk to animals. He possessed them. He embodied them flesh, mind, and spirit, just like he had done with the snake around the Wei woman's neck. If Papa Janabbit possessed Jewel, he might see what she had seen that night. My pulse raced. Do you think you can do it? Possess the cat? Ain't a matter of whether I can do it. Question is, do you think you can do it? I pondered the question. A while ago, my friend Opal had suggested that because my patron could ride the animate current, I could ride it too. I couldn't do it consciously. It was more like how your heart beats continuously or your platelets clot blood. It's technically your brain controlling these things, yet not really you. But was it possible that I could learn to control the animate current? And if that were possible, could I learn Papa Janabbit's talents as well? You could teach me, I said finally. You're my patron, so you can show me how. He sucked his teeth. Ain't about teaching you. You can already do it. It's just a matter of believing you can do it. That sounded a little too woo-woo for me, but I wasn't about to argue with my elder. Fine. What do I need to know? What does it feel like? Tell me something. Guide me. Papa Janabbit beckoned me over and took my hand in his. Close your eyes. Listen to your heartbeat. You got it? Now feel my heartbeat. Feel it in your fingers. I pressed my fingertips against his veins, finding the pulse. Good. Now let your heartbeat sync with mine. I can't, I interrupted. I don't know how. Hush up and stop thinking about it. Let it happen. Quit trying to make it happen. Surrender to it. I tried to relax, but my mind was whirling. I couldn't control my heartbeat. It beat however it felt like beating. Frustrated, I focused instead on slowing my breathing to match Papa Janabit's. Let's go further. You ain't really this body. You standing here on the other side with a dead man. How you doing that? How's that possible? If you's a body, then you ain't really here. Can't be. But you's more than a body. You's a soul. Energy without end. All you gotta do is reach out and connect with spirit around you. Let it guide you. Your energy will know what to do. He let go of my hand with a smile that suggested he had just imparted an incredible secret. But I didn't understand any more now than I did when I'd crossed over. Still, there was one thing I knew about magic above all else. It was not logical. It was a mystery. Sometimes my training as a biologist impeded my intuition as a magic worker. Maybe this wasn't something I could think my way through. Maybe I needed to feel and trust. Papa Janabit adjusted himself in his seat. Not to put too fine a point on it, sugar, but you ain't got all the time in the world to figure this out. That Wei will follow you over to the other side again, I can promise you that. She won't stop. You gon' have to get out that town one way or another. So if you got something to learn, best learn it with a quickness. I leaned down and kissed my patron on his forehead. Thank you, I said. Wish me luck. The old man scoffed and waved a hand. I don't believe in luck. I wish you good skill, he said. When I woke up, Jewel was curled up beside me, snoring softly. I lifted her and carried her to the bed as I snuggled down under the covers. I stroked her between the ears, and she flipped her tail, undoubtedly having a sweet dream. I placed my hands on either side of the sleeping cat's head, letting my breathing sync with hers. I did as Papa Janabit instructed me, matching my heartbeat with the cat's. It took a while to really quiet my mind, but eventually I pushed away my thoughts and allowed myself just to be. I sank deeper into my trance and my body went slack. I was warm all over like I was floating in a bubble bath. I smelled fresh water, wet cement, freshly cut grass, old beer. I sank deeper as images flashed before my eyes. Katie in a nightgown, a bowl full of tuna, Bud slamming the front door. But that was as far as I could go. I was comfortable and warm, but I still felt human. I was inside my own body, not Jewel's. Before I realized it, I was asleep. Chapter 7. Days passed, and thanks to Twila's magic, I was feeling well enough to go home. But I hadn't gotten around to buying a return ticket, and part of me wanted to stay close in case Marcus changed his mind about wanting to see me. Plus, I still hadn't connected with the cat, and I wasn't ready to give up on that lead. I was making my way down the hall to grab breakfast when I was assaulted by a familiar and welcome aroma: cinnamon and brown sugar. I rounded the corner and entered the kitchen to find Bridget pulling a fresh batch of cinnamon rolls from the oven. "Those smell like heaven," I purred as I made a beeline for the coffee maker. "How early did you have to get up to make those?" "Oh, I started these last night. All I had to do today was slide them in the oven. I've been doing this job for 20 years now. You learn a few tricks of the trade, and you take advantage of anything that lets you maximize rest and recovery." She set the rolls down and brushed her hands against her apron. "Speaking of, come here. Let me look at you." She marched over to me and placed her fingers under my chin, turning my head this way and that. She pinched her lips together and gave a curt nod. "Yep, you're right as rain. That Twila does good work. Guess she should by now," she added. "She gets enough practice." I should have let the remark slide, but curiosity got the best of me. "What do you know about Twila's magic? Are there others in town like her?" Bridget shook her head. "Not like her." I've heard that some time ago, way before I was born, there used to be a magic worker in this town. Fellow named Joseph Cochran. He was a pastor and supposedly a magic worker. That wasn't really surprising. Many magic workers ended up as religious leaders. It was an easy way to reach lots of people. My mentor, Evangeline Morris, was a perfect example. Old Joe was a black man, so mostly he stuck with working magic for other local blacks, Bridget continued. Apparently his specialty was teaching folks how to heal themselves, how to focus their attention to become whatever they wanted, you know what I mean? Sure, I said. Manifestation. People still believe in that stuff today. Act like the thing you want is already true, and eventually, it will be. It's also called sympathetic magic. I paused. It's not something I believe in, I added. Bridget raised an eyebrow. Is that right? Well, old Joe believed in it. And apparently his congregation did too. They started seeing big success, money, health, you name it. Naturally, once word got out, more people started coming to see old Joe, including white people. She hesitated, shaking her head. That's where the trouble started. You know how it goes. A black man in those days who didn't stay in his lane. Well, he became a target. And by extension, his church and congregation. Some folks thought the Negroes were getting too comfortable. She flushed then and dropped her eyes. I guess I don't have to tell you how that all went down. I sighed. She didn't have to tell me, and in fact, I didn't want to hear it. Every cell in my body knew where that story went. Anyway, old Joe and his congregation got run out of town. She swallowed and gave me a forced smile like there was something more she wanted to say but had decided against it. And now the only magic we have is Twila's, which isn't anything to sneeze at, she added. But it's too bad she can't fix emotional wounds. That's what this town could really use. As far back as I can remember, I don't recall this ever being a happy place to live. We make do, of course, but most of us aren't really busy living, just busy dying. When I was little, I was afraid to go to sleep at night. I was afraid of the crying. My lips twisted, and I wrapped my hands around my steaming mug. I didn't really want to ask, but I had to. Was it your mom? Bridget blinked and shook her head. My mother? No. It was the crying woman. I froze. The crying woman? My older sister used to tell me not to worry, that it was just the wind in the trees. But I saw the fear all over her face, too. It wasn't any wind in the trees. It was a woman's wailing. We heard her every night. Bridget set her bowl down and looked me in the eye. I still hear her if you want to know the truth. She haunts me like a banshee. I don't think I'm the only one, though I don't ask. Folks have enough trouble without me asking them if they hear ghosts. Bridget returned to the cinnamon rolls. You want one of these? She asked. I accepted the offering gratefully. These look great. I took a bite. Tastes great, too. Do me a favor and go tell Frank breakfast is served. He's out on the front porch. I wanted to stay and ask Bridget more about the crying woman. But the moment had passed. It couldn't be any coincidence. She had to be hearing the way. What I wanted to know was if she'd seen it, if she could tell me more. But I guessed that interrogation would have to wait. I found Frank out front as promised, and he wasn't alone. Lounging in a rocking chair and drinking from a beer bottle was Twila. And don't give me that shit about how Michael Jordan is the greatest athlete of all time, she was saying, brandishing her bottle like a pointer. The Bulls are overrated, and anyway, that honor goes to Serena goddamn Williams. A tennis player? Frank shrieked. Are you kidding me? If you put Serena Williams in a pit with Michael Jordan in a fight to the death? Who said anything about a fight to the death? I'm talking... Michael Jordan would arise victorious. Frank was nearly foaming at the mouth. Serena Williams, for Pete's sake, you got some nerve coming up in here and denigrating the Bulls. Where are you from originally, anyway? Probably somewhere back east, he said, disdain dripping from his voice. You seem like a New Yorker. It was at that moment that they seemed to notice I was there. I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew nothing about sports. but I appreciated a vehemently held opinion, even if it was about something ridiculous. Anyway, everyone knew Muhammad Ali was the greatest athlete of all time. "Breakfast is served," I said, directing this mostly to Frank since it seemed Twyla had gotten started on the day ahead of the rest of us. Bridget made cinnamon rolls. I held mine up as proof. "This ain't finished," Frank said to Twyla. He huffed as he went inside, slamming the front door behind him. "I love Frank," Twyla said with a giggle. "He's so easily ruffled. I was surprised he attacked me over choosing a tennis player, though. I thought for sure he'd lose his shit because I chose a woman." I gestured toward the beer bottle. "I see you got started already." Twyla held the bottle out for my examination. "Local brew, too. You want to stop by the house? I've got more." I grinned. "It's a bit early for me still. What are you doing here?" Twyla shrugged. "Came to see you, actually." That was a surprise. "Me? What for?" Twyla's smile widened. "I told you I want us to be friends. Besides, I started drinking early, so I'm not fit to drive. I need a chauffeur for the day." She stood and took another swig of beer. "You're going to the Ancestry Festival, right?" I crossed my arms over my chest. "I wasn't planning on it. No. Is that today?" "Yes. Why aren't you going?" I took another bite of pastry. "It sounds stupid." "Well, it's not, and anyway, what else do you have to do today?" She made puppy dog eyes at me. "Come with," she said. "It'll be fun, I promise." She was right that I had nothing better to do, and I was a sucker for puppy dog eyes. "Oh, fine. Let me get my things." "Awesome. You're not gonna regret this," Twyla said, following me into the inn. "You drive, and I'll tell you about the time I got thrown out of the park for drunk and disorderly." Several minutes later, we piled into the car, and Twyla punched in the festival's address on the infotainment system. Once we were on the road, she flipped on the radio and scanned the stations until she found an old rock channel. I don't know about you, but to me, Steely Dan is good driving music. I had little taste for the classics myself, but Twyla seemed so happy that I didn't bother to complain. "So do they have necromancers at this thing? Dr. Howard mentioned something about it." Twyla hummed tunelessly along with the radio. "Every year there's at least one. Do you have a gift right now?" I tapped the steering wheel with my fingertips, keeping time with the music. "I don't, in fact." I shot Twyla a questioning look. "What do you know about necromantic gifts?" Twyla laughed as she pulled off her shoes and put her stocking feet up on the dashboard. "Just because I'm white and from a small town doesn't mean I live under a rock. I know about necromancers." "Really? What do you know about us?" "Whatever they show me on TV." I laughed at her honesty. "Well, what they show on TV is usually a lot more sensational. In real life, it's not very glamorous, especially for me." Twyla quirked an eyebrow in my direction. "Why especially for you?" I chewed my bottom lip. "Well, the key to accessing your powers as a necromancer is to contact your nearest departed ancestor. For me, that's my mom, who I have never found, as you know. So, no mom, no powers." Twyla was still humming as she stared out the window. "I bet that's related to the abuse," she said, almost to herself. I didn't respond to that. Instead, I turned up the volume on the radio, hoping it would drown out my bitter thoughts. We were quiet for the next several miles until Twyla sat up straight, pointing. "It's the next exit," she said. "Don't listen to the directions, lady. If we try to park at the festival, it'll be a giant clusterfuck when we try to leave. Park at the pharmacy down the street. I'll show you where." I followed Twyla's instructions. Several of the cars ahead of us had the same idea. We all turned into the Walgreens pharmacy a couple blocks away from the festival grounds. As we got out of the car, Twyla stretched and then came over to me, enveloping me in a hug. "I have a good feeling about today," she said. "In fact, I have a really good feeling about the whole rest of your life." I chortled. You're drunk. I'm not. Well, maybe a little, but anyway, I do. Have a good feeling, I mean. I said nothing to that as I followed Twyla toward the festival. After all, if she wanted to speak my good fortune into existence, I sure wasn't going to stop her. I expected the Ancestry Festival to be a rinky-dink affair in the middle of nowhere. It was definitely in the middle of nowhere, but it was not rinky-dink. Stretching as far as I could see were booths, events, buildings, vendors, and thick crowds of people milling about. I turned to Twyla, my eyes wide in surprise. You didn't tell me it was going to be like this. Twyla grabbed my arm as she dragged me toward an empanada vendor. She held up 2 fingers. Banana, please, she said with a smile. She turned to me and mimed rubbing her belly. I start the festival every year with a banana empanada. We can't talk to the ancestors on an empty stomach, and what can I say? My Viking blood loves Spanish food. When she received her pastries, she shoved one into her mouth. The other she handed to me. Try it, she said. It's fair food, but I promise you won't regret it. I bit into the dessert, and to my surprise, it was delicious. In a moment, we had both gobbled down our treats. Okay, now it's time to get some real food. What do you have a hankering for? We've got Swedish meatballs over yonder, Polish pierogies just down that way. The Italians always have some kind of pasta, or we could go more traditional and just get corn dogs. I don't know exactly what ethnicity the corn dog people are, but the food's tasty. I'm up for anything, I said. And I'm not picky. As long as we avoid fish, I amended. Twyla gave a little scream of excitement. In that case, let's just eat a bit of everything. We'll taste our way around the world, or at least around the towns of Red Brook, Keeling, and Planters Well. By the time Twyla finished with me, I had eaten a Scotch egg, a plate of pierogies, some falafel, and half a helping of Swedish meatballs. I couldn't remember the last time I had been so stuffed. I don't think I've ever eaten so many different foods at one time. That was a damn fine meal. Twyla licked her lips and then rubbed her palms against her jeans. I'm saying, okay, so I come here every year. I've sort of developed some little traditions about this place. Do you mind if I lead the way? I gestured around. You haven't led me wrong yet. I'm at your disposal. Twyla grabbed my hand and we wended through the crowds, neatly sidestepping yapping dogs, screaming toddlers, and exhausted mothers. Eventually, we reached a small series of tents set apart from the others. They stood out. Where most of the vendor storefronts were colorfully decorated with flags depicting the countries they represented, these tents were all black. Instead of country flags, their flag bore only a single skull. What is this? I asked. Twyla was suddenly solemn. She gestured with her chin. The past. Beyond the tents was a worn footpath leading to 3 separate entrances marked by wrought iron gates. Over the first gate was a metal sign that read, Red Brook. The second said, Keeling, and the third, Planters Well. Beyond the gates were immaculately designed graveyards. Although the headstones were obviously not real, they were beautifully constructed and painted to look aged and weathered. Each tombstone was accompanied by a bouquet of silk flowers. Of the 3, the Red Brook Cemetery was the largest by a wide margin. Twyla tugged me forward. These are the 3 towns around here. Red Brook you already know. Keeling and Planters Well are on the other side of the festival. I always start here, with the dead. We stepped through the cemetery gates, and my stomach fluttered. The fragrances of copal, palo santo, and lemon bloomed thick in my nose. A chill ran up my spine, and I shivered despite the day's warmth. Red Brook has a tragic history, she said, guiding me down a narrow path that wound through the graves. You know about the Cherokee Stadium massacre, but there have been plenty of other incidents to mourn. These graves here are collective. They mark tragic events instead of individuals. The second set of graves over there are for the people who died in the past year. Hearing these words, my mouth dropped open into a little O. Over the past year? But there's so many. Again, I smelled the richness of death and the tug and swell of the death current. This doesn't feel right. The ratio for such a small town. I saw movement from the corner of my eye. My heart skipped a beat, and I swallowed down a rising dread that inched up my throat. I didn't need to turn my head to see. I felt her presence like a hot poker in the base of my skull. Still, I lifted my gaze, preparing myself for what I knew I'd find. Hovering beyond the graves was the Weiwei. I met her gaze without flinching. The Weiwei did not move, her ruined, milky eyes unblinking as we watched each other across the expanse of makeshift tombs. She mouthed something, but her lips were mostly burned away and I couldn't make out the words. I swallowed hard as a swirl of unease overcame me. I leaned forward to catch my breath, and when I stood up again, she was gone. Did she follow me here? If she could follow me to the other side, she could follow me to the fairgrounds. But why would she? What did she want with me specifically? I shook myself back into the moment as Twila led me to the first gravestone. It read, Plague of 1918. This one marks the people who died from the Spanish flu, she said, her voice low and somber. There's an actual monument for those people in Redbrook. So many lives lost. She led me to the next gravestone. This one is for September 11th. Nobody from Redbrook actually died on September 11th. But some extended family was lost. I touched the faux headstone lightly. The engraving read, Do not say, I will have vengeance. Wait for the Lord, and he will avenge you. Proverbs 20:22. Another shudder ran through me. It was not my experience that God avenged wrongdoing. We were more or less on our own in that department. And if I were honest, that was probably for the best. If divine punishment existed, who among us would be spared? Hadn't we all committed some wrong worthy of retribution? The idea left me cold. But I didn't believe in forgiving and forgetting either. Some wrongs needed to be set right, even if it took generations upon generations to do so. After all, that's why necromancers like me existed. To put things right. Twila's voice interrupted my thoughts. This one over here is probably the saddest of them all. I pulled away from the 9/11 headstone and walked over to where Twila stood, her hands folded beneath her chin. It was several generations ago that this happened. There was a wedding. Are you familiar with the AME Church? I blinked. Of course, it's the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The man I received my gifts from as a child was a pastor. Right. Okay, well, there was a wedding. Lucinda Scott was marrying her childhood sweetheart, Miles Porter. Both families had come up from South Carolina. Anyway, on the day of the wedding, pretty much the entire congregation was at the church. Everyone except for the bride's older sister, Arnell. Arnell was pregnant, and the rumor was she was pregnant with the groom's baby. Of course, Lucinda was furious at her sister and refused to allow her to come to the wedding. So while the rest of the family was in attendance, Arnell was supposedly sitting alone at home. She cleared her throat and heaved a little sigh. During the ceremony, the church caught fire. By the time they noticed and tried to escape, it was too late. Someone had barricaded the door, locking the families inside. Everyone burned to death. I gaped in horror. Someone barricaded the door? Twila nodded. Yup, I know. Horrific. Naturally, the consensus was that Arnell did it. She was so upset that her sister was marrying her lover that she burned them all. But other people say that's not possible. Arnell and Lucinda were, despite their dispute over Miles, the best of friends. Of course, if that were true, would Arnell have been excluded from the wedding? Who knows? All we can do is speculate. What we know for sure is that someone intentionally murdered all those people on what was supposed to be a festive occasion. I let out my breath in a fetid whoosh. That's so sad. So what became of Arnell? Twila cocked an eyebrow at me. You probably don't have to ask that. Arnell always swore she had nothing to do with the fire, but she also claimed she knew who did. The problem was, she was afraid to name the arsonist. The sheriff, this fellow named Pochek, was keen to pin it on her, especially since she had no alibi and wouldn't give up any other names. Plus, she had a motive. And, I hate to say it, she was black. And you know how people love a good black-on-black crime story, she added, rolling her eyes. Eventually, Arnell fled. She was a headstrong and proud woman, but she wasn't going to risk her own life and the life of her child by staying. The story goes that she went back to South Carolina. So no one ever got justice for the deaths of all those people? Twyla turned sad eyes in my direction. Is there really such a thing as justice for something like that? Even if you caught the person who did it, you couldn't make it right. Those people, their family lines, the futures they were supposed to contribute, were wiped out. Is there really any justice for that? I said nothing as we moved on from the AME memorial, and Twyla pointed out the rest of the graves. There was a large headstone guarded by cherubs that listed the names of the town's founding families: Jasperson, Pochek, Sinclair, Wilcox. I turned to Twyla. Sinclair, is Bonnie from a founding family? Twyla waffled. Her husband Bud is the Sinclair, but she might have another Sinclair in her family tree. All these families in Red Brook are pretty much related to each other. Lots of interbreeding. She shrugged. What else is there to do? Next year, Katie's name will be among these graves, I said, almost to myself. Yes, she agreed. And Heidi and Brandon and Nikki. I crossed my arms over my chest and shuddered as my skin pimpled over with goosebumps. Tell me about the rest of these people, I said. Did you know them? Some, Twyla said with a nod. She ambled around the graveyard, stopping at the names she recognized. This is Gretchen and Pete Bartouche. They were a lovely elderly couple who had been together since childhood. They died 2 weeks apart. She moved on, eyes scanning the names. Candy Walsh was a single mom who worked at the florist shop down the street from Mystic Wicks. She had emphysema. Her 2 kids, Kylie and Max, went to live with her parents in New Mexico. Sweet kids. She walked on. Oh, here's Maddie Baskin. This sweet baby angel was just 16 when she was killed in a drunk driving accident. Twyla led me away from the rest of the graves and toward a table displaying several piles of silk flowers. She dropped a cash donation in a box and selected a handful of artificial roses. These she placed at various memorials. I felt strange watching and not taking part, so I slipped a bill into the box and selected a handful of silk tulips. I went directly to the headstone for the AME tragedy and dropped to my knees. As soon as I was eye level with the gravestones, the death smells returned strong as ever. I swooned under their intensity. If this had been a real cemetery, I might have expected this. But this was just a facsimile. It didn't make sense. And then, I saw her. She materialized right in front of me, her ruined face mere inches from my own on the other side of the headstone. The Weiwei's mouth dropped open, and a plume of black smoke drifted from the maw. Immediately, I was overwhelmed with heat. My brow broke out in beads of sweat as the heat clawed up my arms and legs, lashed at my chin and cheeks. My lungs filled with smoke, and my eyes flew wide as I dropped the flowers, clawing soundlessly at my throat. My eyes watered. My throat parched. I opened my mouth to cough or shout, but nothing came out. The Weiwei reached out a skeletal hand and placed her phalanges against my cheek. I was too petrified to move. Where her fingers touched me, the skin burst into flame, crackling beneath her touch. I smelled charred meat and hair. The din of human howls filled my ears. Pure agony bloomed throughout my body. If you must see, the Weiwei hissed, then see this. I was in a church. All around me were smiling brown faces, everyone dressed in their Sunday best. Women wore hats and gloves. Men wore dark suits and fancy ties. At the altar, the bride and groom stood side by side before a pastor who was reading from the Bible. "Set me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm, for love is as strong as death. Jealousy is fierce as the grave. It burns like blazing fire, the very flame of the Lord." I tugged at my collar. It was so warm. I looked at the faces around me. They were all sweating. "Fire!" The shout came from the back of the church. "Everybody out! Get out now! The church is on fire!" The momentary stillness was followed quickly by chaos. Mothers snatched up children. Husbands ushered their wives toward the doors. "It's locked!" someone shouted. I heard the frantic clang of metal and the rattle of chains. "It's chained from the outside!" I was swept up in more commotion as we all pressed against the doors. Fire licked up the sides of the building. The smoke was so thick I could hardly see. Soot clogged my nose. I was growing faint. My eyelids were so heavy. And then I felt the fire on my skin and screamed. The Wei snatched her hands away from my face. "Love is as strong as death. Jealousy is fierce as the grave. It burns like blazing fire, the very flame of the Lord." And then she was gone. As soon as she vanished, the phantom fire on my cheeks disappeared. My skin cooled, my throat refreshed. I could breathe. I dropped onto all fours, panting and heaving. So this was it then. This was the event that brought the Wei into existence. Papa Janabit told me that a Wei was born when a family held on to grief and anger, causing torment and chaos until things were put right. Well, an entire congregation burning to death might create a Wei. And given what the monster kept making me experience, it added up. She wanted justice. No, she wanted revenge. Yet that didn't quite make sense either. "Stop trying to see," it had said from the beginning. Clearly, she'd wanted me to see something. Why else would she show me the day at the church? She wanted me to see the injustice. She wanted me to acknowledge the suffering, how their light had been extinguished too soon. So if the Wei wanted my help in seeking justice or revenge, why torment me? Why tell me not to see? I didn't know. But something told me if I didn't figure it out soon, I'd pay for it later. By the time Twyla finished making her rounds, I had already climbed to my feet and dusted myself off. Twyla approached empty-handed with an uncertain smile on her face. "I'm all done. You good here?" I glanced warily at the AME grave. "I think so," I said. I paid my own respects. I cleared my throat then and stuck my hands in my jeans pockets. "This might be a little selfish, but do you mind if we split up for a bit? I think I'd like to go see the Necromancer. Alone." Twyla nodded. "Sure, of course. Why don't we meet by the front gate in, say, 45 minutes? She grinned then, showing me her hands. "I think I want to get my hands hennied anyway." I nodded, and we parted ways. I watched for a while as Twyla disappeared into the crowd. Then, turning one last time to the graves, I prayed a silent benediction for the lost souls, hoping they'd found peace. It was only as I was walking away that I realized the Wei I had seen in the graveyard today didn't have a snake around her neck. And she'd had hazy eyes instead of glowing holes where eyes should be. Oh God, I thought, a sick, panicked feeling circling the pit of my stomach. There's more than one. Chapter 8. It took me a while to locate the necromancer amidst all the vendors and entertainers, but I finally found him sharing a tent with a couple of fortune tellers. His booth was small and discreet, and the man himself was petite and elderly with skin like leather and bright hazel eyes. When he saw me approaching, his face lit up like a light bulb. "Merry meet," he said, his smile flashing white, even teeth. Come for a reading? $20 will change your life or your money back. I grinned. That's a hell of a pitch. Is it true? Oh yes, the necromancer confirmed, his expression the picture of earnestness. The change your life part is. The money back part? He sucked his teeth as he winked. Truth is, I've never had anyone ask for their money back. So I suppose my integrity is still open to challenge on that point. I liked him immediately. He reminded me of some of my patients in hospice, though he didn't look anywhere close to death, and I didn't smell it on him. I chuckled as I sat down and folded my hands on the table. Okay, you got me. Let's do a reading. What do you do? Palm reading, crystal ball, bones? The necromancer retrieved a pouch from a pocket. Good old-fashioned tarot cards, he drawled. I know it's not African, but it's what I grew up doing, so I stick with it. Why mess with something that works? He began shuffling the deck, never breaking eye contact with me. You're not from around here, are you? I shook my head. Los Angeles, I said. The necromancer whistled. Los Angeles, city of the angels. You're a long way from home. What brings you out to our neck of the woods? Now it was my turn to wink. You're the fortune teller. Why don't you tell me? The man groaned and rolled his eyes. Do you know how many times a day I hear that tired old line? Spare me your quips. I am but a conduit to the gods. They tell me what they want me to know, and not a penny more. When he finished shuffling, he laid the cards in front of me. Cut the deck for me, please. I did as he asked, and the necromancer picked up the deck and began laying the cards in front of me in an intricate pattern. By the way, my name is Mercutio, and you are? Kezia, I said. Nice to meet you, Mercutio. Well, I suppose we'll see about that. Mercutio looked down at the cards he had just laid out, and then, without warning, wiped them all away, returning them to his hand. He looked up, his eyes glittering like a jewel. That reading wasn't for you, he apologized. That reading was for somebody who doesn't know what she wants to ask. But you know exactly what your question is, don't you? I held my breath as Mercutio laid the cards out once again, this time in a simple line of only 3 cards. He left them face down. This card is your question, he explained, tapping the back of the first card. The second card is the surprise. It's the thing you don't know you need to know. And the third card is the answer to your question. Are you ready? I swallowed around the lump that had formed in my throat. Maybe the cards knew something about the way that I didn't. I'm ready. Mercutio flipped over the first card. It was an image of a royal woman lounging on a throne. Long hair flowed over her shoulders. The Empress, he said, tapping his fingertips together beneath his chin. Your mother, you're looking for her. Your question is, where is she? I stopped breathing. I'd been so preoccupied with the dead children in Redbrook I'd forgotten my own troubles. I remembered Marcus's admonishment and pushed it quickly aside. I met Mercutio's eyes, the color draining from my cheeks. Who told you? I asked. But the man's expression didn't change. Don't insult me, he said. You've been looking for her a long time. A long time. He tilted his head to the side and then held up a finger. I have a message for you. Seek first to listen. Second, seek to understand. Seek third to be heard. Seek finally to be understood. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words would come out. I had no idea what that meant. When baby chicks are hungry, they cry for their mothers. Mama! Mama! Mercutio tittered, scraping his fingers against the hairs on his neck. And the mother hears and brings her chicks food. But in their crying, the baby chicks cannot hear how the mother struggles to provide for her family. The chicks do not notice how she shudders in the cold. This is not their fault. They're hungry after all. But their own crying prevents their full understanding of the world. I said nothing, equal parts confused and transfixed. I supposed I was the baby chick in this tale. but I didn't see how the allegory applied to my life. After a moment, the man began to hum, something tuneless and almost familiar. The hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention. He flipped over the second card. As for your surprise, yes, okay. This is the Knight of Swords. A protector. An older man in your life who loves you without caution and yet perhaps cannot show it. He has cared for you since you were young. Not a father, though, he amended. Do you know such a man? I nodded. My brother, I said, my voice coming out little more than a whisper. A brother to his sister as a pup to his mister. He grinned and licked his lips. Perhaps. It may be your brother. Tell me, does your brother keep a book by his bed? The question caught me off guard. Perhaps I was expecting another confusing tale about baby animals. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been in his bedroom. Well, I'm telling you, he does. And this book has a message for you. Ask your brother to read it. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. How is he supposed to know what message from the book is meant for me? But the necromancer waved the question away. No, you misunderstand me. It's not a message from the book. It's a message in the book. Ask him. He'll know. I said nothing more as I racked my brain for what that could mean. But I didn't get very far before the necromancer flipped over the third and final card. As for your specific question, Mother, who's got your mother? This is your answer. It was the star. Even I, who knew little about tarot cards, knew that was a good sign. I held my breath in anticipation. Well, what does it mean? Mercutio picked up the card and tapped its edge against the table before answering. The key to your question is held by the stars, he said. I waited for him to continue, but when it was clear that was all he had to say, my temper flared. I know goddamn well you have more to tell me than that, I said. Then, embarrassed by my outburst, I cleared my throat and tried again. I'm sorry, it's just... What does that mean? I didn't come here for some generic, horoscope shit. That cryptic message doesn't help at all. But Mercutio wasn't listening to me. His eyes were focused behind me, his head cocked to the side as though someone was whispering delicious secrets in his ear. Then he said, Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Neither dream nor fantasy, but the dust of galaxies. He looked to me, his brows raised on his face. We are all stardust by and by. The galaxy knows. The question is, what do you know of galaxies? I clenched my fists. I don't know what you're talking about. I never had much use for astronomy. The only galaxies I know are the Milky Way, and... I gasped as realization washed over me like a baptism. Andromeda, I breathed. Of course. That day on the beach, hadn't she said she had something to tell me about my mother? We'd been distracted then, and with everything else that had happened, I'd forgotten about that conversation. But here was this man, a necromancer like me, telling me that Andromeda was the key to unlocking my question. Was it as simple as that? Was it as simple as asking Andromeda what she knew? That's all I see for you, he said, leaning back in his chair. Can I help you with anything else? Would you like a gift? I nodded, and we both stood up. I'd like that a lot, actually. Thank you. I took a step toward Mercutio, who placed his hands on my shoulders instead of my face as most necromancers did. You don't already have one on you, do you? He asked. I shook my head. Nope, I'm good. Do your worst. The necromancer smiled and leaned his head back. Before long, I felt a slow roll of warm, comforting energy blossom throughout my body. The warmth was followed by a spike of adrenaline, and when the man removed his hands from my body, I felt smarter. I grinned. Do you want to tell me what you got? You don't have to, he added quickly. But I'm nosy, and I always like to ask. Quick study. I said. Mercutio whistled his appreciation. The ability to learn a new skill quickly. That's a nice one. Get thee to your nearest YouTube and skill up on investment banking. Or perhaps learn a new language. I must remind you of the birds, though, he admonished. When acquiring a language, everyone wants to learn to speak. But first, you must train yourself to listen. I chuckled as I dug around in my purse for a few bills, which I handed to the necromancer. Thank you. You were surprisingly helpful today, I said. Then, reconsidering, I added, I didn't mean that as a dig. Mercutio smiled, tucking the cash into a pocket. I take the compliment in the spirit with which it was intended. Have yourself a good rest of your day, fair lady, and perhaps I'll see you again one day. I walked away from the fortune-telling tent with a dozen new questions buzzing around in my head. Did Lamont keep a book by his bed? Would he know what I meant when I asked about a message? And what about Andromeda? Did she really hold the missing link between my mom and me? I couldn't help it. I felt good. Under normal circumstances, I would never get my hopes up based on a tarot reading. But Mercutio had seen something. I was sure of it. He'd seen things in the cards the same way I saw things in the bones. The ancestors were watching, and they were ready for me to make a move. By the time I met Twyla at our designated rendezvous point, I was already feeling better about my future than I had in years. Later that night, I called my brother. I chewed nervously on my lips as his phone rang. Lamont kept unpredictable hours as a bartender, and I never really knew the best time to reach him. I was nearly holding my breath in anticipation. But after the fifth ring, I accepted that he wasn't going to answer. Deflated, I left a message for him to call me as soon as he could. Next, I texted Marcus. Got a really interesting lead today. Might be on the right track towards finally contacting my mother. I'll tell you more about it the next time I see you. How are things? I hit send. I was changing into my pajamas when I heard a light scratching in the hallway outside my door. Curious, I went to have a look. Jewel was sitting outside my door, her little paws clawing at the carpet. How did you even get in here? I asked, hands on my hips. She must have followed someone inside. You don't live here, you know. I glanced down the hall to make sure Frank didn't see, and then I opened the door wider, letting that cat inside my room. Make yourself comfortable, I guess. The cat did as she was told, hopping up onto my bed. I don't have anything for you, I said to the animal. No food of any kind. So I'm not sure what good being here is going to do for you. It's not like I stopped short, narrowing my eyes at the cat who watched me patiently, her tail flicking silently. Well, maybe you have something for me, I said, sitting down next to her. I laughed when the cat crawled into my lap. I thought of my patron sitting in his rocking chair in the bayou, that ratty Afghan on his knees. He said I could do it. He said I could work wild magic with animals the same way he could. I just needed to believe I could do it. Well, I'm not Dorothy, and this isn't the Wizard of Oz, I said to myself. I don't know how much of this believe in yourself bullshit I believe, but I know I can work the animate current. So how hard can this be? I settled down on the foot of my bed with my eyes closed, waiting for Papa Janaba to appear in my mind. I didn't have to wait long. You know what to do. Stop doubting yourself. Sync your breathing and your heartbeat with the cat's. Reach out with your empathy and your energy. Know in your heart and in your soul that there are no separations between living things. Separateness is only an illusion. You and the cat are one. Of course we were. This should be a piece of cake. I sighed. I took Jewel's paws in my hands. I only felt a bit like a lunatic as I did this. She didn't seem to mind, though. I squeezed her little paws, feeling her toe beans beneath my finger pads as her purring grew louder. Without thinking about it, I started to purr along with her. It was an unnatural feeling at first, but soon enough it felt comfortable. Easy. I shifted my hand to her neck to better feel her heartbeat. I breathed in and out. letting my breath and heart rate come to match the cat's. And as I reached my energy toward her, my mind suddenly went dark. I relaxed into the darkness. Slowly, an image swam into view. It was an image of Katie's bedroom from the perspective of someone lying on her bed. No, not someone. Some cat. I was looking through Jewel's eyes, seeing what she saw that night. Oh my God, it worked. I was so thrilled that I'd gotten it on the first try that I almost lost my concentration. I forced my emotion aside, promising myself I could dwell on it later. That was difficult, admittedly. I'd never done anything like this before. Unlike proven necromancers like Opal, I couldn't create magic spells or anything. So this was the first time I'd done something that didn't rely on the death current. I couldn't wait to tell Papa Janabbit. But right now I needed to focus. I brought my attention back to the moment, back to the memory I was sharing with the cat. We were lying on Katie's bed, snuggled under her blankets. The girl next to us was sound asleep, snoring softly. The bedroom door creaked open. A dim glow from a nightlight down the hall spilled into the room. A shadow entered first, followed by the person that cast it. The woman paused, closing the door softly behind her. She stood still for a moment, letting her eyes adjust to the darkness. Bonnie Sinclair's expression was blank as she tiptoed toward her daughter's bed. We objected with a meow as she pushed us aside, making room for herself within the halo of warmth Katie's sleeping body provided. She sank down at the edge of the bed and sighed, stroking Katie's forehead, brushing her mousy hair away from her face. Gingerly, she leaned over and kissed her daughter's cheek. She lifted a hand and paused. Her arm hung in the air a beat too long, unnaturally, like a puppet being manipulated from above. Her eyes were unfocused and as glassy as a doll's as she reached for a pillow at Katie's side. Then, without further hesitation, Bonnie Sinclair pressed the pillow against her daughter's face. As Katie began to kick and thrash, Bonnie leaned her full weight onto the pillow, smothering the teenager below. We leaped then, claws first, pouncing on the woman, scratching her arms and hands, but the woman didn't budge. We yelped and yowled as we tried to defend our sweet Katie, who bucked like a bull beneath her mother's weight. We threw our body at her attacker, but we were small and weak and ineffective, even as we scratched and gouged and cried. Bonnie did not move, and eventually, we ran out of the room, and the image went dark. All the while, Bonnie Sinclair's eyes remained unfocused and vacant, like she wasn't even home. There is absolutely no possibility on Earth that Bonnie Sinclair murdered her own daughter. Twyla and I were sitting across from each other at a nearby restaurant bar. I was sipping on a Sazerac, which was surprisingly good, considering we were in the middle of nowhere, while Twyla was already on her second dry martini. I know what I saw, I said. I saw her suffocate Katie with a pillow. The image was clear as day. Twyla twirled her martini glass by the stem, refusing to meet my eyes. I don't doubt what you saw. Aren't you, though? I interrupted. I'm saying maybe you don't understand what you saw. I stared at her open-mouthed. How do you misunderstand someone smothering a child with a pillow? Twyla finished the last of her martini with a gulp and signaled our server for another. I don't know, she said. But I've known Bonnie and Katie for years, okay? I was there when Bud broke Bonnie's rib. I was there when Katie told her mother she was gay, and they were both terrified of Bud finding out. We did work together. You know what I mean. Work. I could tell by the look in her eye that she meant magic. Okay? Every time Bud hit Bonnie and I had to fix her up, she asked me to lay protection on her daughter. She adored Katie. Those two were like peas and carrots. She dug a knuckle into her eye, shaking her head. Bonnie risked Bud's wrath every time she called on me, every time she asked for my magic. So you can't convince me that the woman I know could harm a hair on her daughter's head, let alone smother the life out of her. I focused on my cocktail to gather my thoughts and tamp down the frustration that boiled in my stomach. I should have known that Twyla wouldn't exactly welcome my revelation with open arms. Still, her denial felt like betrayal. She of all people was supposed to believe me. If it were someone else, she might, I thought to myself. But Bonnie is her friend, someone she cares for. Their history together takes precedence over a vision you had. But I know what I saw, I said aloud. Well, I wasn't there. I don't know what you saw. All I'm saying is there must be another explanation. A server came over and replaced Twyla's cocktail. I fidgeted with mine, angry at myself and with Twyla. When I read the bones, I know I'm interpreting, okay? Those messages are codes, poems sometimes. You have to interpret. But what I saw through the cat's eyes wasn't figurative, Twyla. It happened. You said she looked like she was in a fugue or something, right? Like she wasn't really there. Maybe you saw, I don't know, her own guilt. Like because it happened in her home, she felt responsible. She felt like she had done it. You're reaching, I muttered. Twyla slammed her hand so hard on the table that her gin martini sloshed over the side. You're goddamn right I'm reaching, Kezia. I'll take anything over the idea that my friend murdered her daughter. She lifted the martini to her lips but didn't drink, her eyes dark and narrow. And what about the other kids that died? Am I supposed to believe Bonnie walked into their house and smothered those kids too? To be fair, that was something that had been bothering me as well. I could believe, however far-fetched it might be, that Bonnie had murdered her own daughter. But the logistics involved in murdering all the other children just seemed unlikely. But I had a hypothesis. Twyla, there's something I need to tell you. The woman's eyes flashed even as fatigue settled into the lines of her face. Go on. Do you know what a way is? Twyla gave her head a slow shake, her brow furrowed. I don't think I've ever heard of that. No. It's a wailing woman, a creature manifested from hate, grief, and anger. It comes from an injustice passed down through a family line. Generations of ill will and venom. I took a sip of my Sazerac to calm my nerves. There's one in Redbrook. Well, actually, there are at least two. Twyla's lips pressed into a hard line, her jaw clenching as her nostrils flared. What are you talking about? When I first got to Redbrook, it appeared in my passenger seat. It looked like a skeleton, but broken, burned. It was clearly a woman, too, with a snake around her neck. Scared the shit out of me, nearly caused me to drive off the road. Later, I saw it in Bonnie's house. Remember when you patched me up that first night we met? The way was there. It was standing behind Bud, telling him to hit me. Compelling him to hit me. The next time I encountered it, it attacked me. It burned my skin and filled my lungs with smoke and ash. I didn't know what to make of it until you told me the story about the AME church fire. I'm pretty sure the way in this town comes from that fire. Twyla drummed her fingers on the table, her face pale with dismay. Jesus, Kezia, it attacked you? Yes, but that's not what I'm worried about. Bridget at the bed and breakfast told me she hears it sometimes. Has since she was a girl. She hears it wailing. I paused and took a breath, ready to deliver the big blow. I think the way compelled Bonnie to kill Katie, and I think it compelled the other parents to do the same to their children. A tear fell from Twyla's cheek. Bonnie didn't kill Katie, she whispered, the conviction gone from her voice. She couldn't have. Even if she were influenced by something evil, isn't she susceptible? Don't we all have chinks in our armor? I could tell my words were finding purchase, but I didn't want to press my luck. I knew Twyla was fragile, and I needed her help. I didn't know what my next steps were. I didn't know where to turn. Kezia, what you're saying cannot be true. A monster is running around Redbrook telling parents to kill their children? What for? Who's next? How do we prevent the next death? There's no logic in it, goddammit. It just doesn't make any sense. I saw the helplessness in her face, and I tried to tell myself that she was hurting and scared, but I was too pissed off to listen to reason. I knew I was onto something, and if Twyla wanted to moon about in her own ignorance rather than face the truth of her town, well, I didn't have the patience to pull her out of it. I had work to do. Well, it's pretty clear we're not going to come to any conclusions tonight, I said, gathering my things. I thought you'd want to know. I thought maybe you could help. I heard the edge in my voice, and Twyla must have noticed it too, because she leaned forward and placed her hand on mine. Her eyes were still dark, but had grown softer around the edges. I appreciate how hard all of this must be for you, she said. Whether or not I believe you, I know how horrible it must have been to witness something like that. Please don't patronize me, I said, getting to my feet. Look, I agree with you. Something doesn't add up. Maybe you're right, and I don't understand what I saw. But this isn't about me. There's something here, Twyla, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't do everything in my power to get to the bottom of it. Twyla motioned to the empty chair across from her. Please don't go. Sit down. I didn't mean to piss you off. I hesitated but returned to my seat. Twyla set her martini aside and brushed a thick braid over a shoulder. You and I agree on one thing. This is worth looking into. So what do we do? Do we take this to the police? I laughed. Are you for real? You don't even believe me. The cops would laugh me out the station, assuming they didn't lock me up for being crazy first. Twyla hermed, looking thoughtful. Didn't you say your ex-husband was a professor of magical phenomenon or something like that? Kind of. What about it? I don't know anything about this Wei, she said, and I'm magically sensitive, so I don't know why I wouldn't see it. But I believe you that it exists, she said before I could object. And I want to understand this phenomenon better. So I'm wondering if the three of us might talk this through. Figure out what to do next. I nodded. It's not a bad idea. I'll see what I can do. I texted him earlier, but I haven't heard back. But I should warn you, Twyla. My patron? Papa Janabat? He says these Wei can't be stopped. He says they just have to run their course. Twyla's voice was hard as steel. Then I guess we better pray he's wrong. I picked up the phone and quickly dialed Marcus, but he didn't answer. I swore as I clicked the disconnect button. He's not picking up. Let me text him again. I typed in a furious message. Things just got really bad around here. I think these kids are being murdered. Worse, I might have an idea who's doing it. Please call me. I hit send. Chapter 9. My phone rang in the middle of the night. Bleary-eyed and saddled with the remnants of a dream, I answered. Hello? I said groggily. Are you asleep? I sucked my teeth and rolled over with a groan. Jesus Christ, Lamont, it's 3 a.m. Yes, I was asleep. Well, you called. You never call unless it's important. Is everything okay? I heaved a sigh and dug my knuckles into my eye sockets. Yeah, everything's fine. I had a question for you, that's all. But it can wait until the morning. Lamont grunted. In the morning, I'm taking Nadine to a doctor's appointment, so if you need to know something, it's now or... well, not never, I guess. But sometime later. What do you want to know? I was already awake, and now that I had Lamont on the phone, the butterflies in my stomach started up again. Okay. Listen, this is going to sound weird, but do you keep a book by your bed? He was silent a moment, then, yeah, I keep a Bible on the nightstand. Why do you ask? I closed my eyes. I saw a necromancer today. He did a reading on me. He knew I was looking for Mom, and he told me you had a message for me. Something I needed to hear that I didn't know I was looking for. He said the message was in the book. Do you know what that means? Kiki, that could mean anything. Did he give you a verse or something that I'm supposed to read to you? No, he said it's not a passage from the book. He said it was a message in the book. I don't know. Maybe you stuck a note or something in between the pages. On the other end, Lamont grumbled. What? There's no note. But oh. Huh. He hesitated. That Bible is the one Mom gave me on the day I was baptized. There's an inscription inside. It just says, "You complete me." My face bunched up in thought. You complete me? That's what Mom wrote inside your Bible? I felt a pang of jealousy. I didn't have any mementos from my mother, let alone such an intimate message as that. He had a note from her, something he could read every day if he wanted, that proved how much she loved him. I had never known my mother's love. I wondered if Lamont knew what a treasure he had. Yeah, that's what she wrote. There's nothing else in there. No pieces of paper or anything. That must be what your necromancer was talking about. I sighed into the phone and rolled onto my back. Okay. Thanks. Hey, before you hang up. I heard Lamont taking a breath on the other end. Did that help? Does that mean anything to you? I shook my head. Not really. But I'm not ready to give up yet. Oh. He sounded genuinely disappointed. I'm sorry. I wish I could help. How's Marcus? Is he making progress up there? I don't know. I haven't heard from him. I've left him a couple of urgent messages, but I got no response. If I don't hear from him tomorrow, I might drive over there before I catch a flight back to Los Angeles. Do you want me to pick you up from the airport? No, I'll get a rideshare. Thanks, though. I paused. I'm gonna go back to sleep. You take care of yourself, okay? And thanks for calling. Give Big Ginny my love. I didn't wait for a response. I thumbed the phone to disconnect and crashed back into the pillows. I fell asleep with my mother's words whispering in my ear. If she'd lived, would I have completed her too? I wanted to believe I would. My daughter, after all, was the completion I was desperately seeking. Please, God, I prayed. Please let us complete each other. The next morning, I drove up to Chicago. Marcus had returned none of my calls or texts, which was unlike him. Under normal circumstances, that would have driven me into a panic. But I told myself he was probably busy with his therapy. Or perhaps they'd taken his phone. Or maybe his battery had died and he'd forgotten a charger. There were reasonable explanations for his silence. However, the nagging thought I couldn't escape was that he wasn't busy, and no one had taken his phone. It was that he was ignoring me because he was changing. That was the thought that ultimately drove me to make the trip to the city. I needed to know that Marcus was still my Marcus. I needed the peace of seeing him even if he scolded me again. Even if seeing me pissed him off. I needed to know where we stood. I was standing in the lobby of the mental health facility as soon as it opened, before I'd even had my coffee. Behind the counter, the receptionist regarded me warily. Hi, how can I help you? I cleared my throat and tried to smile. I'm here to see Marcus Adeyemo, I said. I'm his wife, Kezia Bernard. The woman typed something into the computer, but her brow wrinkled after a moment, and she glanced up at me. Can you spell the last name for me? Adeyemo, I said. The woman typed into her keyboard, but after a moment, looked up and shook her head. No, I'm sorry. We don't have a patient by that name. I frowned. Sorry, can you check again? The girl peered at me, her pink frosted lips twisting. Then, with a little shrug, she pointed to her monitor as though I could see it. According to my computer, we don't have a patient named Marcus Adeyemo, but let me check something else. She tapped furiously at the keyboard, and a moment later she nodded with a satisfied grin. Yep. You're right. He was here, but he's not anymore. I gaped at her. What do you mean he's not anymore? It seems he's been discharged. I closed my eyes and took a slow breath to steady my nerves. That doesn't make sense. If my husband had been discharged, I would know about it. Who discharged him? The girl smiled, clearly pleased at her ability to answer my questions. The attending physician was Dr. Howard. Why on earth would my husband be discharged without anyone calling me? The girl's smile faltered, her eyes darting back to the monitor. All I can tell you is that Dr. Howard discharged him. I counted to 10. I didn't want to lose my temper on this woman. Whatever information she wasn't giving me wasn't her fault. She wasn't trying to make me lose my shit. But she wasn't working hard to prevent it either. What else do you know? When did he leave? Did he leave alone? Did he go to another facility? I need more information. I can't. I mean, none of that information is on my computer. All it says is that Dr. Howard released him. He's not here anymore. Fine. Then I need to speak to Dr. Howard, I said. The receptionist entered something into her computer and then sat back, once again pleased with herself. The earliest I can get you in with Dr. Howard is in about 6 weeks. Do you want to schedule something? My temper was ready to boil over. It took all the strength I had not to blow a gasket at this incompetent receptionist. No, I don't want to schedule something. Are you listening to me? I need to talk to him now, today, to understand why my husband isn't here anymore. When the woman just blinked her doe eyes at me, I threw up my hands and headed for the elevator. No problem, I'll handle this. His office is on the 6th floor, isn't it? It is, she called out, rising to her feet. But you can't go up there. I stopped. Why not? She gestured to the elevator. You don't have a key card. Right, I'd forgotten about that. Do us both a favor and just give me one, I said. The girl's hands twisted. I can't do that, but anyway, Dr. Howard's not in. I crossed my arms over my chest. When does he get in? The girl checked her watch. Well, normally he would arrive in about half an hour, but he won't be coming in today. He's on sabbatical. That knocked the wind out of me. What? The girl was wringing her hands, color rising in her cheeks. Sabbatical? It's like a vacation. Oh, this was too much. I walked back toward the girl, staring daggers so sharp they could have cut glass. I know what a sabbatical is, I said, but that doesn't make sense. My husband was under his care. The doctor told us the program would last at least 3 weeks. It hasn't been that long. So, was this a surprise sabbatical? My voice dripped with sarcasm. To my disbelief, the girl nodded. Yes. He let his staff know at the end of the day yesterday that he wouldn't be returning for a while. He estimated he'd be back in about 6 weeks, which is when you can book an appointment with him if you'd like. I pressed my palm to my forehead, my skin gone clammy. This doesn't make sense, I repeated to myself. None of this makes sense. Does he have an assistant? A nurse? There has to be someone I can speak to. But the young woman just shook her head. I'm sorry. But like I said, if you want to book an appointment... No, I know. 6 weeks. I heard you the first time. I snapped. Then, feeling guilty, I collected myself. It's fine. Thank you for your help. I turned to head for the door. Do you want to see Dr. Richter? I paused and turned around. Excuse me? She has an office down the hall from Dr. Howard. A lot of times patients see her when Dr. Howard gets busy. She has availability this week. Do you want to book some time with her? No, I said, confused how this woman still didn't understand I didn't want an appointment. I wanted answers. Thank you. I stomped out of the hospital, and once I was outside, I let out a frustrated scream. I went over the conversation in my mind, replaying what the young woman had told me. Marcus had been discharged. Dr. Howard had taken an emergency sabbatical. I had no idea where Marcus was or how he was doing. Something was wrong, very wrong. I didn't know what to do. and so I called my friend and fellow necromancer, Opal. "Girl, I ain't heard from you in a minute." I heard the smile in her voice on the other end. "Where you been?" "I've been meaning to call you." Opal never called me, so that gave me pause. "I'm in Chicago," I said. "I had to bring Marcus up here for some therapy. Why were you gonna call? Everything going good?" Opal sucked her teeth. "Everything's fine. I've been seeing this new guy, but I'm not sure it's gonna work out." "Why not?" Opal sighed on the other end. "He texts me like every day. He's smothering me with attention." I had to bite back a laugh. "Yeah, sounds terrible." "I know," Opal moaned, oblivious to my sarcasm. "But listen, that ain't why I was gonna call. I got news. You remember that spell I was working on? That telekinesis spell?" I nodded. "Of course I do. I used it to kill a Ginny, remember?" "Yeah, well look, I finally sold it." I gasped. "You did? For real?" "Girl, yes, for real. I was trying to wait till I figured out how to load it, but I guess I'm not good enough yet. And it's still necro-only magic, so I couldn't get as much for it as I hoped. I just sold the damn bracelet as is. It ain't fuck you money, but it's enough to take me a little vacation anyway." "Wow, Opal, that's fantastic. That's really an accomplishment. Congratulations." "You girl coming up. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be selling magic at that fancy auction house." I could practically see her strutting on the other end. "Anyway, I know you ain't called to ask about me. What's going on?" I ran a hand over my hair and rubbed the back of my neck. "A lot, actually. I need your advice. I think Marcus is missing." Opal gasped. "Shut up! You let me go on and on about my bullshit and your man is missing. What happened?" I quickly recounted my experience at the hospital and relayed my concerns that something not on the level was going on. Opal listened without saying a word, and when I was finished, she let out a whistle. "Damn, girl, when you get in trouble you go all the way in, don't you?" "This had nothing to do with me," I retorted. "I'm just getting dragged along for the ride. For real, though. What should I do?" "There's really only one thing you can do." "What's that?" "You need to get inside that doctor's office." I frowned. "What for?" "Something fishy's going on. You need to know exactly what Marcus and this doctor talked about in their sessions. Maybe they talked about moving Marcus to a new facility. Or maybe Marcus wanted a new doctor. Either way, you need to get nosy and see what's what. You might find some information to point you in the right direction." I groaned and clenched my jaw. Shit. I don't know, Opal. That's serious. I mean, I think I'd have to, break in. Opal sucked her teeth. "So, your baby's dad is missing. Did you think this was finna be easy?" "No, but I didn't think it would be illegal," I complained. "Shit. You know what I don't need to do? Get arrested." "I know that's right. Don't they have magic workers up there? Can't you get your hands on a spell? Or even something like my invisibility?" "You know it's not as easy as that," I chided her. "No reputable magic worker is going to give real magic to someone they don't know." I sensed Opal thinking on the other end. "What about someone not so reputable?" I shook my head. "And risk having them tip off the cops? No thanks. If I'ma do this, I'm on my own. No magic." But even as I said the words, I realized I was wrong. I did have access to magic. I had Twyla. I didn't know exactly what her portfolio of skills was, but she had to be better than nothing. You know, I might actually know someone. I met this woman. A Viking. Opal snickered into the phone. "Oh, hell, you don't mean—" "No, come on, I'm not stupid. Not one of those white power shitheads. A real Viking." "Kezia, you know there's no such thing as Vikings anymore, right? They all just turned into Swedes and Danes and stuff." I grunted. "I watched the History Channel too, thank you very much. Nah, she's the real deal. Magically, I mean. She's like us. She gets her magic from her ancestors." "I don't know, Key," Opal drawled. "A Viking? What do you really know about her? I know she healed me, I said, putting new conviction into my voice. She's a good guy, Opal. Trust me. I could tell Opal was still doubtful, but she dropped her argument. Well, if you think she can help you, go for it. Just be careful, okay? And call me if you need anything. I should be home in a couple days. I'll come see you when I'm back. And congratulations again on your sale. You take care. You too, girl. I'll keep you in my prayers. We disconnected. As I made the drive back to Red Brook, I practiced what I wanted to say to Twyla. One downfall of never having any close friends. You have no experience asking someone to do illegal shit with you. You're going to break into a mental hospital? Don't you have that backwards? I think mental hospitals are things people try to break out of. We were sitting in a small bistro down the street from Mystic Wicks. Twyla was picking at her salad and sipping on a daiquiri. I was too nervous to eat. I'm not trying to break into the hospital. I just need to get into the doctor's office. Sure. To steal his records, right? Sounds like breaking into the hospital to me. I snorted. Fine, Twyla, but don't you think it's strange that Marcus was released and nobody told me? And now I can't get a hold of him or his doctor. Twyla's eyebrows rose high on her forehead. Oh, there's some shady shit going on for sure. Absolutely. It's just, it's not every day someone you hardly know asks you to help them break into a mental hospital. Abashed, I looked down into my untouched plate of pasta. To be fair, I didn't ask you to help, I muttered. Well, you were about to. Twyla cleared her throat and folded her hands on the table in front of her. That is why you brought this all up, right? You want my help? No, scratch that. You need my help. I pushed my plate aside. I don't know how you can help, to be honest. If I were home, I'd score some magic from my friend Opal. Or I'd brew a batch of her invisibility and pray for the best. But I don't know anyone in Chicago, no one but you. Twyla grinned. You are fucking lucky as shit, you know that? I gulped, tempered hope rising in my chest. Either I was really bad at social cues, or things were finally going my way. Still, I was cautious. Why's that? When we first met, you asked me if I worked magic. What I didn't tell you, because you didn't ask, is that I'm a lot more than a healer. What I really am... She cocked her head to the side. What do you know about Vikings? I shook my head. Not a goddamn thing, I admitted. Vikings weren't a clan of people. Not really. We were broadly Scandinavian, but what really held us together, what made us Vikings, was the fact that we were pirates, raiders, warriors. Even our women were trained in taking what we desired. Well, sometimes what I desire is to heal. She held out a hand, and that glowing battle axe appeared once again in her palm, spinning bewitchingly. It vanished before anyone else could notice. And sometimes what I desire is to protect. Above all, my magic desires to deliver people into the lives they were supposed to have. She was smiling like she had revealed some great secret, but I was no closer to understanding than when she'd begun talking. Okay. Twyla leaned in, lowering her voice. I'm a shield maiden, Kezia, a deliverer. I'm blessed with the power to protect others, though only as far as they'll let me. Anyway, part of protection and deliverance is the evasion of danger, you see? Subterfuge. Espionage. Clandestine warfare. Clandestine warfare, I repeated, stupefied. In Red Brook? Practically speaking, what does that actually mean? Twyla gestured around her. I mostly help these women not get murdered by their bloodthirsty husbands. I've helped wives escape in the middle of the night. I've helped gay teenagers run away from homophobic parents. You could call me the one-woman Viking Underground Railroad. No offense, she blurted, but you know what I mean. I get people out of dangerous situations. Sometimes that requires magic. Most of the time, it requires luck, planning, and logic. I considered this for a moment, seeing the use in it. Okay. But getting people out of dangerous situations is one thing. What about getting people into one? But Twyla furrowed her brow and waved the concern away. You're thinking about this all wrong. You need to get behind enemy lines. Getting in isn't the hard part. It's the getting out safely that's hard. And that's where I come in. I ran a hand over my hair, taking all of this in. It was a lot to consider. Okay, I see your point. But I still have to get inside the doctor's office undetected. Twyla pushed her salad to the side and leaned even closer toward me. Let's scout it out. Scout it out? Yes, to see what kind of security they have in place. A lot of times you can get into places just using social engineering, pretending you're making a delivery or something. Like I said, I have lots of experience with this kind of thing. Okay, but we can't even get up to the 6th floor. You need an appointment. I cut myself off mid-sentence as a tendril of an idea emerged. I know how to get up there, I said. I pulled out my phone and called my favorite person, Dr. Howard's idiot receptionist. Hi. I'd like to make an appointment to see Dr. Richter, please. As soon as possible, I added, making my voice breathless with worry. I heard typing on the other end. Have you seen Dr. Richter before? No, I said. I usually see Dr. Howard, but I really need to speak to someone as soon as I can. Please. More typing. Sure, I think I can help you. I can get you in with Dr. Richter tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Does that work? I glanced to Twyla and mouthed, 3 o'clock tomorrow? Twyla nodded back enthusiastically. Yes, I said into the phone. 3 o'clock is perfect. And who is the appointment for? I gave her the first name that popped into my head. Bonnie Sinclair. Okay, Ms. Sinclair, you're all set. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Chapter 10. The next day, Twyla and I arrived early at our fake appointment. The receptionist greeted us with the same vacant smile that usually drove me nuts. Today, I was happy to see it. I donned a cheerful smile and gave her my lies. Bonnie Sinclair for Dr. Richter, I said. I brought my emotional support Viking. I hope that's okay. The receptionist gave Twyla a strange look, but said nothing. She tapped my information into the computer and then handed me a card on a lanyard. Do you know where the office is? She asked. I nodded, already walking away from the desk with Twyla in tow. I sure do. Thanks. I draped the lanyard around my neck and headed for the elevators. Absolutely seamless, Twyla breathed as the elevator doors closed. Emotional support Viking, where'd you come up with that shit? I had to say something about you, I said. You're not exactly inconspicuous. Twyla still sported her usual woad blue warrior paint and black smudged eyes, but today she'd also added a bone-studded choker. Besides, I think it made me sound unstable. Had to play the part and all. When we arrived on the 6th floor, we headed directly toward Dr. Howard's office at the end of the hall. I tried the doorknob, but of course, it was locked. I glanced around, checking the hallways. I don't see any cameras or anything, I whispered. That's what we're supposed to be checking out, right? Security cameras and stuff? But Twyla was hardly listening. She was digging through her purse. What are you looking for? I asked. I half hoped she was about to pull a lock-picking kit from her bag. Hey, stranger things had happened? To my surprise, however, she withdrew a wallet, and from the wallet, a credit card. She motioned toward the door. You should have told me it was one of these locks, she said. I was expecting some fancy badge reader or something like in the elevator. But this? A child could open this. She gestured with her chin toward the hallway. Just make sure nobody comes by. Let me know if you see anything. I stepped away from Twyla into the intersection between two hallways, trying my best to look inconspicuous. Thankfully, I didn't need to wait long. A few jiggles and curse words later, I heard a click, followed by Twila's gleeful chuckle. Hell yeah, we're in, baby. The old credit card shim trick. Thank the gods. But as soon as Twila opened the door, I grabbed her wrist. It's the middle of the workday, I said. What if somebody sees us? What if the cleaning crew comes up, or... Stop overthinking it, Twila interrupted. This is what we came here for. Let's go. I didn't like it, but she was right. Without further argument, I followed her lead, padding into the doctor's waiting room. The window blinds were drawn, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. When they did, Twila and I headed to the back room where Dr. Howard saw his patients. The room was larger than I remembered. In the corner was a leather couch draped with an afghan and stuffed with pillows. Facing the sofa was an old-fashioned camcorder. Dr. Howard's desk and 2 chairs stood in the center of the room. The desk was messy. It didn't look like the doctor had taken the time to tidy up before he left. Behind the desk were several file cabinets and stacks of boxes lining the walls. Twila pointed to the file cabinet. What's your husband's name again? I rifled through the manila folders stacked on the desk, guilt turning my face hot as I read the patient names, looking for Marcus's. Marcus Adeyemo, I said. The names were written on tabs in black marker. Sinclair, Powers, Pruitt, Carter, Thorson, no Adeyemo. Behind me, I heard a file cabinet door sliding open and then the sound of paper crinkling. Bingo, Twila said, as she slid a folder free, her face painted in a triumphant smile. Here you go. She handed me the folder and I took it with trembling fingers, carrying it over to the couch. I placed the file on my knees and paused. What I was about to do was a gross breach of trust. I needed to be sure, really sure, that this was my only option. I glanced up to Twila for confirmation, but she had returned to the file cabinet, her back to me. What are you doing? I asked. Nothing, came the reply. Just looking. I frowned but said nothing. Twila's ethics were between her and her gods. I flipped open the file. It was thin, unsurprising given that Marcus's treatment had only just begun. The doctor's handwriting was surprisingly legible. I began to read. Patient is in good health and seems relatively stable. His emotional disturbances started several weeks ago. The cause is assumed to be genetic memories incompatible with his lived experiences. In questioning the patient about his childhood, however, it seems he is of Nigerian descent, born in Lagos to Nigerian parents. As such, he is not a candidate for genetic memories received through necromancy. Question: how did the patient acquire these memories? This last part was highlighted in yellow and underlined twice. I made a disgusted sound in the back of my throat. Marcus was such a terrible liar. Repeated attempts to question the patient along these lines resulted in recalcitrance. The patient is unwilling to discuss certain events in his recent past. He suggests that how he gained his genetic memories is irrelevant. Question: if he thinks that, why won't he tell me how these memories were received? The next few lines looked to be prescription notations. I couldn't make heads or tails of the notes, so I skipped ahead. Recent interview indicates that the patient misrepresented his relationship with Kezia Bernard. It seems Ms. Bernard is, in fact, his ex-wife, not his current spouse. Question: why the lie? Well, if the doctor knew Marcus and I weren't married, that might explain why nobody contacted me about his release. They'd told us up front they would only speak with Marcus's immediate family. I wondered fleetingly if I should call Kioma and see if she'd heard from her son. But I pushed that thought aside until I knew more. I didn't want to worry her if I didn't have to. Patient suffered another episode today. Violent thrashing, profuse sweating and saliva, rantings in a foreign language. Suspect the language to be Arabic or perhaps Hebrew. I have sent a voice recording to Dr. Khalil for analysis. Patient has agreed to undergo the first round of hypnotherapy. I hope that hypnosis will answer my questions about the origin of these genetic memories. In any case, I do not think further drug therapies are required at this time. We'll start the patient in group therapy. Guided meditation may also be required. I was about to flip to the next page when I heard Twyla closing the file cabinet with a click. Anything interesting? She walked over to the desk, her attention on the folders I had skimmed earlier. I'm not sure, I admitted. It all seems pretty standard. Maybe we should just take the file and go. I don't want to press my luck. Staying here feels like inviting disaster. Twyla made a non-committal grunt in the back of her throat, her eyes narrowing as she rifled through the folders. We might not have another chance to get back in here. What if what you're looking for isn't in the file? You don't want to have to come back, do you? Keep reading. I returned my attention to the folder, but I had barely found where I'd left off when Twyla's voice interrupted again. Kezia, did you see these folders? I looked up with a frown. I saw them, but I didn't look inside. Why? You didn't recognize these names? I shrugged. I think I saw Bonnie's. It said Sinclair anyway. Otherwise, no. Should I have? Twyla nodded, her fingertips tapping the folders. These are the 5 families that lost kids recently, she said. Powers, Sinclair, Pruitt, Carter, Thorson. A chill ran down my spine. Really? What did they say? A frown darkened Twyla's expression. Not sure yet. She waved a hand and scrunched up her face as she began rifling through the files. Keep reading. Hurry. I returned to the notes in my lap. Preliminary hypnosis highly successful. The patient is susceptible to both subliminal and direct suggestions. Upon waking from initial hypnosis, he seemed groggy, but his usual eloquence and gregariousness followed swiftly on. Recommend first hypnotic treatment at next appointment. I glanced up. Twyla's arms were crossed over her chest, and she was peering at the art on the doctor's wall. Twyla? Keep reading, she bit out. I returned my attention to Marcus's file. First hypnotherapy session revealed information which, if true, changes everything. The current revelation requires further study and the postponement of the patient's primary therapy. I am discharging the patient and removing him to a secondary location. He will be transported quietly to remove the possibility of outside interference or stimulus. Question: is this the answer to my prayers? The rest of the file was uninteresting. Medical history, insurance information, and the like. I closed the folder, my body shaking as I broke into a cold sweat. Removed to a secondary location. Transported quietly. Postponement of primary therapy. A wave of nausea swept over me as I translated what I had just read. Jesus Christ, he kidnapped him, I breathed, my stomach a well of ice. Twyla, the doctor, kidnapped Marcus. But I had little time to process what I had just discovered. In front of me, Twyla cursed. When I looked up, her face was white as a sheet. Kezia, come here. You need to see this. Twyla, Now. I set the folder aside and rose to my feet. Twyla was holding a creased paper covered in ink. I found this folded up in the file cabinet, she explained. Look. I peered over her shoulder. It was a family tree in the same decorative style as the one on his wall. Okay, I said. What am I looking at? The names. This family tree charts 8 individuals, most of whom share the surnames of the children who died recently. She pointed to the smudged writing. I had to squint to make out anything, but she was right. And look here. She drew her finger along the names at the bottom row. All the dead children are listed here. There are a few others besides, but every dead child is captured on this tree. She turned to me, her face pale. Why is the doctor keeping track of these families, Kezia? Why these lines? I stammered. I don't know. You're the one with the town's history in your head. Do these people have anything in common? Maybe they're all founders or something? Twyla peered at the names. No, that's not it. As for other similarities, nothing jumps out at me, aside from the dead kids, and the fact that he's got their folders on his desk, too. Could it be random? I mean, it'd be too much work to trace all the families in town, I said. So maybe he just picked his favorite 8? Twyla looked skeptical. No way. 8 random families and all the dead children? I call bullshit. Plus, it gets weirder. This tree doesn't capture everyone. It only captures the oldest child born to each couple. I know for a fact Bud has a brother Abel, but Bud's the only one listed on this tree. I leaned in closer. She was right. The tree was difficult to read, but each couple only listed a single child. Twyla, are all the dead children firstborn? She thought a moment. Yes, they were all the oldest or only children. I studied the paper in Twyla's hands. It's like he's charting a line of succession, I said, thinking aloud. Or inheritance or something. Twyla turned to face me. So, not only are all the dead children from these 8 family lines, they're all from a line of oldest children. At least as far back as this tree goes, which looks to be just 3 or 4 generations. Is that what we're seeing here? Yeah, I breathed. Yeah. I mean, the doctor could be doing his own research, looking into the deaths himself. But I didn't believe that. Now that I suspected he'd kidnapped Marcus, I wasn't giving him any benefit of the doubt. Well, I don't know what it means, but something's not right here. We need to go through everything we can. And we can't do it here. Twyla didn't argue. We started gathering files. Anything with a last name Twyla recognized. Then we grabbed the camcorder and filled a box with tapes. When we had everything we could carry, we slipped out of the office and back down to the lobby. No one bothered us. The idiot receptionist even waved at us and wished us a good day. A good day was looking less and less likely by the minute. As soon as we arrived at Twyla's place, we set up the camcorder. Twyla selected Bonnie's tape first and put it in the machine. She flipped over the viewing window and pressed play. On screen, Bonnie Sinclair was lying on the couch in the doctor's office. The doctor hovered over her, a pillow clutched in his hands. Now, here's what you will do, Bonnie. When Katie is asleep, you will enter her room and sit at her side. You will cover her face with a pillow and lean your full weight against it. She will thrash beneath you. She will kick and fight. But you will not relent, no matter how violent she becomes, no matter how much your heart might ache. You will lie with your full weight on the pillow for 10 minutes. Now, the doctor kneeled beside Bonnie, her expression peaceful in her unconsciousness. The doctor laid the pillow over Bonnie's face and pressed himself against it. Beneath him, Bonnie struggled while the doctor continued speaking. It won't hurt you, Bonnie, not until you awaken. As you press the life from your daughter, it will feel like justice. Then, slowly, he sat up, removing the pillow from Bonnie's face. He'd only been on top of her mere seconds. Bonnie was gasping, but her eyes did not open. After a moment, her breathing slowed. The doctor stood and walked off screen. When he returned, he was empty-handed. When I snap my fingers, Bonnie, you will wake up feeling refreshed and energized. You will enact these instructions at the next quarter moon, yet you will not consciously recall my directive. I'll count you back to consciousness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The doctor snapped his fingers, and Bonnie's eyes opened, a look of calm on her face. She sat up, running her hands through her hair, shaking herself into wakefulness. Twyla hit the stop button, and I turned to face her, my entire body trembling. What the fuck? I breathed, swallowing down the bile rising in the back of my throat. Jesus God, Twyla, what the shit did we just watch? You know what we saw. He hypnotized her. He's the reason she killed Katie. Her voice broke as she said this. The strain in her voice gave so much away. The effort it took to say those words. the suspension of disbelief it required to accept them. Tears fell from her eyes as she wiped at the snot dripping from her nose. It wasn't any Wei. It wasn't magic that did this to her. It was him. And there's more, she said, turning around. I followed her gaze to the boxes we'd stolen, filled with files and videotapes. Her voice was heavy with grief. I don't know if I can watch more of those, she said, her voice trembling. I don't think... Twyla retched and ran from the room. I heard her vomit. She took her time returning, and while she was gone, I flipped through the files, each confirming the black truth. Every dead Red Brook child had at least one parent under Dr. Howard's care. I didn't need to watch the videos to know that he'd hypnotized those people too. When Twyla returned, she looked like death warmed over. She sat beside me, still crying, but doing her best to hold herself together. The first time I healed Franny Carter was about 3 years ago, I guess. She was learning to ride a motorcycle and she'd taken a nasty tumble. I learned later she'd been riding drunk because she found out her husband was having an affair. She had lots of accidents like that. It took me too long to realize she was hurting herself. She drew her face into her hands. I was the one who recommended she see Dr. Howard. I was the one who pushed her into that monster's arms. Stop it, I said, my voice firm. You cannot blame yourself for this. It won't get you anywhere. This isn't your fault. I just don't understand it, she said. I trusted him. We all trusted him. Why would he do something like this? Why would anyone do something like this? He's a psychopath, I said. It ain't that deep. Some people are just fucking miserable and they want to see the world burn. Twyla opened her mouth to respond but closed it, sniffing the air. Kezia, do you smell that? I sniffed and looked around, new dread rising in the back of my throat. It's smoke. It happened so fast. No sooner did Twyla notice the smell than the room filled with smoke and ash. Twyla covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. We need to get out of here, she said. We jumped to our feet, running for the front door when 2 Wei materialized. Twin monsters with snakes coiled about their necks, blocking our path. I saw them and stumbled to a stop, but Twyla didn't. She ran straight into them, and as soon as she did, she fell to the ground as her body ignited into flame. She slapped at her arms, eyes wild with fright. Help me put it out, she screamed. Kezia, help me! Roll around, I shouted, falling to my knees and batting at her. Stop, drop, and roll. Shit. Twyla began rolling along the floor, coughing and sputtering as the flames went out. I pulled her to her feet, squeezing her by the upper arms. Don't do anything unless I tell you, I said, my eyes on the Wei. You can't see them, but I can. I don't want you to catch on fire again. They're here? Twyla screeched. The Wei? But before I could answer, the apartment burst into flame. The Wei darted toward us. I thrust Twyla out of the way as I threw myself toward the oncoming monsters. I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I hoped to accomplish. Maybe somehow I'd find some weakness, some way to drive them back so we could at least escape. The Wei wrapped their hands around my throat and legs, holding me down as smoke seeped from their skulls. You were not supposed to see. It wasn't for you to see. The conflagration roared around us, fire licking up the walls and flashing across the ceiling. My skin was being charbroiled as oxygen was pressed from my lungs, and tears fell down my cheeks. The death smells congealed then, thick aromas that filled my nose competing with the smoke. My hands throbbed too, alerting me to someone's imminent demise. I knew these feelings intimately. I knew what oncoming death felt and smelled like. These sensations were for us. We were going to die. Twyla, I called, you have to get out of here. The Wei had me tightly within their grip. I couldn't escape. But Twyla was free. Twyla could live. Get out of here. Just go. Now. But instead of running, Twyla screamed. But her screams were not the nonsensical wailings of a burning woman like mine were. Her screams had structure, rhythm. She was screaming words that almost sounded like English. She was screaming the language of her ancestors. A flash of golden light filled the room. The walls shook, and the floor beneath me rolled and quaked. The air was alive with electricity, and every hair on my body stood on end. Somewhere in the distance, the earth began to moan, a deep, thunderous sound that grew until it vibrated through my bones. The noise filled me up. My teeth chattered. Even the Wei were stunned, snatching their hands from my body and backing into a corner. And then the Wei began to shriek. With their weight off of me, I rolled onto my side, and when I looked up, I saw Twila suspended in a cocoon of brilliant yellow light, her colorless hair a fan around her face. Her eyes had rolled so far back all I saw were the whites. Her mouth hung open, emitting the same yellow glow that filled the room. Her arms were outstretched, palm up, and from each palm radiated enormous twin battle axes. She was both awesome and terrible to look at. Her skin was nearly translucent, and her blue and black face paint stood out against the blanched canvas. She looked like a goddess, but not in a love and light way, in a burn her enemies to the ground way. She looked to me then and hurled a battle axe in my direction. I caught the weapon with both hands. It weighed nothing. It was like wielding sunlight. Instinctively, I stood and rushed toward the Wei, brandishing the weapon above my head. Then, with a battle cry, I swung the axe down in an arc, cutting through both apparitions at once. The room fell silent. The fire disappeared. The smoke and ash vanished. All that was left of the Wei was a thin tendril of white smoke. Then it, too, evaporated. Shaking, I looked down at my arms and legs. I was not burned. I wasn't harmed. It was all illusion. And yet death had been here. I smelled it, felt it with my hands. The house hadn't really been on fire, but the illusion would have killed us all the same. The realization left me numb. I didn't know what to make of it. The battle axe blinked out of my hands and I heard a thump behind me. I turned to find Twila's limp body prone on the cool, non-burning floor. Dazed and trembling, I hurried to her, rolling her onto her side. A thin rivulet of blood ran from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were open and focused. She reached up and pressed a dry palm against my cheek. "Are they gone?" she rasped out. I looked up, eyes frantically searching the room. The Wei were nowhere to be seen. "They're gone," I confirmed. "You did it, Twila. You saved us." With a smile, Twila closed her eyes and passed out. Chapter 11. While Twila slept, I slipped a blanket over her and poured myself a cup of tea. Then I spiked it with vodka. So this was what the Wei hadn't wanted me to see. They hadn't wanted me to know that parents were killing their own children. Fine, but why? And what did it have to do with Dr. Howard? Maybe I was overthinking it. I'd seen the Wei whispering poison into people's ears. I'd seen firsthand what they could influence a person to do. If they could compel Bud to smash me in the face, could they make Dr. Howard place murderous post-hypnotic suggestions in his patients' brains? It was possible. It just didn't seem likely. That was a very sophisticated crime. The Wei didn't strike me as elegant. Vicious and hateful, yes, but not complicated. Something still didn't add up. As I stood with my backside pressed against the counter and sipping my tea, I heard stirring in the other room. Realizing Twila must be awake, I poured a cup of tea for her too. I didn't spike hers, though. As I was adding honey into the mug, the soft sounds of Twila's voice drifted through the doorway. "Hey, Frank, it's Twila. Listen, I need a huge favor. I need you to get in touch with anybody who has been seeing Dr. Howard up in Chicago and tell them they need to separate themselves from their children. I walked into the living room to find Twyla on the couch, the blanket I'd draped over her now wrapped around her shoulders. I don't know. Have them send the kids to stay with their grandparents or something. Or a neighbor. It doesn't matter. But anyone who has been seeing Dr. Howard must not stay in the same house with their kids. Yes, I'm serious, she said, closing her eyes. I saw the weariness in her expression, the sag of her shoulders, the pallor of her skin. Frank, you and I go way back. I need you to trust me. I can't tell you what's going on because I don't want to start a witch hunt. No, please, you listen, she said, putting extra steel into her voice. I don't know why yet, and I don't know who has been affected. So to be safe, everybody who has been seeing Dr. Howard, for any reason, needs to find a place to stay away from their children. A long pause. Okay. Thank you, Frank. I knew I could count on you. She thumbed the phone to disconnect and looked up, her eyes meeting mine. She looked exhausted. He's the fastest way to spread news in town, she explained. Soon, everybody will have heard. Whether they listen is another matter. But the women in town trust me, she said. Hopefully that will be enough. I walked over to her, pressing the tea into her hands. She wasn't trembling as I was, but she looked worse than I felt. She looked wrung out. Are you all right? I asked. Twyla closed her eyes while she drank. Apparently the tea had been a good call. Almost immediately, the color returned to her face. No, she admitted. I've never had to use my magic like that before, she said. And I don't think I could do it again. Certainly couldn't live through it if I did. I said nothing because there was nothing comforting to say to that. Every act of magic cost the practitioner something. Nothing came for free. Whatever Twyla had just done had been so powerful, it had nearly used her up. Next time, she wouldn't be able to survive. Did you ever see them? I asked. Twyla shook her head. No. In some ways, that was the scariest thing. They set my house on fire. They set me on fire. But I never saw them. The fire wasn't real, I said. It was all illusion. Twyla snorted. I don't know what your definition of real is, Kezia. The fire might not have left marks we can see, but it was fucking real. We were quiet a moment, sipping from our mugs. When I felt steady, I joined Twyla on the couch. So, here's what we know. The Weiwei were born because of the fire at the AME church. My patron told me that Weiwei result from a family's hate and grief, so it's likely a single family is responsible for the monsters. Unfortunately, I don't know which family, and even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Papa Janabit says Weiwei will persist as long as the family's thirst for vengeance persists, even beyond the grave. Twyla took a long drink of tea. Could you go to the other side and convince them? She stopped then, chuckling humorlessly. Never mind. Scratch that. I suppose even you can't hold a family reunion on the other side to convince the dead to stop being mad about their families burning to death. That's right, I agreed, even if I knew how to find them, which I don't. In the meantime, you've done the right thing. You've put the word out that people need to get away from their kids. That's a good start. Twyla frowned. Yeah, but for how long? People aren't just going to quarantine themselves forever, you know. Yeah. It might be possible to get them all to another psychiatrist, though. And if they have any active post-hypnotic suggestions, maybe they can be removed. I shrugged lamely. I don't know shit about psychiatry. Which brings me to my second question. Marcus's session notes said, "Is this the answer to my prayers?" I finished my tea and placed the mug on a table. What does that mean? Twyla's expression grew dark. There's no telling. And I gotta say, it doesn't fucking matter. We just need to find Marcus and get him away from that lunatic. I couldn't argue with that. It says in the notes that he took Marcus to a secondary location. Where could that be? His house? Can you smuggle another adult into your house without your wife or children finding out about it? Twyla shrugged. Maybe they're in on it. No, that's too complicated. The likelihood of a secret getting out is equal to the square of the number of people who know the secret. I'd heard that in a movie, but it was probably right. So let's assume he didn't take him to his house. Where else would he have taken him? Suddenly, Twyla's eyes lit up, going wide with an idea. We are so stupid, she breathed. We can just ask. I peered at her in confusion. Ask who? His ancestors. Twyla pointed toward the ceiling. They're nosy, she reminded me. They're likely to know what the doctor is up to. I dithered, bobbing my head from side to side. Well, it's possible, but to contact his ancestors, I need a name and a personal artifact. A piece of clothing, jewelry, a photograph. Something. Twyla stood and retreated to another room. She returned carrying a laptop. First things first, I guess. Let's just ask Google. She typed in Gordon Howard's name and pressed enter. The results were typical: the website for his practice, his LinkedIn profile, and some articles written about him. But unsurprisingly, none of these websites mentioned the names of his forebears. Okay, there's nothing here, but I think we're on the right track, Twyla said. What about conjure? Do you know some kind of, I don't know, a far sight spell? Something that can allow you to see another location? I laughed. I wish. Conjure's not that sophisticated. However, you ask a good question. Let me see what Big Ginny has to say about it. I dug out my phone and pulled up the last message I sent to Big Ginny. I was about to type in a question when my heart stopped, and my breath caught in my throat. My eyes ran over the last exchange we had. I had sent her a photograph that I'd seen on Dr. Howard's wall, a woman who was a famous country singer. She also happened to be his grandmother. Holy shit, I breathed. I gestured toward Twyla's laptop. Search for Leontine Davis. She's a country music singer. I think she's still alive, but maybe we can find something about her family. Seconds later, Twyla brought up the singer's Wikipedia page. She grinned as she read aloud. Leontine Priscilla Davis, née Porter, was born in Henry, South Carolina. She was born to... Twyla stopped short then, and when she looked up at me, her eyes were impossibly wide. What? I asked. What is it? Her parents, she said, pressing her finger to the screen. It says she was born to Mother Arnell Scott and Father Miles Porter, though her parents were estranged at the time of her birth. I frowned, not understanding. Okay, is that important? Don't you remember what I told you about the AME fire? Miles Porter was marrying Lucinda Scott that day, Twyla breathed. And Arnell was Lucinda's sister. Leontine is the baby Arnell was carrying when she fled Red Brook, so that would mean... Dr. Howard is Arnell's great-grandson. I finished for her. Oh my God, Twyla. Dr. Howard and the fire and the way. All connected, Twyla agreed. Okay, let's put a pin in that for now. You're right, Leontine is still alive. But it also says she has one child, Kiana Davis Howard, deceased. Twyla read. And there's a photograph of the two of them together. She tapped the screen with a finger. That's gotta be Howard's mother, then. My head was buzzing as I put things together. If his mother is deceased, she's the one we should contact. The nearest ancestors are always the most useful. They seem to pay the most attention, especially the moms. I threw a hopeful glance at Twyla. This could work. Twyla nodded. Let's get started. Usually, I preferred to cross to the other side by myself. But it seemed wrong to exclude Twyla now. After all, without her, I might be dead. I reached out and activated the death current with my consciousness, feeling the magic flowing within me. I followed it down, letting it draw me through the veil. As I emerged on the other side, I smelled something familiar. old paper, candle wax, Aquanet hairspray. I opened my eyes to find that I was in the back of a small church. The pews were empty save for one woman. All I could see was the back of her head. And yet, I had done this enough times to know that the woman I was watching was Kiana Davis Howard. At the front of the church, a choir was practicing. An elderly woman was playing the organ, a flowered hat with a net veil atop her head. A few feet away, a man dressed in elaborate white and purple robes began waving his hands about, and the choir stopped singing. "You must come in on the beat," he was saying, stomping his foot in protest. "A fugue is essentially a round. If you don't hit the beat, you will throw the entire piece off." A voice spoke out from the center row of the choir. "Doc Cochran, the problem is that the sopranos are rushing." Dr. Cochran raised his arms and pointed to a woman. "Rochelle, you're the soprano section leader. Make sure your ladies keep time with me. See yourselves keeping time. Manifest your reality. You understand?" Rochelle nodded vigorously. "I got it, Doc. I will, sir. I will." The piano started again and the choir went back to singing. I made my way toward Kiana, scooting down the row until I was close enough to speak with her. I sat down and folded my hands in my lap. When she didn't acknowledge me, I finally spoke. "Are you Mrs. Kiana Davis Howard?" I asked. At first, I thought she hadn't heard me. Her expression hadn't changed. She was smiling lightly, her eyes misting over as she watched the choir. In particular, she seemed to be watching a young man and woman at the edge of the front row. I opened my mouth to repeat the question when the woman brought a finger to her lips, shushing me. "This is my favorite part," she said. "The soprano's descant is almost ethereal. Well, when they get the timing right. And the counterpoint? Divine. It's so unusual for the contraltos to have the melody. It's breathtaking," she said. "I never much cared for fugues until I heard this song. Don't you agree? Absolutely mesmerizing. I grew up in a church not unlike this one, though I'd never heard music like this at our services. We were more of the foot-stomping, hand-clapping, gospel-singing type of church. But this was beautiful in its own way, too." "It's lovely. But are you Mrs. Kiana Davis Howard?" I repeated. The woman turned to me then, her smile widening slightly. "I am," she said. "I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. Have we met before?" "No, ma'am. I'm here about your son, Gordon." The woman turned away then, her attention returning to the choir. "Gordon is a doctor now," she said. I detected a note of pride in her voice. Like his great-grandfather was supposed to be. She nodded to the young man in the front row. "Miles was going away to medical school after the wedding. But I guess you know about that," she said. "Gordon never misses church either. I worried about him at first. When he left Red Brook, I thought he might abandon everything he associated with it, including God and his religion. But he remained faithful, and for that, I'm happy to accept some credit. I raised that boy right. I don't mind saying so." I bit down a snort. "Do you know where he is?" I asked. "It's crucial that I find him. I think he might know something that I need to know." "Like what?" I breathed in sharply through my nose. "I think he knows where my daughter's father is," I said. "And I need to find him. It's important." Kiana chuckled and looked down into her lap. She was twisting her fingers together, twirling her wedding ring around with her thumb. "It's not in my nature to divulge other people's business," she said. "I want to help you, but it wouldn't be right for me to tell you where my son is. That's his business," she repeated. "I wouldn't ask if it weren't vitally important," I said, keeping my voice gentle. "I just need to find him. Point me in the right direction. If you can't tell me exactly where he is..." When Kiana looked at me again, there was a fire in her eyes. "What kind of mother would I be if I betrayed my son's most sacred trust?" she hissed. "Didn't your own mother teach you better than that?" Righteous indignation slithered down my spine. My mother passed when I was a baby, I said, though I'm sure she's very proud of the woman I became. Kiana was silent for a moment. Then her expression softened. Do you visit her grave? I blinked. Excuse me? Your mother's grave. Do you visit it? I hesitated, stammering. Not as often as I should, I admitted. I don't even have an excuse. It's just not something I do on the regular. Kiana nodded like this made perfect sense. Gordon visits my grave, she said. Once or twice a year he flies down to visit me. It's important to keep your ancestors close. You should too. I wiped away the tears that were trying to form in my eyes. I do, ma'am. I keep my ancestors very close. No, she interrupted. You should visit my grave. It might be important. I opened my mouth to say that I wasn't sure what she meant, but then I snapped it shut when I saw the look in her eyes. I don't know you, she repeated, but I want you to visit my grave. It might be important. Sometimes the dead didn't make a ton of sense, at least not to me. But I knew better than to force my own sensibilities into this interaction. Instead, I leaned in. All right, where are you buried? She returned her gaze to the choir. Just outside a church like this one in Henry, South Carolina. She reached into her purse and withdrew an envelope, which she pressed into my hands. That should help, she said. I looked down into my hands and began opening the envelope. But as soon as my fingers brushed against the paper inside, I felt myself being forced back into my body. My pulse raced. I looked down and tried to read the paper she handed me, but the words had already gone blurry. I couldn't make out any of it. What is this? I asked. Please, I can't. But before I could get the question out, I awoke. I was back in Twila's living room. Kezia? I shook my head. My jaw clenched. She tried to give me something. I think it was important, but I couldn't read it. I couldn't see it. I couldn't. But when I saw the expression on Twila's face, I stopped. What is it? Twila lifted a hand, and I saw she was shaking as she pointed at my hands clenched in my lap. What is that? She asked. Following her gaze, I looked down into my lap. Clenched in my hands was the same envelope that Kiana had given me on the other side. That's impossible, I breathed. You can't bring things back from the other side. It's absolutely impossible. Open it, Twila instructed. I was still shaking as I pulled the contents of the envelope free. When we saw what it was, we both stared in silent awe. It was a plane ticket to Charleston, South Carolina, and it had my name on it. This can't be real, I said, turning the ticket over in my hands. Yet it seemed real enough. It even smelled like paper. You cannot bring anything over from the other side. Nothing physical. This can't be real. This is easily resolved, Twila said, taking the ticket from my hand. Let's just look it up and see if it's legitimate. The ticket was for Delta Airlines. Twila navigated to the website on her laptop and typed in the verification code printed on the ticket. To my utter disbelief, the departure date, time, my name, and a seating assignment came up on the screen. Twila and I turned to each other, mouths agape. It's real, Twila said. This is a real ticket for Kezia Bernard to South Carolina. I gave a slow shake of my head, blinking back my disbelief. This is magic I've never heard of, I said. Twila snickered. Yes, you have. It's magic that almost killed you today, in fact. I squinted. What do you mean? Manifest your reality, Twila said. That's what's written on that artwork in the doctor's office. Remember. I saw the painting in my mind's eye, the bird with its twisted neck looking over its shoulder. And then I remembered something Bridget had told me in her kitchen. The pastor at the AME church was teaching people how to manifest their fortunes, I recalled. I pressed my fingers to my lips. Twila, Just now, on the other side, I was in a church. The pastor told the sopranos to see themselves getting the beat right. He told them to manifest it. Twila's eyes went wide. Did you get his name? I nodded. They called him Doc Cochran. That was him, Twila confirmed. Joseph Cochran. She pointed to the ticket in my hands. Looks like he taught Gordon's family how to manifest their reality all right, as Weiwei and fire and plane tickets. Shit, I breathed. What do you think this all means? Twila shrugged. I don't know what it means, but it looks like we're going to South Carolina, she said. But even when I saw the determination in Twila's eyes, I couldn't accept it. No, Twila. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to go. This is between me and Dr. Howard. He has Marcus. But you don't have to get involved. The look Twila gave me was incredulous, bordering on angry. You're fucking kidding me, right? This has everything to do with me. I'm a shield maiden. My entire existence is to protect women and children from predators. And right underneath my nose, this man took innocent people and subjected them to the worst kind of torture I can imagine. So, yeah, this has to do with me. She punched in her information, and a moment later, she had her own ticket to Charleston. It looked like the two of us were going to South Carolina. Chapter 12. Henry, South Carolina was a 90-minute drive outside of Charleston. It was early when we landed, and as we crossed into the little town, the morning was barely underway. Do you think we should get breakfast before we get started? Twila asked. I forgot to eat before we left. I'm starving. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was just after 8 o'clock. Breakfast sounded good to me, too. Sure, let me know if you see a place. Twila turned to stare out the window. It doesn't look like we have a lot of options, she said. Not exactly a bustling metropolis, this Henry, South Carolina. Twila wasn't exaggerating. The town was about the same size as Red Brook. However, their size was where the similarities ended. Where Red Brook was entirely Caucasian, Henry seemed to be entirely black. Based on the families we saw walking down the streets and the names of the shops we passed, it seemed almost like I had accidentally come home. Looks like you're going to stand out here, I said to Twila with a chuckle. Twila grunted. When you look like me, you stand out everywhere. The speed limit was 35, and as we cruised down the main thoroughfare looking for a place to eat, we caught the attention of nearly everyone on the sidewalk. They peered into our car with curious but not exactly friendly expressions. I could tell from their stares that strangers weren't common in Henry. In some ways, that might make things easier for us. I had a picture of Marcus ready to show around town. If strangers were unusual, Marcus should be memorable. We found the only diner and chose a table. The two servers were black, as was the man behind the counter cooking up a mess of hash and eggs. My stomach growled at the smell of it. This place about to slap, you watch. A waitress ambled over, a pencil tucked behind her ear. What can I get y'all? She asked. Biscuits and gravy with a coffee, I said. Thank you. Waffles and coffee for me, please, said Twila. Before the server could walk away, I whipped out my phone. Excuse me, I said. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for my brother. Have you seen him around here? The girl peered down to my phone and then gave a rueful shake of her head. Sorry, ma'am. Haven't seen anybody around here like that. That's your brother, you say? I didn't know why I'd told the lie, but I decided to run with it. That's right. He's mentally ill, I said, enjoying this embellishment. And he really needs his medication. He wandered off in the middle of the night, and we're just trying to track him down. But the bewildered expression didn't vanish from the girl's face. Sorry. I ain't seen him. Y'all ain't from around here, though, are you? I feel like I know everybody around here. I glanced at Twila, realizing my mistake. "We're traveling through," I said, leaving it at that. The woman walked away, and Twyla gave me a withering look. "You're gonna have to do better than that," she said. "I know, stupid mistake, I've never done this before." "Well, I have. First, don't give information nobody asks you for. Second, we can't go around telling people your mentally ill brother just wandered away. They're gonna wonder what you were doing down here in the first place. Wandered away from where?" "Brother was a nice touch, though," she conceded. "Good instincts there. You say he's your husband, and people are gonna smell family drama, especially since you don't wear a ring. Small-town folks like to stay out of other people's marital issues. Black or white, I expect it's the same for both." She was right about that. Growing up, Big Ginny's cardinal rule was to stay out of other people's business, and don't go telling tales out of school, either. "Okay, so what's our story?" Twyla gestured to my phone. "What's the next town over from here? Not toward Charleston, but driving away." I pulled up Google Maps. "Juniper Hill," I said. "All right. The story is, your brother was on his way to Juniper Hill to meet up with an old army buddy, but he never made it. We thought he might have come through Henry, and we're just following his trail." "Oh, I like that," I said, nodding my agreement. "Saying he was on his way to another town. That way it won't be strange that nobody heard scuttlebutt about out-of-town guests." Twyla pointed at me and winked as the server approached and slid piping hot plates in front of us. "You are a quick study," she said with a grin. "Guess that gift of yours is really coming in handy. Okay, so where do we find Kiana's grave?" I pulled up a map of the local churches. "Well, the nearest church is Henry First Baptist. It's within walking distance. Guess we'll just go church to church?" Twyla shrugged. "I don't know a better way to do it. If we start asking about Kiana's grave, it could stir up notice." She took a bite of her breakfast. "Yeah, okay, you're right. This slaps." I had to laugh. After we ate, we made our way toward Henry First Baptist. The town was cute in its own way, with an old-fashioned vibe that made me think of picket fences and dogs yapping in yards. I couldn't see myself living in a place like this, but I didn't mind visiting. Henry First Baptist was a tiny church that looked like it hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in about 20 years. We walked around the side of the building, but we could see there was no cemetery even from the street. "Okay, I'll check this one off our list," Twyla said, peering down into her phone. "It looks like Memorial Baptist is about a mile away. We should go check that one out next." We drove over to Memorial Baptist, and while it was bigger than the first church, it also didn't have a cemetery. However, it did have an ancient gardener out front who was very curious about what we were doing. I took his bold curiosity as an invitation to ask about Marcus. "Hi there, sir," I said, pulling out my phone. "Would you mind looking at a couple photos and telling me if you've seen these gentlemen about?" But the gardener wouldn't even look at my phone. He folded his arms over his chest, eyes narrowed. "Y'all ain't about to start no trouble here, are you? Y'all reporters?" Twyla raised her eyebrows. "Do we look like reporters?" But I waved my hand to shush her. She might know things about small towns, but I knew things about old black folks. And they weren't about to be sassed by the likes of a wannabe Viking wearing bone jewelry and too much makeup. "No, sir, we're not reporters. We're just looking for my brother. I heard he was passing through town, and I thought I might find him in the church." The man grunted but seemed otherwise satisfied with the answer. "Out-of-town folks ain't got no business here at Memorial. Y'all would probably prefer that other one. That Methodist church over on Wilder Avenue. They got them new kneelers and everything, probably should go check that out." "We'll do that," I assured him. "Thank you for your kindness. You have a blessed day now." Again, the man grunted. But from the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a smile. When we were out of earshot, Twyla sidled up next to me. "Looks like the Wilder Church is 3 blocks down that way. I hope you got your walking shoes on. I have a feeling we'll be doing a lot of that while we're here." I didn't mind walking. It felt good to be out in clean air, surrounded by people who looked like me. As we walked, we passed old ladies knitting on porches, teenagers riding skateboards and throwing us dirty looks, and little girls playing double dutch in the street. "There it is," Twyla said as we approached a large, well-tended building on the corner. The lawn was broad and green, with flowering bushes flanking the stairs that led up to the front doors. "I can see why the out-of-towners prefer this place. This is what a church should look like." We made our way up the steps, but when I tried the front door, it was locked. We retraced our steps, following a cobblestone footpath around the side of the building where a low, wrought-iron gate stood ajar, leading into a courtyard. We slipped through the gate and followed the stone path until it ended at a small cemetery entrance. The graveyard was surrounded by a privacy fence. It was a good-sized cemetery, especially for a town this small. I had barely begun perusing the headstones when a voice startled me from behind. "Good day for visiting a loved one, yes?" I spun around to find a tall, heavy-set man with broad shoulders smiling at me. He wore a starched white shirt and black trousers. His shoes were polished to a high shine, and a large wedding band glinted on his finger. "Yes, sir," I said, trying on my best smile. "How do you do today?" The man strode toward me, offering Twyla a nod as he approached. "Oh, fine, fine. Nice to see new faces around these parts. I'm Reverend Mike Wilson," he said, holding out a hand. I shook it. "It's nice to meet you." "Kezia Bernard," I said. "And likewise. Is this your church?" The Reverend chuckled. "Well, it's the Lord's church, but I've been honored to serve as its steward for the past 20 years. Can't believe it's been that long, really. Where does the time go?" I offered a polite chuckle, though I knew exactly where the time went. I'd seen its passage often enough. Hell, I facilitated it. "You can say that again," I said amicably. "Well, I don't want to keep you." I hoped he was polite enough to read between the lines. After all, every black person knew, "Don't let me keep you," was code for wanting to end a conversation. The Reverend had already turned on his heel when I suddenly remembered that I had a purpose here. "Oh, just one more thing," I said, digging my phone out of my pocket. "Do you recognize this man?" Reverend Wilson looked down at the photo of Marcus I showed him. "Sorry, ma'am, I don't recognize him." Then he turned around and shouted over his shoulder. "Anthony, come over here a moment, son. I wonder if you could help us." He looked down at me and winked. "These old eyes ain't what they used to be. Perhaps a second pair will prove useful." Anthony was a young man in his early 20s, tall and lithe, with an easy smile and a casual demeanor. We exchanged names and shook hands before the Reverend addressed his son again. "These here ladies are looking for this man. Have you seen him around?" I flashed the photo of Marcus a second time, but Anthony just shook his head. "No, ma'am, I'm sorry, he doesn't ring a bell. Friend of yours?" I shook my head. "My brother," I said, fighting back the urge to use the terrific backstory Twyla and I had concocted. But I was bound and determined to follow her advice. I wouldn't offer any information unless it was asked for. "Well, there's another person I'm looking for, too. Have you seen this man?" I pulled up Dr. Howard's webpage and navigated to his biography. When I showed the photo to the men, both of them shook their heads. "Sorry, I hope you find them, though." I slipped the phone back into my pocket. "Thank you. Y'all have a nice day." The two men wandered back toward the church, and Twyla and I continued our search. Eventually, we found what we'd come for. "Here she is," Twyla said, fingers lightly tracing the stone's edge. "Kiana Davis Howard. We should have brought flowers or something." I sighed. Yes, that was a stupid oversight. She distinctly told me to visit her grave. I should have. I shrugged. Well, maybe just being here is enough. But I don't see any clues or other sign of where Gordon Howard might be. Although the cemetery was well tended, it was otherwise unremarkable. I didn't feel any magic here. I placed my hands on Kiana's gravestone, hoping to ignite something. But the death current was still. I smelled nothing unusual. Okay, well, this was a dead end. I hate to say it, but I don't even know what to do next. Twyla clucked her tongue at me. That woman didn't give you a ticket to visit her grave for nothing. We're on the right track. Don't give up so easy. Disgruntled, I followed Twyla back out onto the street, and we had made it almost half a block when a voice called out to us. Ma'am? Miss Kezia? I turned around to find the young man, Anthony, chasing after us. When he caught up, he placed his hand on his chest, his eyes downcast. I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to you without my father around. He gestured over his shoulder with a brief jerk of his head. That man you showed me. I know him. Twyla and I exchanged surprised glances. Which man? I asked, pulling up my phone. The second, the one on the website. He cleared his throat and cast a surreptitious glance over his shoulder. When he was sure we were alone, he continued on. His name is Gordon. He doesn't live here, but he comes around about once a year for the feast. That's not until fall, though, so I'm not sure you'll have much luck finding him. The feast? I asked. You mean Thanksgiving? Again, the young man cleared his throat as a flush crawled up his neck and took bloom in his cheeks. Well, ma'am, that's one way of putting it. Around these parts. He scratched the back of his head nervously. It's also a bit of a backwoods celebration. A time to honor the ancestors, if you know what I'm saying. A time to honor the ancestors, I repeated, not quite catching on. Okay, thank you. But out of curiosity, why didn't you want your father? The young man twitched. Well, the way some of us celebrate the feast? Well, you could say it isn't very Christian. Finally, I understood. He wasn't talking about Thanksgiving. Lord, I could be obtuse sometimes. He was talking about something pagan, something magical. Are you a hoodoo? I asked. Anthony's nostrils flared. I really need to be going, he said, already turning away. Wait. I took a step forward, and the young man paused, though he looked very uncomfortable. If he didn't want to talk about his magical or religious preferences, that was fine, but I still needed answers. Do you know where Gordon stays when he comes to town? I asked. Anthony shook his head with a rueful frown. I'm sorry, I don't. But I know someone who might. We always celebrate up at Mama Renee's place. Renee Dubois. Her house is out on Highway 17. It's about a 30-minute drive from here, right side of the highway if you're heading east. I don't know the address, but she's the first house after the feed store. You can't miss it. If anybody could tell you where to find Gordon or any more information about him, she could. I held out my hand and he accepted it, giving it several good-natured pumps. You don't know how helpful you've been, I said. Thank you. One more thing, he said with a smile. Mama Renee won't tell you jack shit unless you bring her a gift. A gift? My heart sank. If this was a necromantic request, we were shit out of luck. His grin widened. Yes, ma'am. You didn't hear it from me. But she has a special fondness for pie from Zona May's bakery. Good luck. An hour later, we were standing on the porch of Ms. Renee's house. The clerk at Zona May's had assured us that Renee Dubois preferred buttermilk pie above all else. We bought 2 just to be safe. I rang the doorbell. A dog yipped in response, and in a moment the door opened. A small woman barely reaching my shoulder stood behind the storm door with a Pomeranian nestled in the crook of her arm, her eyes narrowed with skepticism. Her skin was lighter than mine, and her white hair formed a fluffy halo about her face. Her nose and cheeks were dotted with freckles. What you want? I cleared my throat and donned my best 1,000-watt smile. Hello, ma'am. I'm looking for Ms. Renee Dubois. Are you she? The woman's expression didn't change, but her eyes flicked from me to Twyla and back again. Might be. Who's asking? My name's Kezia Bernard, ma'am. Some folks in town told me you might help me find someone. I held the pies aloft. I brought an offering. Ms. Renee took a step closer to the storm door but didn't open it. She peered down at the dessert, evaluating it. You get them from Zona May? She asked. I nodded. Yes, ma'am. They assured me the buttermilk was your favorite. The little woman on the other side of the door pressed the handle, and the storm door swung outward, bidding us enter. Guess you best come in then, she said, smacking her lips. Don't sit down. I don't know if you're fit to stay. Twyla followed me into the house, and we both stood in the entry without making ourselves at home. Ms. Renee closed both doors, locking them behind her. She took the pies from my hands and slid them onto the kitchen counter. You with the police? I blinked my surprise. No, ma'am. Not with the government either. I'm from out of town and I'm looking for someone. Ms. Renee looked to Twyla. You lesbians? Twyla barked a laugh and pressed a hand to her mouth. Ma'am, I'm damned honored that you think a peach like Kezia would be caught dead with a hussy like me. Don't you think she could do better, Ms. Renee? I was so appalled by Twyla's response that for a moment all I could do was stare as the blood ran from my face. We'd barely gotten our feet in the door and already Twyla was going to get us kicked out. I could have strangled her. To my surprise, Ms. Renee started laughing. She took Twyla by the hand and led us both into the living room. Now, don't you sell yourself short. You're a good-looking girl, in your own way, she added, almost as an afterthought. But I like your spunk. Come on now, might as well come sit a spell. And you best call me Mama Renee. Everybody else does. We took our places on the plastic-covered couches she offered to us. Her living room was small and cluttered. The walls were lined with faded photographs. Old family photos, by the looks of them. Bookshelves and coffee tables were crammed with more framed pictures and trophies. Potted plants stuck out from every corner, though half of them were dying or dead. Knickknacks gathered dust on every flat surface not occupied by a trophy or a photograph. The whole room made me slightly claustrophobic. What you girls want anyway? I pulled my phone free and handed it to Mama Renee. I'm looking for this man, I said. Have you seen him? She looked down at the photo of Marcus and clucked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Ain't seen him, she said, handing the phone back. Don't know why I would. Seems you on a wild goose chase. Well, I stammered. Perhaps you know this man? I brought up the web page showing Dr. Howard's face and returned the phone to her. When she saw him, Mama Renee's eyes went wide, and she murmured in recognition. Ah, yes. Oh, Lord, I know him. That's old Gordon. You know him? I paused for a moment, unsure what to say. Even though Twyla and I had concocted a perfect backstory, it didn't feel right to lie. He's my husband's psychotherapist, I explained. Dr. Howard was supposed to be caring for my husband, but I think he took him someplace, maybe without permission. I was hoping you might know where he stays when he comes down. Mama Renee rubbed her face with wrinkled fingers. Without permission, you say? You sayin' this man kidnapped your husband? She looked skeptical. How you kidnap a grown man? I swallowed hard and dropped my gaze. I wasn't prepared to think about that. Mama Renee cursed, shaking her head. I need to stop buying from Zona May. This here business is all her fault. I'd never let you in here if you ain't brought them pies, and now I'm stuck with you and your kidnapped husband, which is someplace I don't want to be. She sighed, remorse tugging her jowls and eyes low. I don't want trouble. I keep to myself and mind my business. I get my milk from Mr. Cranston down the way, and Kitty Prince delivers my eggs. And that Lewis boy from up the road comes and mows my lawn for me every 2 weeks. I don't even go to church no more. I don't see nobody and I don't bother nobody. So what makes you think I know where Gordon stay at? I was visiting Gordon's mother's grave at the Methodist church in town, I explained. The Reverend's son, Anthony, Recognized him when I showed him Gordon's photo. You know Anthony? Mama Renee cleared her throat and folded her hands in her lap. Might be I do. What do you know about Mr. Anthony? I don't know Anthony at all. But he said he knows Gordon from the fall feast. When Mama Renee didn't respond, I tried another tack. My grandmother is the only two-headed doctor in my neighborhood, I said, using an insider's term for a conjure woman. I hoped by using this language, Mama Renee might come to trust me a little. The ladies from church show up at our house in the middle of the night, at the crossroads. She keeps a candle for High John the Conqueror by her bedside. Of course, none of her friends know what it's for. Secrecy, I said, putting extra emphasis into my voice, is survival. For a moment, Mama Renee said nothing, and I was afraid I'd overplayed my hand. But then she indicated Twyla with a flick of her chin. And that one? What's she know about keeping her mouth shut? Twyla and I exchanged glances. The only way Mama Renee would talk to us was if we proved Twyla could be trusted. I didn't know how to prove that. But before I could answer, Twyla held a hand out before her, silent. She looked down at her own palm, her lips quivering. I held my breath, knowing what she was about to do. Don't, I said. I didn't know I was going to speak until the word was already out of my mouth. But I recalled how spent Twyla had been after saving us from the Wewe. I knew her reserves were nearly depleted. Even the slightest use of her magic could have lasting effects, possibly fatal effects. You're not ready, Twyla. But the Viking ignored me as she flexed her fingers and produced a small but miraculous glowing battle axe in her palm. It stood on end as though in a display case, spinning languidly, sparkling with its own power and magic. The golden glow lit Twyla's face, making her look like an angel, or a Valkyrie. Mama Renee whistled her appreciation. What kind of magic is that, girl? Ain't seen nothing like that before. Twyla closed her fingers into her palm, and the spinning weapon disappeared. Magic from my ancestors, she said. It's rare. I've never met anyone else like me. I defend and protect the helpless, usually women whose husbands hurt them. I get them to safety. She met Mama Renee's eyes with a stony gaze. No one finds them after. Secrecy, she said with a smile, is survival. Mama Renee gave a curt nod like this was all the information she needed. She settled back into her chair, and for the first time, she looked genuinely comfortable. We'd passed the test. So you want to know about Gordon, the woman said, returning her attention to me. Well, he's been coming down here for the past 20 or so years. He was born here, but moved to Chicago or thereabouts as a young man. Like you said, his mama's buried up there in Henry. Strange family, if you ask me. Never liked any of them. His mama was a God-fearing woman, but the grandmother, she shuddered. I don't like to call folks wicked. It ain't in my nature to judge, but if you ask me, that family was evil. Cruel, jealous, and spiteful. If you had a run-in with one of his people, you best get some kind of protection on you, 'cause you was finna need it. So when Gordon first came to one of my revivals, I was like to turn him away. But there was something in his eyes, a desperation that I recognized. And so I let him come. That was a mistake, but I wouldn't find out till later. Mama Renee climbed to her feet then, heading toward the kitchen. She paused, turning over her shoulder long enough to ask, "Coffee?" "Yes, please," I said, knowing it would be rude to decline. I glanced to Twyla and made a little motion with my head. Twyla's eyes flew wide and she nodded enthusiastically. Mama Renee returned carrying a tray with a pot of coffee and 3 slices of pie. "You ever been to Obatalaw's feast?" she asked as she passed out the refreshments. I took a bite of the pie and a quick sip of coffee. "I haven't," I said. "I don't even know what that is." Mama Renee chuckled. "Girl, you need to find more of your people to celebrate with. Obatala is an Orisha honored in many Black religions. You might call him a god. Around here, it's a time for all of us who honor the ancestors to get together and work magic. The old woman took an appreciative sip of her coffee before setting it on the table between us. The magic we worked on those nights was something special. And Gordon? Gordon worked harder than anybody. He ain't had a drop of magic in his bones. And boy, did he want it. So he prayed the loudest, danced the longest, laughed the biggest. He did everything he could to make the ancestors notice him. But it was never enough. He always had this hangdog look in his eyes. He was never satisfied. Until one night. Mama Renee took a bite of her pie and sipped her coffee before continuing. A few years ago, a necromancer joined our affair. Now, I don't usually like necromancers in my magic. Necromancy ain't natural, see? It stirs up trouble. It's best to let the past be. I bit down on my tongue, saying nothing. She was wrong, but it would do no good to say so. But anyhow, I didn't turn him away, Mama Renee continued. Gordon hounded that man all night, asking him to lay hands. The necromancer, for whatever reason, didn't want to. He kept trying to put Gordon off. But as the night wound down, Gordon kept asking. And the man, well, I guess he finally gave in. And he laid his hands on Gordon, and that right there was a sight I'll never forget. The old woman shuddered, shaking her head at the memory. Almost as soon as that man laid hands on Gordon, Gordon started screaming. He fell to the ground, thrashing about, crying at the top of his lungs. I can't breathe! He was sweating like a madman, too, finally ripping the clothes from his body. His eyes were so wide in the darkness, all we could see were the whites. He even started foaming at the mouth. I shivered at this description. It sounded so much like Marcus in the throes of one of his fits. That's when I smelled him. Burning hair and flesh wafting off him in waves, charred wood and melting rubber. Everybody started coughing. We pressed our hands to our faces, trying to block out the smoke. But it was too powerful. We had to let it run its course. When it was all said and done, Gordon had burns up and down his arms and legs. The necromancer took him to the hospital, and I didn't see Gordon again that year. Shoot, if that had been me, I'd 'a never practiced no kind of magic never again in my life. But he came back the following year, changed. He had a darkness to him, a bitterness he ain't never had before. He ain't laugh like he used to. Whatever happened to him that night changed him. I looked into Mama Renee's eyes, and at that moment I understood. I know what happened to him, I said. Do you? The old woman grimaced. I expect I ain't no fool, and I also done figured it out, she said. But I'd like to hear you say it. He awoke a genetic memory, I said. Necromancers call it raising the dead. Gordon Howard's ancestors burned to death in a church fire in Illinois. And when that necromancer raised Gordon's dead, Gordon inherited the memory of death by fire from his ancestors. I paused, letting the enormity of that sink in. I've never heard of a memory manifesting physically like that. I would have thought it impossible. Twyla, who had been silent throughout this exchange, sucked in a little breath. You said the same thing when you came back from the other side with a plane ticket in your hands, she said. Sounds to me like manifesting the impossible is something his family has in spades. She nibbled on her pie, then set the plate aside. Well, I suppose this story explains why he lost his mind. Can you imagine receiving a memory like that? That had to be the single worst moment of his entire life. As much as it pained me to harbor even an ounce of sympathy for Gordon Howard, I agreed with her. Genetic memories were supposed to be blessings. There was no good in Gordon remembering such a horrific experience. There was no biological advantage. The only reason to give a gift like that was to impart pain, or to foster revenge. You said Arnell knew who started the AME fire, I said, thinking aloud as I pieced everything together. You know, it's possible Gordon received not only the memories of those who burned, but Arnell's too. all in one neat, horrific package. How much do you want to bet the families he targeted were the same folks Arnell saw setting that fire? Twyla frowned. But even if Arnell knew who set those fires, that was 3-4 generations ago. The people responsible are long gone. Mama Renee clucked her teeth, shaking her head. Girl, catch up. The ancestors live in our bones, remember? They're still in that town, living in the bones of their descendants. The Bible says the sins of the father shall be visited on the children, ain't that right? Son of a bitch, I breathed. You saw the family tree in his office, Twyla. He's been tracing lineages. He knows. Remember we didn't know what those 8 families had in common? I bet Arnell saw 8 people setting the fire that day. He traced their descendants so he could... I foundered, heaving a weak shrug. Hurt them, I guess. Make them suffer like his family suffered. I turned to Mama Renee, holding my hands out in a desperate plea. Mama Renee, do you know where Gordon stays when he comes to town? Please. This is urgent. If he's taken my husband... He stay up at his mama's family home about a mile outside Henry, out on FM 1811. But I wouldn't go out there if I was you. My heart sank. Why not? I told you that family was spiteful. Bad seeds, the lot of them. They practiced magic with hate in their hearts, she said. The entire property is sick with malice. You can taste the wickedness in the air. I can't tell you your business, but you might be better off letting the police find your man. I can't do that, I said. I wish I could. But I have this feeling like something bad is about to happen. I can't trust anybody else to fix this. This is my daughter's father we're talking about, I explained. You ain't got to convince me, Mama Renee said with a shrug. Your business is your business. I just call it like I see it. Well, if you finna go out there no matter what I say, then may God bless you, child. You gon' need it. She turned to Twyla. You a protector, right? Is she in good hands? Twyla opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her face fell as she looked down into her lap. I don't know how much protection I can offer her. I kinda used it up recently. I might not get my magic back for another moon cycle. Mama Renee peered at Twyla with a quizzical expression. Is that right? Then, before Twyla could answer, Mama Renee licked the pad of her thumb and pressed it against Twyla's forehead. After a moment, Twyla's cheeks grew rosy, and Mama Renee removed her thumb. How you feel now, baby? Better, Twyla breathed, her eyes large and round. Like I could run a marathon or save 1,000 women from evil husbands. She grinned, pressing a hand to her forehead. How did you... With spit, Mama Renee answered. Spit? Mama Renee nodded, her expression solemn. That's how magic works sometimes. Twyla gaped. With spit? Mama Renee shrugged. Sometimes. Listen, y'all be careful, but not so careful you don't give 'em what for. She turned to me and smiled. Now you go get your husband back. Chapter 13. Once we were on the road, Twyla called Frank to get the latest gossip and make sure the doctor's patients had taken his warning seriously. When the call was over, she shoved the phone in her pocket with a sigh. Okay, seems like people are taking precautions. Nobody else has lost any children, thank God. Bridget and Frank are looking into finding a doctor who can undo hypnosis. She chuckled wryly. Man, this feels like an episode of Scooby-Doo. She shook her fist in mock frustration. You pesky kids. As soon as we turned off the highway to pull onto the dirt road leading up to the Davis family mansion, however, my chuckles dried up. Oh my God, I breathed. Oh no. Twyla's head whipped around to face me, her brow furrowed. What is it? What's wrong? I gestured to the property surrounding our vehicle. You can't see them, can you? She looked out the windows, scanning the landscape. See what? What is it? Wei, I breathed, white-knuckling the steering wheel. They're everywhere. Twyla cursed under her breath. How many? I don't know, hundreds. I heard Twyla curse again, but my eyes were glued to the scene before me. A sea of Wei stood guard over the property, their empty eyes following the car as we kicked up dust along the road. They varied in small ways. Some had half a face or boasted different color snakes around their necks, or were dressed in different garb. But one thing was the same. Anger and hate rolled off each of them in waves. The emotions so strong I felt nauseated. Mama Renee was right. We shouldn't be here. And neither should Marcus, I thought, pressing harder on the gas. Up ahead, the house slowly came into view. From the road, the Davis family mansion could easily have been mistaken for a hotel from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. It must have been beautiful once, a stately jewel that was likely the pride of the area. Now, however, the home was little more than a scar. The Gothic, gingerbread facade languished in breathtaking disrepair. Intricate latticework decorated the wraparound porch and matching balcony, but time had rubbed away much of their grandeur. The gray stairs leading up to the front door splintered and cracked, their accompanying iron handrails so rusted, some areas were completely eroded away. The windows were caked with half an inch of dirt, their panes chipped and rotting. I parked the car, watching the Wei from the corners of my eyes as I hauled myself from the driver's seat. They moved in, their eerie, concerted movements hastening my pulse. They did not rush, merely glided ever closer, the hissing of their serpents like sandpaper rustling against my eardrums. I wanted nothing more than to get away from them, but I forced myself to move naturally. I would not startle them. I would not invite their wrath. Twyla and I climbed up the steps and rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a svelte young woman, her hair elaborately wrapped in a colorful cloth. She looked from me to Twyla and back again. Can I help you? I'm here to see Dr. Howard, I said, keeping my voice even. I'm sure he's expecting me. And you are? Kezia Bernard, I said. The girl said nothing, closing the door softly in my face. Moments later, the door opened wide, and the smiling face of Dr. Gordon Howard greeted me. Kezia, how lovely to see you. Please come in. I stepped inside wordlessly. I'd been right when I said he expected me. He didn't look at all surprised. In fact, he looked smug. Can I get you? Please cut the shit, I said. I don't want trouble. I'll just take my husband and go. Where is he? I know he's here. The doctor's smile widened. Oh, your ex-husband? Well, of course he's here. Where else would he be? I don't have time for this, I said. I pushed past the doctor, stepping into a grand, though dilapidated hallway. Marcus, I shouted. Marcus, can you hear me? Where are you? The house was silent in response. Not even the whoosh of a ceiling fan or the buzz of a refrigerator returned my call. Don't make me call the police, I said to the doctor, intending it to be a threat. It came out more like a whimper. Call the police? For what? Gordon, I know you've taken Marcus against his will. Please don't play games with me. Just go get my husband. Dr. Howard glanced anxiously between Twyla and me. His brows were drawn together in consternation. Against his will? Oh, wow. He rubbed the back of his head, a gesture no doubt intended to make him look vulnerable. It wasn't working on me. Kezia, why don't you and your friend come sit? It seems there's been some kind of gross misunderstanding. I shook my head and folded my arms across my chest. There hasn't been any misunderstanding. I know. I stopped before I said something stupid. I couldn't show my hand, telling him I knew about the murders. But I needed him to know I meant business. I know about the AME fire in Red Brook. I met Mama Renee. She told me about the awful memories you inherited. I stared into Dr. Howard's eyes, hoping to see that I had cowed him, or even shamed him. But he stared back, his expression unchanged. If anything, he looked befuddled. I know how you've suffered. Life can be cruel. But what I want right now is my husband. Dr. Howard shrugged, holding his hands out, palms up. Kezia, I'm not keeping Marcus here against his will. Look, he's right here. Emerging from the shadows with a Rottweiler on his heel was Marcus. He looked healthy, strong, even happy. He stepped forward and pulled me into a limp embrace. He smelled of aftershave and soap, but not the brands he wore at home. The combination was unsettling. Dove, what are you doing here? I wasn't expecting any visitors. I pulled away, just far enough to look him in the face. Are you okay? He laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. It sounded mechanical. Yes, of course, but what are you doing here? I stepped out of Marcus's embrace and grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the front door. The dog at his side growled softly. I'm taking you home, I said, glancing nervously at the dog. I'd never been a dog person, especially not giant dogs that could eat my face with one bite. It's time for you to leave. But Marcus pulled his hand free, folding his arms over his chest. I can't go home, he said. I'm sorry, Dove. I wish I could. I stared at him, uncomprehending. There wasn't a hint of genuine despair in his voice. His apology was pure politeness. He seemed sincere. Marcus, Dove, why don't you come sit a while? We can all have a good chat. His eyes drifted to Twyla. Who is your friend? Have a good chat? No, that wasn't something Marcus would say. It was all wrong. Everything was all wrong. The way he was standing, his complacency, his laugh. I don't want to sit, I want to go home, and you're coming with me. The doctor can't help you, but we'll find someone who can. I promise. Marcus grinned then, but the expression looked pasted on. I knew his smile, the fullness of his mouth, the slant of his eyes. This was not Marcus's smile. This was a poor imitation. You're wrong, Kezia. The doctor has already helped me. Tremendously. If I leave now, it will disrupt the treatment. We have to see this through. He offered me another false smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. What was going on? Was he afraid? Was he trying to tell me something? Did he know he was in danger? And then I understood. He was hypnotized. Real fear gripped me. I knew what Dr. Howard's hypnosis was capable of. I'd seen how this crooked doctor circumvented a mother's love, forcing Bonnie to commit a most heinous act. If he could do that to Bonnie Sinclair, he could do it to Marcus. We have to get out of here, I thought. But how? With Marcus in this hypnotized state, I'd never convince him to disobey the doctor. My eyes wandered to the dog at his side. And that's a goddamn liability, too. Is he an attack dog? I swallowed. I was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Twyla and I were in way over our heads. Fine, I said, keeping my voice measured. Let's talk. But you better make it quick. I followed the doctor into a sitting room, careful to note the room's doors. The last thing I wanted was anyone sneaking up on me. I chose a chair with its back facing a corner. The Rottweiler followed Marcus to the couch, laying his head in my ex-husband's lap. Twyla stood by the door as Dr. Howard sank into a sofa. So it seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding, the doctor began, leaning back and crossing his legs. The young woman who had met us at the door came in, carrying a tray of iced tea. She sat this before the doctor, then quietly left the room. No one moved to take a glass. As you can see, Marcus is not here against his will. As he mentioned earlier, he's been making excellent progress. I think you would be proud. I know you ended his treatment, I said. I spoke to the receptionist who said you discharged him. So whatever charade you're playing at right now, you have some ulterior motive, and I want nothing to do with it. So why don't you undo whatever it is you did to Marcus and we'll get out of here. We'll pretend like we never met you. But I want him released, and I don't want to have to fight you about this. The dog whined in Marcus's lap as my ex-husband leaned his face down and rubbed noses with the Rottweiler. Seeing them interact like that gave me the shivers. Marcus seemed utterly oblivious to the conversation happening around him. It made me want to scream. If he were to leave now, the doctor said, he would not be any better off than he was when you first brought him to me. The genetic memories that he's inherited, he still has them, and you will still have to figure out how to treat him. And yet, no one can perform that neat trick. What are you so worried about anyway? Look at him. He's fine. I've done nothing to harm him. Not like the parents in Redbrook, right? I said. Twyla shot me a dark look, but it was too late. The cat was out of the bag. I know what you did to those families, I said, keeping my voice low and even. And I even almost understand why you did it. I know you inherited your ancestors' memories. I know you felt them burning to death in a church, and I can imagine how horrible that must have been for you. But Dr. Howard held up a hand, silencing me. With all due respect, you don't know anything. Yes, a necromancer raised my dead, and I inherited the memories of my ancestors. Not one or two, but the memories of generations, all demanding that I set things right, that I avenge their murders. Now, before you lecture me, understand this. He narrowed his eyes, and despite myself, I found I couldn't look away. The black folks in that town suffered long before that fire. The white folks claimed the AME church was run by the devil himself. Somebody caught a glimpse of black folks shouting and dancing during worship and proceeded to spread lies that my people were summoning Satan. That Dr. Joseph Cochran was Satan's minion himself. Do you know how hard that made life? Folks couldn't buy groceries, couldn't get clothes, could hardly send their children to school for fear of being violently assaulted. I understand that, I said. But that's no reason. My great-grandmother saw everything, he said. She was supposed to be sitting at home, keeping away from the ceremony, but she didn't. She was headed to the church to object to the wedding when she saw those white men chaining the doors. Saw the sheriff himself lighting the fire. Saw 6 other men with gasoline and torches. Do you know what seeing something like that does to a person? The doctor shrugged. It wasn't a secret that Doc Cochran's church was a target. The real problem was that those 8 men let someone live. They didn't know Arnell wouldn't be there. They thought they were slick, so they were furious when they saw her still alive afterward. Afraid, too, of what she might manifest. Scared white men are the most dangerous creatures for a black woman. So she knew they'd kill her. What could she do except leave town? She came here carrying her child along with the grief and fury in her marrow. She fed off that anger. She lived for her chance at retribution, and she's finally getting her justice. Through me. I half expected the doctor to look proud of himself, but he didn't. He looked pained. What you've done isn't justice, I said. It's evil. You know that. You have to know that. It is justice, though, after a fashion. It's always the firstborn who pay for the sins of their forebears. Think of the Exodus story. The angel of death killed only Egypt's oldest children. One might say that's a kindness. The doctor's voice cracked and he looked away. He almost looked remorseful. But others might say it enhances the pain. Kill all the children in a family and only the parents are left to suffer. Take one child and leave the rest? Now everyone suffers. That's fucking twisted, Twyla said. She was shaking with anger. This whole thing is so fucking demented. The doctor ignored her, offering me a weary smile. But there was no joy in it, only resignation. I used to think I inherited those memories as a lesson. The evils of the past should not be forgotten lest they be repeated and all that. But what I've learned in the years since the ancestors invaded my bones is that they don't want justice. They want retribution, restitution, reparations. You don't think the murders in Red Brook were my first attempt at satisfying the ancestors, do you? He chuckled then, a dry, mirthless sound. I tried to appease their thirst for revenge in other ways. I orchestrated charities, I built monuments, I started scholarships, but they wanted blood, and they wanted it so badly they manifested it. Their rage swallowed Red Brook. When I first saw the wailing women in town, I thought, this is it. This is finally out of my hands. Now they'll leave me be. He shrugged, defeated. I was wrong. So, you know about the Wei, I said. And you know what they're doing to the women and children in that town. Oh, the doctor said, almost laughing. Do you think the men are exempt? Do you think they enjoy torturing their families? They don't. They drink to hide their shame and incompetence. That, too, is the Wei's influence. I was growing impatient. None of this mattered. I didn't care anymore why he'd done what he did. Revenge, justice, they were just ideas, words. Children were dead, and nothing in the world could square that circle. These are just excuses. You didn't have to murder those kids, you didn't. Now I must take exception to that claim. The doctor leaned forward onto his elbows, his stare hard, his jaw tight. As I said earlier, I used to think my memories were a lesson. But I was wrong. What they really are is a cudgel, a whip. Manifestations of pain that force me to do their bidding. If I comply with their demands, the pain stops. If I don't, he shuddered then, his eyes going liquid and soft. These genetic memories that I carry inside me rule my waking life. I don't just recall the horror. I relive it, constantly. You have no idea what it feels like to burn alive, he whispered. None. You don't know the lengths you'd go to stop it. He wasn't exactly right. Thanks to the Jinni and the Wei, I had some idea. You're an expert in removing genetic memories, I countered. Why don't you just remove yours? The doctor laughed, incredulous. You think I haven't tried? You cannot remove your own genetic memories any more than you can perform brain surgery on yourself. I huffed but said nothing. That actually made sense, as much as I hated to admit it. I wish I could say that the acts I've already committed satisfied the dead, he continued, but they haven't. There is no satisfying them. They won't stop. They'll never stop. After all, 8 men set that fire, but only 5 of their descendants are dead. He sighed, his expression mournful. The other 3 aren't my patients, but do you think that will stop my ancestors? They'll have their pound of flesh, even if it means sending another school shooter. Or worse. He set his jaw then, his nostrils flaring. But there's good news, Kezia. You and I can both have what we want. You want your daughter's father released from the prison of his mind. And I want to relieve the ancestors of the only weapon they have against me. I want to never be tormented again. I clenched my hands in my lap, almost not wanting to ask, but I had to know. What are you talking about? The memories are terrible because I am a human man, not a creature of fire, he said, his voice low. If I were a creature of fire, they could not torment me with burning. I would be immune. He smiled then. Do you see? The answer to both our prayers is within reach. Your husband cannot continue on in his state, and neither can I. But if we switch our vital sparks, we will both be free. I stared, almost unable to breathe. He knows, I thought, a bright, new fear glimmering in the forefront of my brain. He knows about Marcus and the Jinni. Oh God, what have we done? That's why you've brought him here, Twyla said, filling in the yawning silence. You didn't bring Marcus here to heal him. You brought him here to kill him. The doctor looked genuinely surprised. Kill him? No, certainly not. I need the vital spark of a jinni. He needs the vital spark of a man. What I propose is a trade. Nothing more. It can't be done, I said. I wish it could, but it can't. You can't replace Marcus's vital spark with yours. Yours is too weak to dislodge it. Listen, I yanked out a jinni's vital spark using tremendous magic I no longer have. It collided with Marcus, knocking his vital spark loose. But his spark was used up in the reaction. It didn't hang around. So even if you could force his spark into your body, your spark would dissipate, leaving Marcus. I didn't need to finish the thought. Kezia, listen to yourself. Listen to how defeatist you sound. I thought you were a scientist. I thought you would be up for the challenge. The doctor narrowed his eyes. Have I misjudged you? I guffawed, disbelief making my skin go cold. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think I can be so easily manipulated? I climbed to my feet. You know what? This conversation's over. Twyla? As Twyla headed toward the exit, the doctor turned to Marcus, his expression neutral. Marcus, why don't you try to help Kezia see reason? Marcus rose to his feet and walked to the other side of the room, removing a crystal vase filled with roses from a bookshelf. He walked over to me with a smile. I know how much you love beautiful things, he said. I formed my mouth to ask what the hell he was talking about when he lifted the vase over his head and smashed it down on top of mine. I heard Twyla scream before everything went black. Chapter 14. The first thing I noticed when I came to was incredible pain. My head throbbed like a hammer against an anvil. I reached up to touch my forehead, and my fingers came away wet with blood. I was lying on a quilted cotton pad covered in dust. I struggled to sit up. My entire body felt like I had been run over by an 18-wheeler. The second thing I noticed was that I'd been moved to another room. The slanted ceiling was composed of rotten wood slats, speckled with mold and spider webs. I was probably in the attic. I glanced around to get my bearings. The few windows were clogged with dirt and the air was thick with dust. I rubbed my face, trying to will myself back to my senses, but the pain was maddening. My vision swam, and a wave of nausea forced me onto my side, retching. God, I was really sick of men knocking me in the head. You're awake, said a voice. I pressed my fingertips against my watering eyes and squinted into the dimness. Marcus was sitting in a rickety wooden chair, concealed by shadows. His legs and arms were bound to the chair by duct tape. Still, he was smiling. Marcus, help me. My voice was raw and splintered. When he didn't move, a flash of anger ignited along my spine. Marcus, snap out of it. You have to be in there somewhere. Please wake up. We need to get out of here. I knew it was useless to beg. I couldn't will him out of his hypnosis. But I had to try something. Anything. You are my Ayanmo, my destiny, and I need you. Marcus's eyebrows rose. I'm right here, he said. He was looking at me, but he didn't see me. He heard me, but he wasn't listening. The doctor's influence was powerful, and there was nothing I could do to bring Marcus out of it. The helplessness was almost as bad as the ache in my head. I whimpered in frustration. A sound caught my attention, floorboards creaking underneath the weight of someone coming up the steps. I heard the click of a key turning in a lock, and a moment later the doctor and his dog came into view. The Rottweiler traipsed over to Marcus as he had before, curling up at his feet. The doctor lingered, surveying the scene, and then closed the door behind him. I'm glad to see that you're awake, he said. You were out for such a long time. I thought we might have lost you. I'm sorry it had to come to this. And I hope you understand that truly I mean you no harm. But I need your help. I crushed my teeth together, swallowing down bile and fear. "Where's Twyla?" The doctor offered me a sad smile. "She's been taken care of," he said. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to hold back the tears and sickness. But in the end, I rolled over and threw up again. The doctor reached into a pocket and retrieved a pistol, which he laid on a table near the entrance. "I don't expect I'll have to use that," he said. "You seem like a reasonable woman. I'm sure you've figured out by now that I'm not taking no for an answer. You will transfer your husband's vital spark into my body." "I don't know how to do it," I fumed, tears leaking from my eyes. "I told you before, those were unrepeatable circumstances. I don't have the magic or the ability to do something like that." The doctor produced a lopsided grin, half smug, half regretful. He reached into his pocket and withdrew an object that immediately made my blood freeze as the bottom dropped out of my stomach. It was Opal's bracelet. The same homely leather band I'd used to rip out the Ginny's vital spark. Oh God, no. This is who she sold it to? "I understand that you've used this bit of magic before," the doctor said, walking over to me. He reached for my arm, snapping the leather around my wrist. "Of course, the woman who sold it to me didn't use your name. But Marcus revealed so much during our hypnotherapy sessions." My heart was racing. Beads of sweat formed on my brow. There was no chance in hell that I would remove Marcus's vital spark. It would kill him, assuming I had source magic powerful enough to accomplish the feat, which I didn't. At least I didn't think I did. And that's what scared me. I'd seen the way the doctor could manipulate others. I'd seen him hypnotize loving women into murdering their children. If they were susceptible, so was I. I wasn't special. If the doctor could make those women commit murder, I couldn't be sure that the doctor wouldn't find some way to compel me to fulfill his desires. I had to get out. Each second that ticked by made it more likely that I would murder my daughter's father. I couldn't let that happen. "Dr. Howard, please listen to me," I begged. "I can't do what you're asking. I don't have the power. I don't—" "Yes, you do," the doctor interrupted, his hands pressed together in a prayerful position. "You have the power. What you lack is focus. But I can give you that. If there's anything my ancestors are good at, it's using the stick when the carrot doesn't work." The energy in the room shifted and my nose filled with the smells of death. My body pimpled over with goosebumps and the pain in my head flashed hot, sharp, and bright. I groaned in protest, swaying with renewed nausea. From the shadows, the Wayway appeared. 2, then 4, 6, 8. They emerged from the walls. They appeared through the floorboards. Ruined skeletal women, faces twisted with hate and malice glimmered into view, the serpents at their necks hissing, their tongues tasting the air, seeking me out. I trembled as they came near, their hands outstretched, their fingers flaking with black char. "No," I whimpered, understanding what they meant to do. "Dr. Howard, no." "The pain will bring focus," he said, his voice almost tender. "Lean into the pain, Kezia. And if the pain isn't enough, lean into the fear." Their hands clasped around me, smothering my further objections. My pleas turned to screams as my flesh burned beneath the Wayway's touch. Heat upon heat seared my skin, filling me from the inside with unimaginable pain. My blood boiled, my bones charred. It didn't matter if it was really happening or it was all in my mind. My pain sensors were firing like fireworks, lighting up my nervous system like the night sky. And while I screamed, Marcus watched with unblinking indifference. "Wait!" I screamed. "Let me say goodbye." As suddenly as it began, the pain receded. The Wayway backed away. Enough for me to make eye contact with the doctor. "At least let me tell Marcus goodbye," I pleaded. "Bring him back. Unhypnotize him. Let me have one last conversation with him. You owe me that." The doctor mulled over my request a moment before giving a curt nod. "Very well. I suppose if either of you tries something funny, I can always shoot you in the knee. The Wei hovered in the corners of the room, watching me with soulless eyes as the doctor moved toward Marcus, snapping his fingers before his face. He murmured something too low for me to hear before backing away. Seconds later, Marcus blinked, his eyes finding me in the dimness. Dove? What's going on? What? Shh. I went to him, laying my hands on either side of his face. Listen to me. Trust me. And know that whatever happens, everything will be fine. I know what I'm doing. That was a lie, but I smiled as I told it, though my lips trembled with the effort. I love you. I have always loved you. And from now until the end of time, you and I will be together. Marcus jerked his arms and threw his weight to one side. Why am I tied up? What the fuck is going on? Instead of answering, I pressed my lips against his, kissing him for perhaps the last time. The agony of that realization sliced through me like a knife. When I pulled away, the doctor shouted, "Do it now, Kezia! Now!" The pain was sudden, bright, and complete. The Wei were upon me again, sending fiery emanations through my body. Marcus's screams joined mine as he rocked in his chair, jerking his weight. I wanted to tell him it was no use to save his energy. But all I could do as the flames consumed me was howl. I wouldn't outlast this torment. If I didn't think of something, the Wei would burn me alive. Save yourself the torture, Kezia. Use the pain. Lean in, Kezia. Ride the terror. I was losing consciousness. My eyelids were so heavy. As blackness crept in from my periphery and I succumbed to tunnel vision, I heard a voice scratching through the cacophony of my own screams. Wake up and smell the coffee, Kezia. Use your brain. You know what you need to do. Papa Janabbit was pointing at me with a crooked finger, his eyes narrow and bright with anger. But I didn't know. I was fading fast and I couldn't think or focus. Amid the screaming and the howling, Dr. Howard was still talking, his voice melodic and gentle, his speech patterns rhythmic. It was at that moment that I understood what he was doing. He was trying to hypnotize me. Use the death current, Kezia. Focus it on Marcus. Let it penetrate the vital spark and travel along the current into my body. Lean into the pain. Focus on your fear. The Wei are stronger than you know. Let their strength be your strength. You can do this, Kezia. Believe in yourself. I did my best to blot his voice from my mind, but I knew he wouldn't give up. I had to make him believe I was under his sway before I actually was. I gritted my teeth and flung out my arms, letting the death current flow through me. I opened myself to its vibrations, felt the fluctuations down to my marrow. Marcus was still screaming. He had no idea what was happening, but he could see that I was in pain. I doubted he recognized the homely bit of leather around my wrist. I would never yank Marcus's vital spark from his body. It would kill him. But I had no qualms about doing the same thing to the doctor. I directed my thoughts and all my energy to my captor, and with a shout, I hurled Opal's telekinetic magic at his vital spark and pulled. Of course, nothing happened. I sobbed, defeated. I knew it wouldn't work. I'd only been able to do it before with the tremendous power of the Jinni at my disposal. On my own, I simply didn't have magic powerful enough to kill anyone. The Wei were pressing against me as the heat grew more intense. I sobbed in earnest. I was going to die. The Wei were going to burn me alive. I sank to my knees, my energy depleted. Marcus banged his chair behind me, jerking his body so violently he toppled over. He lay on the floor screaming my name. I was too exhausted to do more than mouth the words, "I love you. I'm sorry." And then, as I listed toward unconsciousness with Marcus's sobs ringing in my ears, I heard Mama Fat's gentle voice. "Baby girl, you know what to do. Forget that bracelet. Use your own magic. Ride the dog." I blinked, uncomprehending. Ride the dog? Together, my patrons shouted in my ears, "Ride the dog!" The words didn't make sense. A dog wasn't a current. A dog wasn't a horse. I couldn't ride the dog. I could only... My eyes flew wide with understanding. Oh my God. Of course. Of course. With the last of my energy, I focused on the Rottweiler still sitting at Marcus's feet. I reached out with my weakened senses, feeling out the currents. The death current was there, buzzing and frantic. I squeezed my eyes shut and reached past it until I found the softer, more nebulous current I'd never mastered. The animate current. It was there in the background, smooth and dormant. I reached for it, but it moved away. I tried again, slowing my breath and clearing my mind. "Let it happen," said Papa Janabbit. "Stop trying to make it happen." At last, I caught it. It wasn't as amenable to my touch as the death current, but I latched onto it. I breathed in deep, focusing on the dog. It would be easier if I could touch the animal, but I had done this before. I could do it again. I prayed my quick study gift would remind my body and mind what to do. "Please let this work," I begged. I reached my mind toward the dog and thrust myself toward it. For a moment, I was disoriented. My vision swam. My body felt different. Muscles seemed to be in the wrong place. Everything felt closer together, more compact. My heart rate had slowed as though I were no longer afraid for my life. But the biggest change of all was the lack of pain. These realizations happened in an instant. Within seconds, I understood that I was in the Rottweiler's body. I turned to see my human body lying face down on the floor, motionless. Marcus was still wailing, so I used his screams to focus. Now that I was outside myself, possessing the animal, my energy was renewed. Still, I had no idea how much time I really had. I had to act fast. I sprang up, only momentarily disoriented by my strange new body. My quick study gift came to life, teaching me how to move. I thanked my stars for the ancestors' gift. Then I turned, locking the doctor in my sights. I leaped. I shot across the room, hurling my head into the doctor, knocking him off balance. He crashed to the ground, uttering a scream as he fell. He curled into a fetal position, knees against his chest, and covering his head with his arms. But I was built for power. I sank my teeth into his shoulder as the doctor screamed, and when his neck was uncovered, I crushed his throat with my jaws, ripping out the viscera and ligaments. The blood was hot and salty as it spurted, and soon the doctor's screams melted into whimpers as the blood gurgled from the massive wound. I chewed and bit and ripped, and I kept going until the doctor's body stopped thrashing and his whimpers died out. Panting, I hovered over him, nudging his face with my nose. Before I reclaimed my own body, I had to be sure he was dead. But I needn't have been so paranoid. Even as a Rottweiler, I was sensitive to death, and the thanatic energy released by the dissipating vital spark made my paws throb. The doctor was truly dead. In the corner of the room, Marcus was no longer screaming. He was sobbing, banging his head against the floor in his grief. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths to center myself, and then let my consciousness recede, pulling away from the dog until I was back in my body. The pain jolted me into wakefulness. The Weiwei were no longer touching me, and the memories and pain of fire had dissipated, but my body still ached, and my head throbbed. I groaned as I pulled myself up, and at the sound, Marcus lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief. "Kezia, baby?" I crawled over to Marcus and pressed my palm against his cheek. "I'm going to get us out of here," I said, my voice thin. "I need to go get something to cut you free." I glanced over at the doctor and blew out a heavy breath. "Howard's dead," I whispered, not wanting the Weiwei to overhear. "You'll be safe until I get back." I didn't wait for his response. I struggled to my feet and got the door open. Downstairs, I found a knife in the kitchen. I hurried back up the attic steps where I found Marcus crying softly, shoulders shaking. "What the hell is going on?" he asked, his voice breaking. "Did the doctor's dog just kill him?" I shook my head, kneeling down. "That was me," I said, still whispering. "I used what Papa Janabit taught me about animal possession." "Jesus Christ," Marcus breathed. "You did that?" "I didn't know you had it in you." I grimaced, pressing my lips into a hard line. People are capable of almost anything when survival is on the line. I cut Marcus free, blinking back tears and sniffling as I went. Now that we were not in imminent danger, my body was slowing down, and I felt exhaustion setting in. My hands shook, and I was feeling lightheaded. Until now, I had been running on pure adrenaline. Now I was teetering on the edge. I was probably minutes away from crashing. When I cut the last of the tape away, Marcus scrambled over to me, pulling me into an embrace. We huddled together, shaking and crying, as I explained what I knew, that he'd been hypnotized and kidnapped, and the doctor had tried to use my magic to steal Marcus's vital spark. "But he's dead now?" Marcus confirmed, tears falling from his eyes and snot running from his nose to meet his lips. "He's dead, but we're not safe yet." Marcus frowned. "Why? What else is wrong?" I glanced around, trying not to let my fear show on my face. He couldn't see the Wei, but I could. The doctor's death had stunned them, but their energy was building once again. I didn't know how intelligent they were, but if the doctor's ancestors were watching, or if the doctor were vindictive from the other side, I had to assume they would activate the Wei eventually. I didn't want to be here when they did. "This place is crawling with evil spirits," I whispered. "We have to get out of here." The dog was circling the doctor's corpse, whining as it nosed him, trying to wake him. I grabbed the handgun off the table just to be safe. I trusted nothing anymore. Once we were downstairs, I took Marcus by the wrist. "Before we go, I need to find Twyla. If there's a chance she's alive, we have to find her." We searched the house from top to bottom, but Twyla was nowhere to be found. Outside, we circled around to the back of the house. Tucked away underneath the canopy of trees was a small shed. My heart leaped into my throat. I ran for it, thundering over the ground, my exhaustion forgotten. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as I screamed out, "Twyla, Twyla, are you in there?" I threw the shed door open to find Twyla lying bound and gagged, unconscious on the ground. I fell to my knees beside her, rolling her onto her back. She was breathing. Oh my God, she's breathing. I clapped her gently on the cheeks, shaking her as I did so. "Twyla? Twyla. Wake up. It's me. It's Kezia. Come on, wake up. Wake up." As her eyes fluttered open, I got to work on her bonds. I cut her wrists and ankles free, and Twyla moaned, gasping as she struggled to sit up, rubbing her wrists. She looked up at me, her gray eyes round. "You're okay," she breathed. I chuckled and pulled her into a hug. "Everybody's okay," I assured her. "But we've got to get out of here. Are you all right? Can you walk?" Twyla climbed slowly to her feet, swaying only a little. She grimaced and staggered, holding a hand to her forehead. "My legs are asleep," she admitted, "but I think I'm okay." She noticed Marcus for the first time then and smiled. "You don't look hypnotized," she said, a slight teasing in her tone. Marcus opened his mouth to respond when my ears filled with the sounds of high-pitched yowls. We jumped, our eyes flying wide, mouths dropping open. "What is that?" Marcus asked. I pressed a hand to my mouth. "The Wei," I breathed. "You can hear them too?" Both Twyla and Marcus nodded, the color draining from their faces. "The evil spirits?" Marcus asked. I nodded. "We need to go." The three of us darted out of the shed. As soon as we were outside, my fears were confirmed. The area was rife with Wei. They weren't moving. Their heads were tilted back, their jaws unhinged as they screamed their infernal howl. They looked our way as we ran past, their shrieks rising to a fever pitch as we reached the car, throwing the doors open and jumping inside. Marcus slid into the driver's seat. I threw him the keys as Twyla and I slammed the doors shut, and Marcus revved the engine. Outside, the Wei were still keening, but they were no longer trapped in their stupor. They were moving toward us. Fast. "Marcus, go, go, go!" I screamed. The car wheels spun, kicking up pebbles and clods of dirt as we peeled out, barreling our way up the dirt road toward the highway. The turnoff had just blossomed into view when the world began to rumble. "Do you hear that?" Twyla asked, her face pressed against a window. "It sounds like—" Marcus shouted, and the car jerked as the surrounding ground exploded. Huge chunks of dirt shot into the air, falling around us like debris after a bomb. Marcus straightened the car, breathing fast and heavy out his mouth. "How are they doing this?" Marcus shouted. "How is this happening?" "Manifestation," I said. "That's what his family does. They manifest hate and destruction. Marcus, step on it. We have to get out of here." I didn't need to say it twice. He stomped on the gas and the car picked up speed, gunning it toward the highway. All around us, the ground detonated, rocking us off course, throwing dirt and rocks against the windows. The windshield was plastered. I could barely make out the road ahead of us. "God damn it," Marcus growled. "I can't see shit. I'm going to get us killed." I braced myself against the dashboard. "If you stop, the Wei will kill us for sure. Just drive. Just drive." We were mere feet away from the highway. If we could just make it off the property, we'd be free. And then the road in front of us blew up. The blast ripped from the ground with a deafening roar. Marcus tried to slam on the brakes, but it was too late. We careered right into the blowout. Our car flipped into the air. I screamed as the car crashed down onto the highway, rolling with the force of the blast. Glass shattered. Blood gurgled in my ears. My bones clattered. And then everything went still. I fought against losing consciousness. My body was made of jelly, so weak I could hardly move. I struggled to push open the car door and heave my way out. We had landed on the opposite side of the highway, away from the Davis family mansion. On the other side of the road, the Wei had grown silent, even as fury burned hot in their eyes. I waited with bated breath, expecting them to cross the highway and come for me, to lay their hands on my body and manifest fire until I was burned away. But they didn't. They came up to the very edge of the property, but no further, as though an invisible barrier held them back. Then, little by little, they receded, moving away from the highway like a retreating tide. Relief coursed through me, but my reprieve was short-lived. A few feet away, Twyla was kneeling on the ground. I crawled over to her, and when I saw why she was kneeling, a sob escaped my chest. Marcus lay unconscious on the side of the highway. There was blood everywhere. He'd obviously been thrown from the car. I couldn't let myself look at the strange lay of his body. I couldn't think about what might be broken or how much pain he would be in when he woke. My hands flew to my mouth. "Oh my God, Twyla. Is he—" "He's alive," she said, her voice unnaturally calm. "I called an ambulance while you were unconscious. They should be here any minute now." I hadn't even realized I had passed out. "I don't think he has time for an ambulance, Twyla. Can't you heal him?" Twyla looked at me, her eyes raw and rimmed in red. "I tried," she said. "I did the best I could. I laid every ounce of magic I have on his soul. I think that's what's keeping him alive. But it's not enough to fix him." She sobbed then, shaking. "It's bad, Kezia, it's really bad." I cradled Marcus in my lap, his blood running down my arms. I knew I shouldn't touch him, but I couldn't leave him like that. I couldn't let him slip away alone, without the comfort of human touch. "Marcus," I whispered. "Stay with me, baby. Stay with me. You hear me? You're gonna be okay. Just Hang on a little longer. Marcus stirred then, his eyes fluttering open as his lips parted. He tried to smile, but it came out only as a twitch of muscle. Dove, he said. I want you to know. He swallowed, his breathing ragged. You are the only woman I was ever destined to love. You are my Ayanmo. Don't talk, I said, trying unsuccessfully to bite back my tears. Save your strength. It's okay, Marcus. You're gonna be fine. Hold on, God damn it. But as I spoke the words, I knew them for the lies they were. The air around me buzzed as the death current swelled and quickened. My hands began a familiar throb, and I bit back a cry of agony as mortic energy found Marcus's body. Tears streamed down my face as the energy circled us, ready to dissolve Marcus's vital spark. I pulled him to me as though my nearness would ward off death. I choked out a cry, shaking with my sorrow. Marcus, hold on, I pleaded. Please don't leave me. But it was too late. For Marcus, death came on like wildfire. It rushed against him, relieving him of movement, then of breath, then of a heartbeat. As life guttered out of him, mortic energy gathered around us, dissolving his soul and letting it slip from his body. I clutched him to my chest, closing my eyes and screaming to heaven, "Don't take him! Please, God, don't take him! We're not ready! Please, please, we're not ready!" But death does not play favorites. And when your time comes, even if a necromancer begs on your behalf, there is no trade the living can offer that death will accept. He always gets his pound of flesh. Chapter 15. Marcus was dead before the ambulance arrived. The paramedics loaded him into the ambulance, and by the time I gathered myself together, they were already speeding toward a hospital, siren wailing. A second set of paramedics treated Twyla and me for shock, draping blankets over our shoulders and plying us with oxygen. Neither of us was critically injured, but both of us were banged up, emotionally and physically. Eventually, they loaded us into a second ambulance, where we followed distantly behind Marcus. Everything after that was a blur. Someone treated me. They asked questions. Maybe I answered. I don't know. Everything was numb. My life was happening underwater. I couldn't process it. I couldn't feel or think. Marcus was dead. Somehow I ended up in the hospital's chapel. Twyla was sitting next to me on a pew, her hand linked with mine. Silent tears slid down her cheeks. She offered nothing but the warm comfort of her presence. It was more than I could have asked for. There were so many things I didn't say. I said after a while, ostensibly to Twyla, but mostly to myself. How am I ever going to forgive myself? For a long while, Twyla was silent. Finally, she squeezed my hand and spoke. Kezia, I probably don't need to remind you of this, but you're a necromancer. Go to him. I stared at her a moment, stupefied by my own blindness. Of course I could go to him. She squeezed my hand. I'll be here when you get back. I nodded and said nothing as I closed my eyes and worked my magic. Crossing over was never easy, but this time, it was especially grueling. I was so filled with sadness that I felt I couldn't go on. As I crossed the veil, I didn't know what to expect. The other side was different every time, with every person. Sometimes I'd appear in a schoolhouse or a church or even a supermarket. It was always a surprise. But this time, the location was nondescript. I was surrounded by light on all sides, and I could vaguely make out the murmuring of voices. But no human form swam into view. No one came to greet me. I was alone with the expansive light and indistinct soft chatter. Who's there? I asked. Marcus? The light didn't change, but the chatter grew louder. I still couldn't make out words. Is there anyone out there that can speak to me? I'm searching for Marcus Adeyemo. Can anyone tell me where he is? But if the voices heard me, they didn't respond. They continued yapping over each other as though I wasn't even there. In the distance, I could almost hear the dull drone of a highway, the chirping of a bird. But the voices kept getting louder and louder until everything else was blotted out. "Hello?" I called again, almost shouting. Suddenly, everything faded away. I was standing on sand, waves lapping at my bare toes. The sun was setting over the water, so I was somewhere out west. The water was warm, maybe Los Angeles. A little black boy wearing a bright blue pair of swimming trunks was sitting on the shore next to me, his sweet face upturned to mine, his large eyes imploring. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm looking for someone," I said. "Have you seen him? His name is Marcus Adeyemo." The boy laughed, revealing beautifully white jack-o'-lantern teeth. "Oh, sure, I know him. That's my second cousin. You should have seen him when he came through here. He looked like a chicken with its head cut off." My brow wrinkled in confusion. "What does that mean?" The child shrugged. "Sometimes that happens with the newly dead. They kinda dumb. They don't know they're dead. They run around, trying to make sense of everything, and the ancestors have to calm them down. But it was even worse for him. He was like a crazy man." The boy looked up at me, his eyes narrowed. But he wasn't a crazy man in life, was he? I didn't know him well. I shook my head and settled down into the sand beside the boy. The water felt good against my skin. No, he wasn't crazy in life. In fact, he was brilliant. He teaches at the university. I caught my mistake and swallowed down a new wave of tears. Taught, he used to teach. The boy dug his toes into the sand and leaned back on his hands, his face turned toward the sky. "Well, what do you think he'll do now? Now that he's calmed down, I mean." I gazed out to the horizon where seabirds dove into the water to catch their prey. "I don't know that much about the afterlife," I admitted. "I don't know how you all spend your days or—" "No, I mean back on Earth, back in his regular life. Now that the ancestors made him better, what do you think he's gonna do?" The hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention, and electricity surged in my belly, rising into my chest. I turned to meet the little boy's gaze. "What do you mean back on Earth?" The boy smiled again. "Oh, I guess you don't know. He's not here anymore. He went back. After they calmed him down, he went back." At the back of my mind, I felt someone tugging at my attention. I wanted to ask the boy more questions, but the feeling of needing to return to my body was overpowering. Before I could decide what to do, I was back in my physical body. Twyla holding my face between her hands, speaking my name over and over again. "Kezia, wake up! Kezia, Kezia, are you back?" I looked into Twyla's eyes and blinked. "He wasn't there. On the other side, a little boy said—" Twyla smiled, eyes shining. "Kezia, it's a miracle. Marcus is alive." Twyla led me from the chapel to Marcus's recovery room. A doctor was standing over Marcus's bed, and when he saw us, he strode over, offering a hand. "Dr. Young," he said. He had kind eyes and a soft voice. "You must be the wife? Mrs. Adeyemo?" I nodded, unable to trust my voice. Tears were already welling in my eyes. The doctor shook his head in disbelief, bewilderment lighting up his face. "If I can be honest with you, his recovery is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Never seen anybody come back like that, not after so much time. He was DOA." He seemed to be speaking to himself more than me. At my side, Twyla cleared her throat, and the doctor snapped back into the moment, scrubbing his face with his hands. "Right. Well, you're welcome to see him if you like. He'll probably be in and out of consciousness for a while. He's got several broken bones and a concussion. His convalescence may take some time, but that he's with us at all, well, I don't say this lightly, but it's a goddamn miracle." The doctor clapped me on the shoulder before leaving. I stood rooted to the spot, too stunned to move. Marcus was asleep. He looked peaceful. Twyla touched my arm, and I turned toward her. She gestured toward the door with a flick of her head. "I'm gonna give you two some privacy. Maybe I'll get myself some coffee and something delicious from a vending machine." She dropped me a wink. "Come find me later when you're ready to go. I'll get us a ride share." She was already out the door before I could remember to thank her. I went to Marcus's side and slipped my hand into his. His eyes were closed and his face bruised and bloodied. But he was alive. By the grace of God, he was alive. I didn't mean to wake him. I knew how much trauma victims needed sleep. But as I was deciding to leave, his eyes fluttered open. When he saw me, a smile broke across his face, and his eyes lit with joy. "Dove," he said, his voice cracking with the effort. "It's good to see you." I laughed and pressed my lips to his forehead. It was the only place on his face that looked safe to apply pressure. "You too," I said. "We almost lost you." Marcus was silent a minute, then gestured toward the edge of the bed. "Sit down, Dove." Carefully, I settled down beside him, making sure not to jostle him too much. He squeezed my fingers, his thumb caressing my knuckles as he had so many times when we were still lovers. And he was still mine, and I was still his. "I saw something today," he said, "and you are the only person I can ever tell because only you will understand. But I was on the other side. I saw my ancestors." I chewed my lips as I held my breath, blinking back new tears. "You died back there," I said. "You died before the ambulance even arrived. I felt your death throughout my body. I felt the mortic energy dissolve your soul. You were dead, Marcus, really and truly dead." "I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't have my seatbelt on when the ground exploded, and I went through the windshield. The only thing I could think as I was dying in your lap was that my life couldn't end because we were fated to grow old together. You are my Ayanmo." I nodded because I understood, not because I agreed. I knew better than anyone that fate made its own plans, and our desires had nothing to do with them. When I knew you were dead, I realized that I never told you. Or at least I hadn't told you recently. "Told me what?" As I looked down into his face, Marcus's eyes told me everything. He already knew what I was about to say. He'd always been able to read me like a book. Still, he wanted to hear me say the words. Perhaps he'd come all the way back from death just to hear them. Who was I to deny him this small desire? "I love you so much," I said. "For years I told you I wanted you to find a new wife and mother for our child. And I even wanted that on some level. I wanted you and Lola to be happy. But now I know that if you had married again, I don't think I would have survived it." I squeezed his hand tighter in mine. "There isn't anyone else for me but you." He smiled. "I know." I chuckled and reached for Marcus's cheek, gently wiping away his tears with the back of my fingers. "Marcus," I said. "Yes?" I sucked in a breath. "How did you do it? How did you come back to life?" Marcus looked up to the ceiling, his expression thoughtful as he recalled the memory. "It was the ancestors," he said. "They sent me back." He chuckled, giving a slight shake of his head. "When I arrived, I was furious. Not sad, irate. My energy was pure chaos. People were shouting at me, telling me I was in the wrong place, that I wasn't one of theirs. I was cursing them in a foreign tongue. And my body, such as it was so bright, like I was made of fire. My breath caught in my throat. "You appeared on the other side as a jinni?" "Not exactly," Marcus said, "but not exactly myself either." I was both and neither. It was confusing. Eventually, I stopped ranting, and when I was calm enough to talk, the ancestors approached me. They asked me about the dancing battle axe over my head. battle axe? I blinked. Twila's battle axe? You arrived on the other side with her magic still on you? I told them I knew nothing about that. But the more we talked, the calmer I became until one of them pressed a hand against my chest and said he could fix me. He could undo what was wrong with my soul. He tapped his fingers lightly against his chest as he said this. He reached over my head and took the weapon in his hands. It glowed like the sun, Kezia. My eyes ached to look at it. It was so bright. The man raised it overhead like a warrior would, and then he smashed it down on my head with such power. It sliced right through my center. At that moment, I was obliterated. I was nothing. The world was still and silent as I focused on Marcus's tail, trying to imagine what he had seen. But I couldn't. No experience I'd had on the other side compared. I thought it would hurt, he continued. I screamed in anticipation of the pain, but there was none. In fact, Marcus grinned, a little laugh escaping his lips. It felt miraculous. It felt like freedom. And suddenly I reincorporated. When I came back together, I felt different, like a weight had been lifted. I felt like myself again. He stroked my fingers and sighed. They laid hands and prayed over me, just as I've seen my mother do in church so many times. They prayed over my soul, Kezia. And they said I had to go back because they weren't finished seeing what they were destined to become. They weren't finished seeing this world, and I wasn't finished living in it. They said they wanted me to live out the life I was supposed to have, and then they sent me back. Fresh tears sprang to my eyes as understanding bloomed. I recalled the day Twila and I planned to break into the doctor's office. She had explained to me how her Viking magic worked. Above all, my magic desires to deliver people into the lives they were supposed to have. Those words rang in my head like a bell. The lives they were supposed to have. Marcus, of course, was supposed to have the life of a man, not a djinni. Twila's magic and Marcus's ancestors had delivered him. I hardly dared to breathe. Marcus, does that mean... He nodded. Yes, the djinni's vital spark is gone. I am wholly myself again. I broke down into sobs then. The relief was pure and total. I can't believe it, I cried. I can't believe it. I didn't know they could do that. I've never heard of the ancestors sending someone back. At this, Marcus grinned. I bet it happens more often than you think, he said. You work with end-of-life patients, people who lived full lives and were ready to move on. But emergency room doctors, paramedics, people who deal with accidental and early death? I bet they see this kind of thing a lot. I bet the stories you could gather in a place like this would surprise even you. He squeezed my fingers one more time. There are things about death even you have yet to learn, Kezia. He was right. Just because I was an expert in one aspect of death didn't mean I knew everything. When it came to the mysteries of the universe, I was still a novice. The idea was thrilling. I still had so much to learn. Marcus's eyelids drooped, and I took this as my sign that he needed rest. I stood to go, but as I was leaving, Marcus spoke once more. It was all worth it, Kezia. If it took all of this to bring you back to me, it was all worth it. I sniffled and said nothing as I slipped from the room. When the door was closed, I pressed my back against it and cried. What he didn't know was that despite my physical absence over the years, when it came to my heart, I had never left. Chapter 16. Good God in heaven, you really went and had the adventure of a lifetime without me, Andromeda said. We were sitting in her hotel room, curled up on a pink velvet couch in a room with walls covered in pink silk. The chandelier overhead gave the room a comforting glow, and the champagne we sipped tasted like sunshine. I'd never been in a hotel this fancy, and I was still taking everything in. I'd been home almost 2 weeks. And although I had tried to contact Andromeda as soon as I got back, she'd been unavailable. Now her tour was over, and though she was still tired, she made time for me. We'd just returned from the heated pool on the roof, and now we were lounging around in silk pajamas. Having friends with money was bomb. It was wild, I agreed, nodding as I sipped from my champagne flute. It seems like no matter how much I learn about the world, there's still so much I don't know. Like I've been a necromancer my whole life, and only now am I realizing it might not be what I thought it was. Andromeda leaned her head to one side. Water dripped from a pink curl. How do you mean? I shrugged. Well, that whole genetic memory thing really screwed me up. I'd always believed it was a benefit, but now I'm wondering if it's too dangerous. Maybe just focusing on the present and building a solid future is the better way to go. Andromeda took a sip of her champagne as she shrugged a slim shoulder. I can see both ways. There is value in looking back and connecting to the people who came before you. The past contains knowledge, and knowledge is power. But you're right. You can't let that run your life. Once acknowledging the past turns into crying over what might have been, you've started down the wrong path. There's no value in that. I considered this for a minute. Well, not crying about it, but I think there's value in thinking about what might have happened had we made different choices. Analyzing the outcomes of our choices can help us make smarter or more informed decisions in the future. You're absolutely right, Andromeda agreed. And yet you still look troubled. I sighed. Remember after your show at the Wiltern where you channeled Elaine Barclay? Remember how much it upset you to realize someone could take control of your body and work their will through you? That's what happened to Dr. Howard. It's what happened to all those people who killed their children in Red Brook. And it has the potential to happen to anyone a necromancer lays hands on. We invite the ancestors in when we raise the dead. Their talents, their memories. Who's to say we don't invite in more than that? Their will, their desire, their destiny. I suppose there are no guarantees, Andromeda said after a while. I guess the only thing anyone can do is work toward a future where necromancy is no longer needed. We have to create a society where we all build toward the future together. Do you think that's possible? Andromeda tossed her head back and laughed. Look around, Kezia. We have magic. Is anything impossible anymore? She waved a hand and tucked a stray curl behind her ear. Anyway, how's Marcus? Have you heard from him since you've been back? I nodded. Yes, he's better, but he's not ready to come home. They want to keep him in the hospital for another week before they release him. He must have been really banged up, huh? I laughed, rolling my eyes. He died, Andromeda. He was more than a little banged up. The psychic chuckled as she curled her legs beneath her, burying her toes in the cracks between the cushions. Yeah, all right. So what about that woman you were telling me about? Twyla. Do you still talk to her? Almost every day. We're starting a business venture together. Andromeda's eyes went wide and she blinked back her surprise. Really? What kind of business? I set my glass on the coffee table and settled back into the cushions. The champagne was going to my head. One of the nice things about death is it severs magic. Usually, anyway. If you've got a crazed mage running around casting dark magic on people, you can just murder him. And the effects of his magic die with him. But with the Wayway and Redbrook. I let my voice trail as a little frown tugged at the corner of my mouth. They weren't wiped out when the doctor died because they're not tied to him. They're tied to his lineage. His people manifest, after all. And they didn't get their revenge. They didn't kill all the kids they wanted to. There were more kids on the family tree. And we saved them. Andromeda nodded, her brow creased. That's good, right? We saved those kids from Dr. Howard, but who is going to save everyone else from the Wayway? They're still there, still whispering their hate, still spreading their venom. There's no way that I know of to stop them. So we took another approach, We're starting a charity to help women start their own businesses, ways to become financially free of their husbands, lawn care services, child care, housekeeping. Evangeline Morris gave me $50,000, and I'm using half of it to get these women out of harm's way. The other half I'm still using to get my community gardening project up and running. I smiled. Twyla has already started the ball rolling. She found someone to offer self-defense classes free, and we've also recruited a lawyer for legal counseling. It's a start. It's wonderful, Andromeda cooed. What a gift. But it's a lot to do long distance. Are you planning to move to Chicago to help? I shrugged. We haven't gotten that far yet. But anything is possible, remember? I leaned forward onto my elbows, moving closer to Andromeda. Listen, I need to ask you something. The last time we were together, you were about to tell me something about my mother. Andromeda's eyebrows rose high on her forehead. Was I? I nodded. It was after your show. You said you had an idea about why I couldn't find her. Andromeda snapped her fingers as she remembered. That's right, I did. After I did that show, I started thinking about how some people give pieces of themselves away without realizing it. You've been looking for your mother for a long time. I wonder if you can't find her because she gave so much of herself away that there's nothing left to find. If you want to contact her, you might need to find and reclaim those missing pieces. My cheeks burned hot and I looked down into my lap, avoiding Andromeda's eyes. You know, if you'd told me that the day on the beach, I probably wouldn't have listened. But now I believe my mother might have been abused in her marriage, I said finally. It took me a while to come around to this. I felt like that's something Big Ginny would have mentioned. Or if not her, then Lamont. He was 10 years old when she died. He must have memories of our mother and father together. If she were being abused, wouldn't he know about it? Andromeda folded her hands in her lap and pursed her lips. You'd be surprised at the memories people can suppress, Kezia. And even the things we remember, we don't always share. After all, why would he tell you something like that? It's not like you ever tried to find your father. If you had, maybe he'd have said something. But it never came up, right? Plus, there's no telling what a child knows or understands. There are many kinds of abuse. Not all of it is physical. Not every hurt leaves a mark. I scrubbed my face with my hands, taking a deep breath. It was all so much to think about. Okay, how do I go about finding my mother's lost soul pieces? How do I reintegrate her? How do I don't know, complete her? As soon as I spoke the words, though, lightning struck me. Oh my gosh, I breathed, my stomach turning somersaults in excitement and realization. Andromeda, that's it. You're a genius. Lamont is the key. I need to talk to my brother. When I arrived at Lamont's house the following day, I found him in the kitchen making pizza dough. He looked adorable in his apron, even though he was scowling as he tossed the dough into the air. This ain't as easy as it looks on television, he said, awkwardly catching the dough on the tops of his two fists. Shit's actually kinda hard. Seems like you've already got further along than I ever have, I said. First time I tried tossing pizza dough, it landed on the floor. That was the end of that experiment. Lamont grunted and pressed the dough into a pizza tray. Well, it's my turn to make dinner, and Nadine is tired of spaghetti, so pizza it is. Do you want any help? I asked. Lamont shook his head. Nah, I got this. So, what's going on? To what do I owe the honor of this visit? I clucked my teeth. Can't a sister just come see her brother for no good reason? My brother didn't glance up. Not when the brother and sister in question are me and you. I grimaced, even though I knew he didn't really mean anything by it. Lamont and I had never been close. The age gap between us meant we'd led different lives. Plus, our mother died giving birth to me. He'd never admit it, but I'd always believed he thought me at least partly responsible for her death. I cleared my throat as I slid onto a stool at his kitchen island and folded my hands in front of me. I need to ask you for a favor, and I'll tell you up front that it might make you uncomfortable." Lamont side-eyed me warily. "I'm not loaning you any money," he said. "I'm not asking for money. This is about Mom." Lamont glanced up, even more skeptical if that was possible. "Mom. What about her?" "Well, you know I can't receive my godsend until I find her on the other side. And you know that I've not been successful in that. But I've talked to a couple of people recently who gave me some good ideas. I won't bore you with the details, but it seems like maybe I haven't been able to find Mom because she can't present herself to me. Because she's incomplete." My brother sighed as he dusted his hands off on his apron, giving me a stern look. "What are you talking about? Incomplete how?" I took a deep breath. This was the part of the conversation I didn't want to have. "Lamont, did our father abuse Mom when they were married?" The color drained from my brother's face. "Who the hell told you that?" he asked. "Lamont." I blew out a frustrated breath. "Please, did he?" My brother squared his shoulders and walked over to the kitchen sink to wash his hands. "I never saw any violence," he began. But I wasn't stupid either. Sometimes I'd come home from school to find Mom crying, and she wouldn't say why. Sometimes she locked herself in her room and wouldn't come out. I'd seen her bruised up pretty good, too. He used to say hateful things to her, but usually not in front of me. Most of the time I heard shit when I was supposed to be in my room or at a friend's house. Most of the shit that went on between them happened behind closed doors. But, yeah, he was a bad man. But that was a long time ago, Kezia," he said, turning around and crossing his arms over his chest. He leaned against the sink, his head tilted to one side. "There's a good reason we don't associate with that man. Why are you bringing all of this up now?" I caught my lower lip between my teeth. "A psychic friend told me the reason I can't find Mom might be because she gave so much of herself away in life that there's nothing she can present to me now. And I think she gave herself to you. To protect you from our father. To cover her own embarrassment for not standing up for herself and taking so much shit for so many years. But mostly because she wanted you to love and appreciate her more than she wanted anything else in the world." Lamont grunted, not quite meeting my eyes. "And why do you think that?" "I've seen it before," I said. "I saw a son returning soul pieces to his mother for the same reasons. Or similar, at least. It happened on stage, in front of God knows how many people. And after he gave her the pieces back, she was complete." I recalled how Elaine Barclay had performed a magic show of a lifetime. It had worked all right. She'd been wholly restored. "Well, that ain't got nothing to do with us," Lamont retorted. I gestured with my head towards his bedroom. "The inscription Mom wrote to you in your Bible says, 'You complete me.' The reintegration of Mom's soul requires you." I saw an inkling of something in my brother's expression, something that looked like belief. I stood up and walked around the island, standing before him and placing my hands on his shoulders. "I know this sounds like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo to you, Lamont, but it means everything to me. I'm only asking that you try, and I know it's going to feel weird and uncomfortable talking to Mom, especially in front of me. But I really, really need you to do this for me. Please?" My brother ran a hand over his face, and I saw the frustration in the lines around his eyes. "I hate this, Kezia," he whispered. "I'm the kind of person who thinks we should just let the past be." I nodded. "I understand that, but sometimes that's a luxury we can't afford." Lamont heaved a sigh and gave me a shallow nod. "Fine. What exactly do you need me to do?" I put on my best puppy dog eyes. "Drive us out to visit Mom?" Lamont glanced at the clock. "Kizzy, that's an hour both ways, and—" But he must have seen how crestfallen I was because he relented. Shit. He swiped his keys from the table and beckoned to me as he headed out the door. "Aight, let's go." Oakdale Memorial Park was a quiet cemetery. tucked far enough into the woods to make it seem like part of nature. It was well tended but modest, a forever home mostly to middle-class people whose families saw little point in spending big bucks on headstones. It was quiet. The only thing I heard were birds in the distance and the occasional wind rustling the leaves. We parked the car and made the short hike to Mom's grave. She was buried at the far edge of the property near a large oak tree. She rested peacefully beside Mama Fat. Years ago, we'd purchased a third plot alongside her for Big Ginny. A chill ran down my spine as I thought of the three of them together, resting side by side for eternity. I pushed the thought away. It had been too long since I'd visited, and I felt a pang of guilt as I approached her bare grave. No flowers adorned her headstone, not even fake plastic ones. The sight of her naked tombstone filled me with sadness. My brother gestured toward the headstone. "I don't make the time to come out here like I used to," he said. "I just get busy and—" "You don't need to explain," I said. "She has 2 children. The responsibility lies with us both." I reached over and squeezed his hand. "We'll both do better, okay?" My brother nodded, and we sank into the soft ground, sitting cross-legged at her headstone. As I did whenever I came, I read the words etched into her grave aloud, treating them like a psalm. Antoinette Jane Bernard, beloved mother and friend, gone too soon. I placed a candle on the ground and lit it. "Hey, Ma. It's Kezia. I brought Lamont with me. He has something he wants to tell you." Lamont turned to me, his mouth pressed into a hard line. "This is the part where we do some dumb shit, ain't it?" I tried not to let that remark hurt my feelings. "It's not dumb shit, Lamont. But yes, this is the part. Just ignore me and talk to Mom. Let her know that you're proud of her. Tell her what's in your heart. The most important thing is for her to hear you say that you appreciate her and respect her, and you want her to be complete in the afterlife. Offer her back any pieces of herself that she gave to you. Tell her the memory of the love you shared is more than enough. Can you do that?" My brother nodded, and I opened myself to the death current and called out for Mom. I wasn't sure what good it would do, but it couldn't hurt. I hoped it would help Lamont's words find Mom wherever she was. "Whenever you're ready," I said. Lamont was quiet for a long time. I worried he was having second thoughts and wouldn't do it after all. But finally my brother spoke. "Hey, Mom. It's Lamont. I guess you know that." He chuckled nervously, digging his fingertips into his thighs. "I've been thinking a lot about you lately. Thinking about times we shared when I was a boy. You used to come to all my basketball games, remember? You always sat in the front row and wore our team shirt. It was so embarrassing. You were always so goddamn proud of me. Didn't matter that I was terrible at basketball, and I hope you know that even though I fussed and pretended like I didn't like it, I loved that you never missed a game. I never had to wonder if you were coming. You were always there." Lamont sniffled, and I had to swallow around the lump that formed in my throat. We used to go out for food afterward, burgers or fried chicken usually. You'd sneak and let me have a soda pop. "Orange Crush," he said, a smile curling over his lips at the memory. "And you always got iced tea." He was quiet a moment, rubbing the back of his neck. "You know I have a wife now. We don't have any kids, but I think I would have made a good father, because I had such an amazing role model in you. You taught me how to love and be kind. You are the reason I can be a good husband to Nadine. And I know you might think that you weren't enough." Lamont choked, tears streaming down his face. "I know you probably think the choices you made were hurtful to me in the long run. But they weren't, Ma. You did great. You were the breadwinner, the caregiver, the CEO of our household, and I never heard you complain. Not once." My brother sighed, shaking his head. "I learned everything I know from you, Ma, and I bet you would have taught me so much more if you hadn't left this earth so soon." But I want you to know, your work here is done. You have nothing more you need to do for us. Not for me, not for Kezia. And if you ever gave me pieces of yourself to prove your love, I'm grateful. But I don't need that from you. What I need from you is the knowledge that you are resting in peace, complete and whole and happy. I hope these words mean something to you, Ma. I love you. Thank you for everything. Rest in power. When I was sure that Lamont was finished speaking, I let the current pull me to the other side. The fragrances of Palo Santo and copal swirled up my nose. Lamont retreated into himself, settling back into the shadows and letting me work. I struggled to keep my emotions in check. I had no idea if Lamont's plea would work, and if it didn't, I was out of ideas. But more than that, finding my mother wasn't about me and my magic anymore. It was about us seeing each other as a family. When I landed on the other side, I was in an unfamiliar empty kitchen. The smell of coffee hung thick in the air. The faint sounds of a woman's voice drifted in from another room. Nervously, I walked into the adjacent room. It was a living room set with a small, comfortable couch and a low coffee table, on top of which was perched a ceramic container and 2 mugs. Sitting on the sofa was a woman with skin the color of Ethiopian coffee splashed with milk. Her hair pulled gently from her face and held with mother-of-pearl combs. Slender legs were crossed at the ankles, dainty hands folded in her lap. She wore a yellow dress with an orange flower print, and her lips were painted burnt sienna. And when she looked up at me, and her eyes caught mine, time stopped. "Hi, baby," she said. Her voice was like a lullaby. "Would you like to join me for some coffee?" She didn't wait for an answer. She lifted the ceramic pitcher high above the 2 mugs and filled them almost to the rim with rich, dark coffee. She added a pinch of salt and a bit of butter to each, then set the pitcher aside and handed me the first mug. I was far too nervous to drink, but I held the brew to my lips anyway, taking a tentative sip. It was fantastic. "Thank you," I muttered. The words felt inadequate. The woman smiled and took a sip of her own coffee before setting her mug aside. "I know you already know this, but I think the occasion calls for it. Everyone calls me Tony. But I hope you'll feel comfortable calling me Mom." Of course I knew the moment I saw her, but to hear the words aloud lit something inside me I hadn't known was there. She was so beautiful. I'm sure most daughters think their mothers are beautiful, but she really was. She had high cheekbones and a broad forehead just like mine. Her lips were fuller and her nose narrower. Her hair, too, was different, softer and poofier. I stared at her for a long time, unable to move, hardly able to breathe. Then the spell broke, and I moved toward her, throwing my arms around her and burying my face in the crook of her neck. She smelled like coffee and fresh laundry. She wrapped her arms around me and pulled me tight, and we stayed there for a long time, crying against each other. Eventually, we disentangled ourselves but kept our hands linked. We sat together on the couch, each taking in the other, drinking up each other's glory. When I finally found my voice, I asked, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" My mother made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a cry. She wiped a tear with the back of her hand and sniffled. "I'm sorry about that, sweetheart. It's hard to explain the way things are over here. It wasn't that I didn't want to see you, I just couldn't. But you figured it out. You figured out how to break the spell." I shook my head. "It wasn't me, not really. I had lots of help. Many people from all walks of life contributed to this moment. And now that I'm here, I can hardly believe it. I never thought I would find you." I hadn't realized it was true until I'd said the words aloud. Somewhere along the way, my search for my mother had become perfunctory. Habit. I had no faith in the outcome. And yet, here we were. In the end, though, it came down to Lamont. He was the missing piece. She looked away then, her attention focused on some distant point behind me, her eyes dreamy. "When I knew I was dying, I couldn't stop thinking about your brother," she said. He wasn't there in the delivery room, obviously, and I just kept thinking that I needed to hold on to life. Both because I wanted to see you and hold you, and because I couldn't stand the thought of Lamont growing up without me. I knew if I died, he'd have to grow up faster, and I didn't want that for him. I've always wished I could apologize to him for that. But now I know I don't need to. The things he said to me. She shook her head and looked down into her lap, a tear falling free. I'm sorry. I know you're not here to talk about your brother. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Mom, I'll talk about anything you want. I'm just so happy to see you. She smiled, her eyes wrinkling at the corners. When you go back, will you tell him something for me? Just tell him I'm proud, will you? I'm so proud. My voice caught in my throat, and all I could do was nod. My mother scooted closer to me then, moving her hands to my face. Her thumbs caressed my cheeks. Her skin was soft and warm. Well, don't you have something you want to ask for? My godsend. Somehow, in all the emotion of finally finding my mother, I'd forgotten about my godsend. This was the exact thing I had been seeking for so many years. And here she was, finally offering it to me. But something didn't feel right. I don't know, Mom. I'm afraid of it now. I saw what waking those genetic memories did to Dr. Howard. I don't want to wake up memories that should be left alone. I know necromancy is my destiny, but I shrugged, unable to complete the thought. My mother bit her bottom lip, nodding. I understand why you're afraid. But let me tell you something. Every creation is an act of faith. We believe our creations will be good and benefit the world. But who can really say? A car manufacturer makes a mistake, and someone's brakes don't catch. A cell replicates incorrectly, and a child dies days after he's born. Should manufacturers not make cars? Should mothers not bear children? Or should we all do our level best and let the dice fall where they may? I saw the logic in it, and she was right. I couldn't live my life in fear that something might go wrong. Not when necromancy had the power to do so much right. How many families had stayed together because of our magic? How many college students had landed that perfect job because a necromancer had laid hands and blessed them with charisma or perfect memory? So many more than were hurt by genetic memories, I assumed. I couldn't let fear win. I had a destiny to fulfill. I sucked in a breath and nodded. Okay. If you think I'm ready, then yes. Please give me my godsend. My mother's smile was so wide I thought her cheeks might crack in two. No one has ever been more deserving than you, she said. Her hands began to glow with a warm amber hue, and my entire body became lighter. I felt like I'd just drunk a whole bottle of champagne. I was effervescent. I was floating in my skin. I smelled lavender and honeysuckle and chocolate and cotton candy. All at once, I was bigger than my body, expanding to fill the living room and the kitchen next to it, and even pouring out the front door. I was aware of languages and equations and formulas that in my waking life I never even considered. The orchestra of the universe composed a melody in my head, and for a moment, I was one with all the knowledge of the galaxies. My mother pulled her hands away and the feeling faded to something more manageable. But it didn't feel like a loss. I was at the top of a deep inhale. I was complete and sated. It's yours now, she said. Everything you were meant to have is yours. My mother leaned forward and kissed me on my forehead. You should get going. Lamont's always been squeamish about your magic. But come back and visit me, okay? I love you, Kezia. I've always loved you, and I always will. Before I could even shape my lips to form a reply, I was waking up back in my body, blinking myself to wakefulness. Lamont was staring at me with a strange look on his face. You were gone for a long time, he said. Is that good news? You'll never believe it, I said, tears of joy streaming down my cheeks. I found her, Lamont. I found Mom. When I arrived home, I found Big Ginny in the backyard weeding the garden. She looked up from her marigolds and beckoned me over. "Kezia, perfect timing. Come over here and help me with these, will you? My back's about to break." I hurried over to Big Ginny, barely able to contain my excitement. I'd imagined for years how I would break the news to her, and now that I had news to break, a cat had my tongue. "You really should hire someone to do this," I chided her, knowing full well she'd never do it. "You'll catch your death out here all hours of the day." "Ain't nobody gonna live forever anyway," she retorted. "I'd rather go to heaven with dirt on my hands than let the devil use them for his playground." I chuckled and got down on my knees, pulling out a large patch of weeds. We worked in silence for a few minutes, me mulling over that afternoon's events. After a little while, Big Ginny cleared her throat. "So, what you been doing all day anyway?" "I spent the afternoon with Lamont," I said. "We drove out to visit Mom's grave." When Big Ginny turned to me, her eyes were wide as saucers. "You and Lamont went together?" I smiled. "We decided a while ago to work on our relationship. I guess this was a good first step." Big Ginny clucked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Lord, I hope your mama was watching. Otherwise, she'd never believe it." I groaned. "Come on now. Our relationship isn't as bad as all that." I gestured toward the dirt. "How much longer you think you'll be doing this?" "Why? You got somewhere you need to be?" I felt the color rise in my cheeks as my lips trembled with excitement. "No, it's not that. I was just wondering if you wanted a gift." Big Ginny hardly paused, her fingers digging into the dirt. "Don't really feel like leaving the house. Maybe next week? Or if you like, you can go on over to Opal's without me. I can give you a list of things I need." I shook my head. "I ain't asked you if you wanted to go to Opal's. I just asked if you wanted a gift, just like in general." Big Ginny shrugged a shoulder. "I don't got one on me. And I've never been one to turn away a good gift, so sure, I'd take a gift." That was all the invitation I needed. It was unethical to lay a gift on someone who hadn't agreed to it. But now that I had tricked my grandmother into accepting, I turned to her, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slipped off my gloves and placed the palms of my hands on my grandmother's cheeks. She froze, her voice breathy. "Kezia, girl, what you doing?" I smiled. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "Just wait." I opened myself to the death current, letting it run gently through the core of my being. In my mind's eye, my mother reached her hand toward me, and I linked my hand with hers. She reached her other hand out, and a forebear took it. He then reached out his other free hand. On and on the chain went, further into the past, generations of ancestors linking together through time. I called down their blessings into my palms and gently guided the energy into my grandmother's body. The process took longer than I expected, but it was my first time. I was sure to get more efficient the more I practiced. When I felt the magic was complete, I removed my hands. I chewed my lips with anticipation. "Well, what did you get?" Tears welled in Big Ginny's eyes. "Lucky charms," she breathed, shaking her head in disbelief. "Guess I best play my numbers today, huh?" She chuckled, eyes still trained on my face. "Is this real, Kezia? You ain't fooling with me, is you? You did it, baby? You got your godsend?" I nodded, my smile so big my cheeks ached. "Andromeda told me how to find Mom. Turns out I needed Lamont's help. So I took him out to her grave and we talked to her. Together. When I crossed over, she was there. She made me coffee. And then she laid the godsend on me." I reached up to touch my face, confirming I was awake and not dreaming. "I'm finally a proven necromancer, Big Ginny. After all this time, I finally stepped into my destiny." My grandmother dropped her tools and reached over to hug me tight. "I always knew you could do it, baby," she whispered. I didn't know how or when, But I knew the Lord didn't give you a gift just for it to go to waste. And now you and Lamont are working on your relationship too? Today must be a blessed day. Come on. What we doing here in this garden? She clambered to her feet, dusting her hands free of garden dirt. I need to cook. We need a traditional meal to celebrate. What you think? Sounds good to me. Let's invite Lamont and Nadine too, I said. I'll finish up here. You go get in the shower. I watched my grandmother hurry into the house. I sat with my happiness for a little while, until the first tendrils of self-doubt wriggled into my mind. Everything was working out exactly the way I'd always hoped. Except for one thing. As soon as Marcus was well, I needed to call him and Lola. My daughter was getting older, and soon she'd understand and remember things. She would notice my absence in her life. I had to make that right. It was time. After a while, I drew to my feet and followed Big Ginny into the house. My grandmother was right. Today was a day to celebrate. We'd work on the rest tomorrow. Chapter 17. Weeks later, I was curled up in my bed with my computer in my lap, connecting to a video conference with Lola and Marcus. I hadn't spoken to either of them since I'd gotten my godsend. I chewed my lips and wound a lock of hair around a finger. My heart thumped loudly in my ears. Finally, I connected. Lola was sitting in her father's lap, wriggling and waving. Marcus grinned behind her, trying to avoid being hit in the face by her adorable afro puffs. He looked better, not 100% healthy yet, but certainly on the mend. I smiled and waved back, and Lola dropped her chin into her hand, an almost bored expression on her face like this was her last meeting of the day, and she was ready for a cocktail. 5 going on 45. Hey, you guys, I said. Long time no see. Marcus lifted Lola and switched her position. You ain't got to tell me. I'm so glad to be home. You don't even know. Hospital food ain't where it's at. I can tell. Looks like you've lost some weight. Marcus shrugged. Nothing a couple good meals won't fix. How are you? How's Big Ginny? I had rehearsed how I wanted to tell Marcus about my godsend at least 100 times. But now that I had him on the line, all my practice went out the window, and I blurted out, Marcus, I did it. I got my godsend. For a moment, Marcus said nothing, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Finally, his words found purchase even as he stared in stark amazement. Dove, are you serious? You've really got it after all this time. I nodded. I got it. The first person I gave a gift to was Big Ginny. She got lucky charms. I gave one to Opal a couple days ago. She got clairvoyance, which apparently she doesn't like, so she wanted to be mad. I chuckled at the memory. But you know how Opal is. She was happy for me. Oh my God, Marcus. You don't know how hard it is not to just run around downtown asking every black person I run into if they want a gift. Marcus laughed and Lola joined him, which was especially cute because she had no idea what we were talking about. I bet. I just can't believe it. I don't even know what to say. I've imagined this moment for you so many times over the years, but now that it's happened, I know, it almost seems anticlimactic, doesn't it? Marcus dithered. I don't know if I would say that. Just, it feels more like after all the presents are open on Christmas Day. The anticipation is gone, but hell, you've got presents. So what now? What's the plan? No real plan yet. I told you about Twyla and the non-profit we're starting. I'm still going to help Big Ginny with the urban gardening project, too. But now I'll need to figure out a way to make myself available to folks. I could always ask Lamont if he'd mind letting me use the bar for gift giving until I get something permanent worked out. Marcus snorted. I bet he'd love that. So would Nadine. Well, you'll figure it out. You've got time. He looked down and poked Lola in the side. She yelped with laughter. You want to say hi to your mom? Lola narrowed her eyes and moved closer to the camera. "That's not Mommy," she said. Marcus pointed at the screen. "Sure it is. What you playin' at, baby girl? That's your mom." She tilted her head to the side. "Are you sure it's you?" she asked me. I tittered nervously, pretending to laugh, but the question sat wrong with me. "Of course I'm sure. Why? You don't recognize me?" My little girl wiggled and scrunched up her nose like she was thinking. "I recognize you," she drawled, "but you look different now." "Different how?" She turned and looked at Marcus, but he only shrugged. She turned again to face the camera and heaved a dramatic sigh. "You look different because you don't have those black things coming out of you no more." "Anymore," Marcus corrected. Lola rolled her eyes. I sat up straighter, a frown forming on my face. "What black things?" Lola waved her arms about like she was pretending to be an octopus. "Those black things that come out of you and wiggle. They kinda looked like snakes before, but you don't have them now." "Black snakes?" As I repeated the words, an idea formed in my mind. "Lola, does anybody else have these black snakes?" Lola shook her head. "No, just you." Cautious excitement roiled in my stomach. "And what about Daddy? Does he have anything weird about him?" But again, she shook her head. "Daddy has yellow sparkles," she said. "Grandma has them too. Grandpa has more like green, wavy things," she said. Marcus leaned forward. "Do you know what she's talking about?" I pressed my fingers into my cheeks. "Marcus, have you ever taken her to see a necromancer? Has she ever met another necromancer besides me?" Marcus shook his head. "No, you know my family doesn't have any need for necromancers, being Nigerian and all." Of course, that made sense. I returned my attention to my daughter. "Lola, last time you saw me, I had black snakes?" She nodded. "Yes, but I don't have them now?" Lola sighed and leaned her cheek onto her fist. "I already said that. You just look normal now. No sparkles like Daddy, just plain." My heart rate sped up, and I bit hard on my lower lip. "Marcus, you know what I think?" He shook his head. "Tell me." I hesitated, hardly able to believe what I was about to say. "I think Lola can see auras," I said. "I think the last time we spoke, she saw my affliction. Remember how she said I looked weird, and she didn't want to talk anymore? I think she saw my aura, and it scared her." "Lola?" My daughter looked attentive again. "The snakes scared you, didn't they?" She nodded. "The snakes were scary," she admitted. I returned my gaze to Marcus. I don't want to get my hopes up, but I think, somehow, my affliction might be gone. Full-time aura readers were scarce. In fact, being an aura reader was a lot like being a notary public, more of a side gig. And like notary publics, my closest aura reader was at the bank. I sat in the lobby, waiting nervously for my name to be called. After what felt like an eternity, a petite brunette snapping a piece of bubblegum came into the lobby and tapped her clipboard with a long pink nail. "Kezia Bernard?" I cringed at the mispronunciation of my name, but stood up and followed her to her desk. I sat down, my heart beating a mile a minute. On the other side of the desk, the girl clasped her hands and rested her chin on her fingers. "What can I do you for?" she asked. "I'm here for an aura reading," I said. "Is that something you could help me with?" The woman nodded, smiling as she chewed her gum. "Oh, sure, let me look at you." She leaned forward onto her elbows, eyes narrowed as she studied me. Every reader was different. Some saw auras all the time no matter what. Others, presumably like this woman, needed to concentrate to see them. If it were up to me, I think I'd prefer the second. Who wants to look at someone and know exactly what lies inside their heart? After a while, the woman sat back, her head tilted to one side. "You must have had a life shock recently," she said. I wrinkled my brow. "What do you mean?" The reader bobbed her head from side to side as she heaved a sigh. "Well, you don't have an aura. Usually that happens when someone has suffered a major life event. Well, suffered isn't necessarily the right word. Something major happened to you that changed the way you look at the world and the way you feel being in the world." She smiled. "You look confused." "Well, I thought I understood how auras worked, but now I'm not sure." The woman chuckled, popping her gum. "Yeah, I hear that a lot. People think that you're born with an aura, and it stays with you your entire life. But mostly, that's not the case." She ran a hand through her hair, her eyes lilting sideways as she thought. "It's like this. Besides expressing who you are as a person, your aura reflects how you see the world. People with a bright outlook on life might have a glittering or golden aura. But if you are a naturally cynical person, you might look for bad things to happen. You see the world as a troubling place to navigate where problems lurk behind every corner. So you might have a purple or blue aura that looks like a dense fog. Does that make sense?" I nodded slowly, fascinated. "It makes sense. I just never heard any of this before." She pointed a finger in my direction. "Now, in your case, the aura doesn't exist. That's usually because something happened that changed your life and your worldview. You don't know what to make of the world yet. Also, the world doesn't know what to make of you either." She tossed a stray lock of hair over a shoulder. "It's kind of like babies. Babies don't have auras. They're a clean slate." I squirmed in my seat. "What about necromancers? Aren't they born with the aura of affliction?" The woman frowned. "Born with it? No. It usually develops when a person is around 8 or 9 years old. Their aura looks like writhing black shadows that sort of undulate around them." "And what about a necromancer who loses her aura? Is it possible?" I swallowed, afraid to ask the question. "Is it possible they could get it back?" The woman shrugged. "I've heard of necromancers losing their affliction, but it's really rare. I've never heard of one getting it back, though. Probably it's like getting chicken pox. You only get it once. Once the chicken pox is gone, you're immune. Probably it's the same with the necromantic affliction. Probably." I could hardly believe what I was hearing. This woman was telling me everything I wanted to hear, but I was afraid to trust it. Still, she was confirming what my daughter had already told me. Lola had looked at me and said that I didn't have the black snakes anymore. She said I just looked plain. This woman was saying the same, just with different words. But Evangeline said that my affliction could only be cured by doing community service. I hadn't even got my gardening gig off the ground yet. I didn't dare to hope. And yet, hope springs eternal. "Let me get right down to it," I said. "I'm a necromancer. Do you see my necromantic affliction? Do you see the necromancer's mark on me?" The woman blinked, surprised. "Absolutely not. I would never in a million years have guessed you were a necromancer. You don't have any stain on you at all." Now, her eyes narrowed. "The thing is, there are very few people who have accomplished that feat, so you have to forgive me if I'm a bit skeptical." I laughed. "You and me both. So you're sure? When you look at me, you see nothing?" The woman shrugged. "You're a blank page. I'm sure in the next few weeks or months you'll gain something new. But don't worry. I'd bet a lot of money that you'll never get your affliction back. It has never happened. So if what you're saying is true, you're free." I could have hugged that bubblegum snapping woman. But instead, I rose to my feet, digging in my purse for the money I owed her. I quickly filled out the check and handed it to her. She didn't even glance at it as she stuck it in a drawer. "You probably hear this a lot, but you just changed my entire life," I said, meaning every word. "Thank you. I can't thank you enough." I practically sprinted out of the bank to the car. I was full of emotion, and I didn't want to have a breakdown on the sidewalk. But as soon as I buckled up and started the engine, my dam burst. I leaned my head on the steering wheel and sobbed with joy. My hands were trembling as I dialed Marcus's number. It felt like an eternity before he finally answered the phone. And when he did, I couldn't speak. I was so choked up, I wasn't sure that I wouldn't start sobbing again as soon as I opened my mouth. Kezia, hello? I'm here. Oh my God. I started crying again, my body shaking as chemicals flooded my bloodstream. Marcus, I was right. I just saw the aura reader. My affliction's gone. It's completely vanished. I heard a sharp intake of breath on the other line. Dove, are you serious? I nodded, laughing and crying at the same time. Yes, I'm sure. It corroborates everything Lola said. The aura reader said I don't have any aura at all because of recent life events. She said I'm a blank page, Marcus. A blank page. Marcus was silent for a heartbeat. Then, are you busy? Can you come over right now? I'm at my parents' house. I can come, I said. Are they home? It was perhaps a silly question, but I hadn't told Big Ginny the news yet. It seemed wrong to tell Kioma and Chuck before I told the woman who raised me. No, they're not here, it's just Lola and me. I nearly melted with relief. I wanted nothing more than to see Marcus. And my daughter. Oh God, I was about to see my daughter. I squeezed my eyes shut. Hold it together, Kezia, I scolded myself. Okay, I can be there in maybe 15 minutes. I disconnected. I threw the car into reverse and made the short trip over. As I drove, I practiced what I would say to my daughter. More, I braced myself for rejection. She might be shy or uncooperative. After all, I was a stranger to her. But maybe not for much longer. When I finally arrived at the house, Marcus was waiting on the patio. Lola was blowing bubbles in the front yard. I killed the engine and sat in the car, watching them. It was a wholesome scene, utterly unremarkable except that I had been waiting to see this my whole adult life. There she was, the most precious, perfect angel I had ever seen. She was wearing a lavender sundress, her hair in 2 little afro puffs atop her head. She looked like a miracle. I dragged myself out of the car and walked tentatively toward the house. But what I lacked in speed and certainty, Marcus made up for with raw enthusiasm. He rushed over to me and pulled me into a tight embrace. He hugged me so hard I thought my ribs would crack. I can't believe it's finally happening, he whispered into my ear. After all this time. When I pulled away, I had tears in my eyes, too. I guess I don't understand how, I admitted. Evangeline was very certain that to cure myself, I needed to create an engine for self-perpetuating healing. I haven't done that yet, so I'm not sure how this is all happening. Marcus chuckled, taking my hands in his. Kezia, you saved a dozen souls from rotting for God knows how long in a temple, unable to cross over and see their loved ones. You saved every other member of that congregation from a possibly similar fate. You saved a town from parents murdering their children. Damn, Kezia, you gave the entire city of Atlanta its necromancy back. Do you know how many lives you changed? Do you know how much self-perpetuating healing that alone granted you? Maybe it wasn't the healing you expected, but I'd say those deeds were pretty goddamn great. He looked up at the sky. And I'd say the universe agrees with me. I opened my mouth to object, but he was right. I was so focused on Evangeline's words that I hadn't stopped to think about their meaning. I had done all those things. I had changed the course of thousands of people's lives. People were alive because of me. People were free to be with their ancestors because of me. People could receive gifts and lay blessings on their own lives because of me. And as a reward, I was free. A flutter of purple movement caught my eye. and I looked over to Lola, her bubble wand pressed against her lips. Marcus followed my gaze and held his hand out to Lola, beckoning her over. "Come here, baby. There's somebody I want you to meet." I felt lightheaded as electricity danced over my skin, and butterflies created a storm in my belly. Lola came over, shuffling her feet as she looked shyly up at me through her long black lashes. She bit down a smile as she cocked her head to one side, showing me her shoulder. "I know who that is," she said. Marcus cocked an eyebrow playfully. "Oh? You do? And who is it?" Lola smiled. "That's Mama," she said. Hearing those words from her mouth broke me. I choked down a sob. She was too little to understand tears of joy, and I didn't want to confuse her. Instead, I forced myself to smile, my entire body trembling with the effort. "That's right," I said. "I'm your mom. You don't have to. But if you want to, can I have a hug?" She dropped her bubbles and came nearer as I got to one knee to meet her on her level. She inched her way into my arms, slowly but decisively, and I hugged her so tight. I caressed the back of her head, squeezing my eyes shut as I trembled with joy. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. 5 years. 5 years, and not a day had gone by that I hadn't imagined what this would feel like. She was warm and full of energy. She smelled like California sunlight and grape juice. Without releasing my daughter, I looked up into Marcus's face. His cheeks were shining with tears. "This is the best day of my life," I whispered. Marcus sank down to meet us. He put his arms around both of us and planted a kiss on my temple. When I turned to him, he smiled. "Dove, I hope you won't think this question impertinent, but I've waited long enough and I don't want to die again without my Ayanmo." He drew in a breath. "Will you marry me? Again?" Fresh tears racked my body as I pressed my forehead against Marcus's. "You're goddamn right I will," I answered. I'd been wrong about a lot of things in my life, but there was one thing I was sure I was right about. This was the best day of my life. The wedding was an intimate affair that turned out to be exactly what we wanted. We held the ceremony in the Adiemo's backyard with family and close friends in attendance. Big Ginny and Kioma cooked a traditional African feast for our reception. After the party, Marcus, Lola, and I spent 7 days in Hawaii for a honeymoon. That was all a few weeks ago, and now we were just getting settled into our new lives. We didn't live together yet. We still had some logistics to figure out. Big Ginny couldn't live alone, but it didn't feel right moving Marcus and Lola into Big Ginny's house. We wanted a place of our own, a home, to build fresh, so we were house hunting. It still felt surreal. Not too long ago, I was risking my life to kill a Ginny. Now here I was, poring over real estate listings. You just never know what life is going to do. I was browsing the web in the Adeyemo's living room when Chuck came in and plopped down next to me on the couch. He smelled like aftershave and pencil shavings. I wondered idly if he'd been working on a formula for a new piece of research he was doing. "Have you found anything interesting?" Chuck asked, pointing to my laptop. I was surfing Realtor.com. Lots of interesting things. Nothing exactly right, though. I want something with a mother-in-law plan so Big Ginny can have her own space. She's not going to like giving up her house, even though she agrees it's for the best. So I want to make her as happy as possible. My father-in-law nodded, settling back into the overstuffed cushions of the couch. "You're a good girl, Kezia. I always knew that about you. I am so happy to have you back in our lives again." "Thank you. I couldn't have asked for a better family to be part of." Chuck smiled and clasped his hands together. "You know, Kezia, now that your affliction is gone, have you thought about returning to academia? You were one of my best students. I've never found your like. And I could always use a good biology researcher." The question thumped me upside the head like a wallop with a pillow. My life had been so busy trying to find a cure for my affliction and searching for my mother that I'd never stopped to think about what my life would look like once I'd accomplished those goals. I'd left academia because I was putting the other researchers in danger, yes, but also because I'd become obsessed with my research. I had wanted to find a cure for the affliction, and I was killing myself to do it. Well, I'd found it. And the answer had never been under a microscope. But there were other questions still unanswered. So many things humans still didn't understand, so much research I could still undertake. If I wanted to return to college, I could. I could study anything, become anyone. Suddenly the world was open to me in a way it never had been before. The realization struck me dumb. When I didn't answer, Chuck grinned and patted my leg. Well, you think about it. It would be nice working alongside you again, like coming full circle. Yes, I agreed. It would be nice. As soon as I said those words, though, I realized it wasn't what I wanted. I didn't have that hunger in me anymore. The idea of spending hours upon hours at the lab no longer excited me. I wanted something simpler. In fact, I wanted things to stay mostly the same. The truth was, I loved my job at the hospice. Spending my days with people who only had a little time left to live was gratifying. They told me stories, and I shared mine. I held their hands as they transitioned from one life to another. I comforted their loved ones left behind. I made sure their final moments were rich and meaningful. I could do anything now. But I didn't want to do anything else. I wanted to continue my death work. That was my destiny. Well, I'll leave you to it, my father-in-law said, drawing himself to standing. If you and Marcus need any help with money, all you have to do is whistle. Thank you, I said. I appreciate that. Just then, Lola burst into the room, squealing with laughter. Her grandfather swept her into his arms and swung her around. Lola Bean, where you been, girl? You been playing with Daddy? Marcus entered the room, all smiles. He was carrying bags of groceries. Kezia, you want to help me out in here? I followed him into the kitchen, where we began unloading groceries, falling into a comfortable rhythm. I was digging around in the bottom of one bag when my fingers found a rectangular box. I pulled it out, my eyes wide, and showed it to Marcus. What's this for? My husband smiled. Well, now that we're newlyweds, it could happen, you know. Better to know if it does, right? I looked down at the pregnancy test box in my hands. We had never talked about another child, and I realized I didn't know what he wanted. I'd missed out on so many of Lola's milestones. Having another child sounded delightful to me, but Marcus had already been through that. Do you want to try for a child? I asked. Marcus pulled me into an embrace and nuzzled my neck. Let me put it this way. If it comes back negative, we can keep on practicing till we get it right. I couldn't help but laugh as I crushed my lips against my husband's mouth. Say what you want about Marcus, but he was never one to give up easily. This has been Destiny of the Dead, the final installment of the Rest in Power Necromancy trilogy. I hope you enjoyed the story. It helps if you subscribe to the channel, like and comment on this video, and tell a friend. More of Amber's stories, books, and audio projects are available at amberfishermedia.com. Be sure to check out the website and subscribe to the newsletter for more treachery and magic straight to your inbox. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you again on the other side.